How to Change the World. Reflections on Marx and Marxism. Eric Hobsbawm. Foreword. This book, a collection of many of my writings in this field from 1956 to 2009, is essentially a study of the development and posthumous impact of the thought of Karl Marx, and the inseparable Friedrich Engels. It is not a history of Marxism in the traditional sense, although its core comprises 6 chapters I wrote for a very ambitious multi-volume Storia del Marxismo published by the House of Einaudi in Italian, 1978-82, of which I was co-planner and co-editor. These, revised, sometimes extensively rewritten and supplemented by a chapter on the period of Marxist recession since 1983, constitute over half the contents of the book. In addition, it contains some further studies in what scholarly jargon calls the reception of Marx and Marxism, an essay on Marxism and labor movements since the 1890s, an initial version of which was originally given as a lecture in German to the Linz International Conference of Labor Historians, and 3 introductions to particular works: Engels' Condition of the Working Class, the Communist Manifesto, and Marx's views on pre-capitalist social formations in the important set of 1850s manuscripts known in their published form as Grundrisse. The only post-Marx/Engels Marxist specifically discussed in this book is Antonio Gramsci. About 2/3 of these texts have not been published in 7 English or at all. Chapter 1 is a largely expanded and rewritten contribution to a public conversation on Marx held under the auspices of the Jewish Book Week in 2007. Likewise, Chapter 12. Chapter 15 has not been published before. Who are the readers I had in mind when I wrote these studies, now collected together? In some cases, chapters 1, 4, 5, 16, perhaps 12, simply the men and women interested in finding out more about the subject. However, most of the chapters are aimed at readers with a more specific interest in Marx, Marxism, and the interaction between the historical context and the development and influence of ideas. What I have tried to provide for both is a sense that the discussion of Marx and Marxism cannot be confined either to the debate for or against the political and ideological territory occupied by the various and changing brands of Marxists and their antagonists. For the past 130 years it has been a major theme in the intellectual music of the modern world, and through its capacity to mobilize social forces a crucial, at some periods a decisive presence in the history of the 20th century. I hope that my book will help readers to reflect on the question of what its and humanity's future will be in the 21st century. Eric Hobsbawm. London, January 2011. Marx and Engels. 1. Marx Today. In 2007 a Jewish Book Week took place less than 2 weeks before the anniversary of Karl Marx's death, March 14, and within a short walking distance of the place with which he is most closely associated in London, the Round Reading Room of the British Museum. 2 very different socialists, Jacques Attali and I, were there to pay our posthumous respects to him. And yet, when you consider the occasion and the date, this was doubly unexpected. One cannot say Marx died a failure in 1883, because his writings had begun to make an impact in Germany and especially among intellectuals in Russia, and a movement led by his disciples was already on the way to capturing the German labor movement. But in 1883 there was little enough to show for his life's work. He had written some brilliant pamphlets and the torso of an uncompleted major piece, Das Kapital, work on which hardly advanced in the last decade of his life. What works? He asked bitterly when a visitor questioned him about his works. His major political effort since the failure of the 1848 revolution, the so-called First Three International of 1864–73, had foundered. He had established no place of significance in the politics or the intellectual life of Britain, where he lived for over half his life as an exile. And yet, what an extraordinary posthumous success. Within 25 years of his death the European working-class political parties founded in his name, or which acknowledged his inspiration, had between 15% and 47% of the vote in countries with democratic elections, Britain was the only exception. After 1918 most of them became parties of government, not only of opposition, and remained so after the end of fascism, but most of them then became anxious to disclaim their original inspiration. All of them are still in existence. Meanwhile, disciples of Marx established revolutionary groups in non-democratic and third world countries. 70 years after Marx's death, one-third of the human race lived under regimes ruled by communist parties which claimed to represent his ideas and realize his aspirations. Well over 20% still do, though their ruling parties have, with minor exceptions, dramatically changed their policies. In short, if one thinker left a major indelible mark on the 20th century, it was he. Walk into Highgate Cemetery, where a 19th century Marx and Spencer, Karl Marx and Herbert Spencer, are buried, curiously enough within sight of each other's grave. When both were alive, Herbert was the acknowledged Aristotle of the age, Karl a guy who lived on the lower slopes of Hampstead on his friend's money. Today nobody even knows Spencer is there, while elderly pilgrims from Japan and India visit Karl Marx's grave and exiled Iranian and Iraqi communists insist on being buried in his shade. The era of communist regimes and mass communist parties came to an end with the fall of the USSR, for even where they survive, as in China and in India, in practice they have abandoned the old project of Leninist Marxism. And when it did, Karl Marx found himself once again in no man's land. Communism had claimed to be his only true heir, and his ideas, Marx today, had been largely identified with it. For even the dissident Marxist or Marxist-Leninist tendencies that established a few footholds here and there after Khrushchev denounced Stalin in 1956 were almost certainly ex-communist breakaways. So, for most of the first 20 years after the centenary of his death, he became strictly yesterday's man and no longer worth bothering about. Some journalist has even suggested that this discussion tonight is trying to rescue him from the dustbins of history. Yet today Marx is, once again, very much a thinker for the 21st century. I don't think too much should be made of a BBC poll that showed British radio listeners voting him the greatest of all philosophers, but if you type his name into Google he remains the largest of the great intellectual presences, exceeded only by Darwin and Einstein, but well ahead of Adam Smith and Freud. There are, in my view, two reasons for this. The first is that the end of the official Marxism of the USSR liberated Marx from public identification with Leninism in theory and with the Leninist regimes in practice. It became quite clear that there were still plenty of good reasons to take account of what Marx had to say about the world. And notably, this is the second reason, because the globalist capitalist world that emerged in the 1990s was in crucial ways uncannily like the world anticipated by Marx in the Communist Manifesto. This became clear in the public reaction to the 150th anniversary of this astonishing little pamphlet in 1998, which was, incidentally, a year of dramatic upheaval in the global economy. Paradoxically, this time it was the capitalists and not the socialists who rediscovered him. The socialists were too discouraged to make much of this anniversary. I recall my amazement when I was approached by the editor of the in-flight magazine of United Airlines, 80% of whose readers must be American business travelers. I'd written a piece on the manifesto. He thought his readers would be interested in a debate on the manifesto, and could he use something from my piece? I was even more amazed when, at lunch sometime around the turn of the century, George Soros asked me what I thought of Marx. Knowing how widely our views differed, I wanted to avoid an argument, so I gave an ambiguous answer. That man, said Soros, discovered something about capitalism 150 years ago that we must take notice of. And so he had. Soon after that, writers who had never, so far as I am aware, been communists began to look at him again seriously, as in Jacques Attali's New Life and Study of Marx. Attali also thinks Karl Marx has much left to say to those who want the world to be a different and better society from the one we have today. It is good to be reminded that even from this point of view we need to take account of Marx today. By October 2008, When the London Financial Times published its headline "Capitalism in Convulsion," there could no longer be any doubt that he was back on the public scene. While global capitalism is undergoing its greatest disruption and crisis since the early 1930s, he is unlikely to make his exit from it. On the other hand, the Marx of the 21st century will almost certainly be very different from the Marx of the 20th. What people thought about Marx in the last century was dominated by three facts. The first was the division between countries in which revolution was on the agenda and those in which it wasn't, i.e., speaking very broadly, the countries of developed capitalism in the North Atlantic and Pacific regions and the rest. The second fact follows from the first. Marx's heritage naturally bifurcated into a social democratic and reformist heritage and a revolutionary heritage, overwhelmingly dominated by the Russian Revolution. This became clear after 1917. Because of the third fact, the collapse of 19th century capitalism and 19th century bourgeois society into what I have called the age of catastrophe, between, say, 1914 and the late 1940s. That crisis was so severe as to make many doubt whether capitalism could recover. Was it not destined to be replaced by a socialist economy, as the far from Marxist Joseph Six? Marx today. Schumpeter predicted in the 1940s. In fact, capitalism did recover, but not in its old form. At the same time in the USSR, a socialist alternative appeared to be immune to breakdown. Between 1929 and 1960 it did not seem unreasonable, even to many non-socialists who disapproved of the political side of these regimes, to believe that capitalism was running out of steam and the USSR was proving that it might outproduce it. In the year of Sputnik this did not sound absurd. That it was, became abundantly evident after 1960. These events and their implications for policy and theory belong to the period after Marx's and Engels' death. They lie beyond the range of Marx's own experience and assessments. Our judgment of 20th century Marxism is not based on the thinking of Marx himself, but on posthumous interpretations or revisions of his writing. At most we can claim that in the later 1890s, during what was the first intellectual crisis of Marxism, the first generation of Marxists, those who had been in personal contact with Marx, or more likely with Friedrich Engels, were already beginning to discuss some of the issues that became relevant in the 20th century, notably revisionism, imperialism, and nationalism. Much of later Marxist discussion is specific to the 20th century and not to be found in Karl Marx, notably the debate on what a socialist economy could or should actually be like, which emerged largely out of the experience of the war economies of 1914 to 18 and the post-war quasi-revolutionary or revolutionary crises. Thus the claim that socialism was superior to capitalism as a way to ensure the most rapid development of the forces of production could hardly have been made by Marx. It belongs to the era when interwar capitalist crisis confronted the USSR of the five-year plans. Actually, what Karl Marx claimed was not that capitalism had reached the limits of its capacity to boost the forces of production, but that the jagged rhythm of capitalist growth produced periodic crises of overproduction which would, sooner or later, prove incompatible with the capitalist way of running the economy and generate social conflicts which it would not survive. Capitalism was by its nature incapable of framing the subsequent economy of social production. This, he supposed, would necessarily be socialist. Hence it is not surprising that socialism was at the core of 20th century debates and assessments of Karl Marx. This was not because the project of a socialist economy is specifically Marxist, it isn't, but because all Marxist-inspired parties shared such a project and the communist ones actually claimed to have instituted it. In its 20th century form this project is dead. Socialism as applied in the USSR and the other centrally planned economies, that is to say theoretically market-less state-owned and controlled command economies, has gone and will not be revived. Social democratic aspirations to build socialist economies had always been ideals for the future, but even as formal aspirations they had been abandoned by the end of the century. How much of the model of socialism in the minds of social democrats, and the socialism established by communist regimes, was Marxian. Here it is crucial that Marx himself deliberately abstained from specific statements about the economics and economic institutions of socialism and said nothing about the concrete shape of communist society, except that it could not be constructed or programmed, but would evolve out of a socialist society. Such general remarks as he made on the subject, as in the critique of the Gotha program of the German Social Democrats, hardly gave his successors specific guidance, and indeed these gave no serious thought to what they considered would be an academic problem or a utopian exercise until after the revolution. It was enough to know that it would be based, to quote the famous Clause 4 of the Labour Party's constitution, on the common ownership of the means of production which was generally understood as achievable by nationalising the country's industries. Curiously enough, the first theory of a centralist socialist economy was not worked out by socialists but by a non-socialist aide. Marx Today. Italian economist, Enrico Barone, in 1908. Nobody else thought about it before the question of nationalising private industries came on the agenda of practical politics at the end of the First World War. At that point socialists faced their problems quite unprepared and without guidance from the past or anyone else. Planning is implicit in any kind of socially managed economy, but Marx said nothing concrete about it, and when it was tried in Soviet Russia after the revolution it had largely to be improvised. Theoretically this was done by devising concepts, such as Leontief's input-output analysis, and providing the relevant statistics. These devices were later to be widely taken up in non-socialist economies. In practice it was done by following the equally improvised war economies of World War I, especially the German one, perhaps with special attention to the electrical industry about which Lenin was informed by political sympathizers among executives in German and American electrical firms. A war economy remained the basic model of the Soviet planned economy, that is to say an economy where certain targets are fixed in advance, ultra-speedy industrialization, winning a war, making an atom bomb or getting men on the moon, and then plans to achieve them by allocating resources whatever the short-term cost. There is nothing exclusively socialist about this. Working towards a priori targets may be done with more or less sophistication, but the Soviet economy never really got beyond this. And, though it tried from 1960 on, it could never get out of the catch-22 implicit in trying to fit markets into a bureaucratic command structure. Social democracy modified Marxism in a different way either by postponing the construction of a socialist economy or, more positively, by devising different forms of a mixed economy. Insofar as social democratic parties remained committed to the creation of a fully socialist economy, this implied some thought about the subject. The most interesting thinking came from non-Marxist thinkers like the Fabian Sidney and Beatrice Webb, who envisaged a gradual transformation of capitalism to socialism by a series of irreversible and cumulative reforms and who therefore gave some political thought to the institutional shape of socialism, though none to its economic operations. The chief Marxian revisionist, Edward Bernstein, finessed the problem by insisting that the reformist movement was everything and the final aim had no practical reality. In fact, most social democratic parties which became parties of government after World War I settled for the revisionist policy, in effect leaving the capitalist economy to operate subject to meeting some of the demands of labor. The locus class sicut of this attitude was Anthony Crosland's The Future of Socialism, 1956, which argued that as post-1945 capitalism had solved the problem of producing a society of plenty, public enterprise, in the classical form of nationalization or otherwise, was not necessary and the only task of socialists was to ensure an equitable distribution of the national wealth. All this was a long way from Marx, and indeed from the traditional socialist vision of socialism as essentially a non-market society, which probably Karl Marx also shared. Let me just add that the more recent debate between economic neoliberals and their critics about the role of the state and publicly owned enterprises is not a specifically Marxist or even socialist debate in principle. It rests on the attempt since the 1970s to translate a pathological degeneration of the principle of laissez-faire into economic reality by the systematic retreat of states from any regulation or control of the activities of profit-making enterprise. This attempt to hand over human society to the, allegedly, self-controlling and wealth or even welfare-maximizing market, populated, allegedly, by actors in rational pursuit of their interests, had no precedent in any earlier phase of capitalist development in any developed economy, not even the USA. It was a reductio ad absurdum of what its ideologists read into Adam Smith, as the correspondingly extremist 100% state-planned command economy of the USSR was of what the Bolsheviks read into Marx. Not surprisingly, this 10. Marx today. Market fundamentalism, closer to theology than economic reality, also failed. The disappearance of the centrally planned state economies and the virtual disappearance of a fundamentally transformed society from the aspirations of the demoralized social democratic parties have eliminated much of the 20th century debates on socialism. They were some way from Karl Marx's own thinking, though very largely inspired by him and conducted in his name. On the other hand, in three respects Marx remained an enormous force, as an economic thinker, as a historical thinker and analyst, and as the recognized founding father, with Durkheim and Max Weber, of modern thinking about society. I am unqualified to express an opinion on his continued, but clearly serious, significance as a philosopher. Certainly what never lost contemporary relevance is Marx's vision of capitalism as a historically temporary mode of the human economy and his analysis of its ever-expanding and concentrating, crisis-generating and self-transforming modus operandi. 2. What is the relevance of Marx in the 21st century? The Soviet-type model of socialism, the only attempt to build a socialist economy so far, no longer exists. On the other hand, there has been an enormous and accelerating progress of globalization and the sheer wealth-generating capacity of humans. This has reduced the power and scope of economic and social action by nation-states and therefore the classical policies of social democratic movements, which depended primarily on pressing reforms on national governments. Given the prominence of market fundamentalism, it has also generated extreme economic inequality within countries and between regions and brought back the element of catastrophe to the basic cyclical 11 rhythm of the capitalist economy, including what became its most serious global crisis since the 1930s. Our productive capacity has made it possible, at least potentially, for most human beings to move from the realm of necessity into the realm of affluence, education, and unimagined life choices, although most of the world's population have yet to enter it. Yet for most of the 20th century, socialist movements and regimes still operated essentially within this realm of necessity, even in the rich countries of the West, where a society of popular affluence emerged in the 20 post-1945 years. However, in the realm of affluence, the aim of adequate food, clothing, housing, jobs to provide income and a welfare system to protect people against the hazards of life, though necessary, is no longer a sufficient program for socialists. A third development is negative. As the spectacular expansion of the global economy has undermined the environment, the need to control unlimited economic growth has become increasingly urgent. There is a patent conflict between the need to reverse or at least to control the impact of our economy on the biosphere and the imperatives of a capitalist market, maximum continuing growth in the search for profit. This is the Achilles heel of capitalism. We cannot at present know whose arrow will be fatal to it. So how are we to see Karl Marx today? As a thinker for all humanity and not only for a part of it? Certainly. As a philosopher? As an economic analyst? As a founding father of modern social science and guide to the understanding of human history? Yes, but the point about him which Attlee has rightly emphasized is the universal comprehensiveness of his thought. It is not interdisciplinary in the conventional sense but integrates all disciplines. As Attlee writes, philosophers before him have thought of man in his totality, but he was the first to apprehend the world as a whole, which is at once political, economic, scientific, and philosophical. It is perfectly obvious that much of what he wrote is out of date, and some of it is not or no longer acceptable. It is also evident that his writings do not form a finished corpus but are, like all thought that deserves the name, an endless work in progress. Nobody is any longer going to turn it into a dogma, let alone an institutionally buttressed orthodoxy. This would certainly have shocked Marx himself. But we should also reject the idea that there is a sharp difference between a correct and an incorrect Marxism. His mode of inquiry could produce different results and political perspectives. Indeed, it did so with Marx himself, who envisaged a possible peaceful transition to power in Britain and the Netherlands, and the possible evolution of the Russian village community into socialism. Koski and even Bernstein were heirs of Marx as much, or, if you like, as little, as Plekhanov and Lenin. For this reason I am skeptical of Attlee's distinction between a true Marx and a series of subsequent simplifiers or falsifiers of his thought, Engels, Koski, Lenin. It was as legitimate for the Russians, the first attentive readers of Capital, to see his theory as a way for moving countries like theirs from backwardness to modernity through economic development of the Western type as it was for Marx himself to speculate whether a direct transition to socialism could not take place on the basis of the Russian village commune. Probably, if anything, it was more in line with the general run of Karl Marx's own thought. The case against the Soviet experiment was not that socialism could only be constructed after the whole world had first gone capitalist, which is not what Marx said, or can be firmly claimed to have believed. It was empirical. It was that Russia was too backward to produce anything other than a caricature of a socialist society, a Chinese empire in red as Plekhanov is said to have warned. In 1917 this would have been the overwhelming consensus of all Marxists, including even most Russian Marxists. On the other hand, the case against the so-called legal Marxists of the 1890s, who took the Attlee view that the main job of Marxists was to develop a flourishing industrial capitalism in Russia, was also empirical. A liberal capitalist Russia wouldn't come about either under Tsarism. 13. And yet a number of central features of Marx's analysis remain valid and relevant. The first, obviously, is the analysis of the irresistible global dynamic of capitalist economic development and its capacity to destroy all that came before it, including even those parts of the heritage of the human past from which capitalism had itself benefited, such as family structures. The second is the analysis of the mechanism of capitalist growth by generating internal contradictions, endless bouts of tensions and temporary resolutions, growth leading to crisis and change, all producing economic concentration in an increasingly globalist economy. Mao dreamed of a society constantly renewed by unceasing revolution. Capitalism has realized this project by historical change through what Schumpeter, following Marx, called unending creative destruction. Marx believed that this process would eventually lead, it would have to lead, to an enormously concentrated economy, which is exactly what Attlee meant when he said in a recent interview that the number of people who decide what happens in it is of the order of 1,000, or at most 10,000. This Marx believed would lead to the supersession of capitalism, a prediction that still sounds plausible to me but in a different way from what Marx anticipated. On the other hand, his prediction that it would take place by the expropriation of the expropriators through a vast proletariat leading to socialism was not based on his analysis of the mechanism of capitalism, but on separate a priori assumptions. At most it was based on the prediction that industrialization would produce populations largely employed as manual wage workers, as was happening in England at the time. This was correct enough as a middle-range prediction, but not, as we know, in the long term. Nor, after the 1840s, did Marx and Engels expect it to produce the politically radicalizing pauperization that they hoped for. As was obvious to both, large sections of the proletariat were not getting poorer in any absolute sense. Indeed, an American observer of the solidly proletarian congresses of the German Social Democratic Party in the 1900s, Marx Today, observed that the comrades there looked a loaf or two above poverty. On the other hand, The evident growth of economic inequality between different parts of the world and between classes does not necessarily produce Marx's expropriation of the expropriators. In short, hopes for the future were read into his analysis but did not derive from it. The third is best put in the words of the late Sir John Hicks, an economics Nobel laureate. Most of those who wish to fit into place a general course of history, he wrote, would use the Marxist categories or some modified version of them, since there is little in the way of alternative versions that is available. We cannot foresee the solutions of the problems facing the world in the 21st century, but if they are to have a chance of success they must ask Marx's questions, even if they do not wish to accept his various disciples' answers. 15. 2. Marx, Engels and Pre-Marxian Socialism. Marx and Engels were relative latecomers to communism. Engels declared himself a communist late in 1842, Marx probably not until the latter part of 1843, after a more prolonged and complex settling of accounts with liberalism and Hegel's philosophy. Even in Germany, a political backwater, they were not the first. German journeyman, Handwerks Gieselin, working abroad had already made contact with organized communist movements, and produced the first native German communist theorist, the tailor Wilhelm Weitling, whose first work had been published in 1838, Die Menschheit, wie sie ist und wie sie sein sollte. Among the intellectuals Moses Hess preceded, and indeed claimed to have converted, the young Friedrich Engels. However, the question of priority in German communism is unimportant. By the early 1840s a flourishing socialist and communist movement, both theoretical and practical, had existed for some time in France, Britain, and the USA. How much did the young Marx and Engels know about these movements? What did they owe to them? In what relation does their own socialism stand to their predecessors and contemporaries? These questions will be discussed in the present chapter. Before doing so we may briefly dismiss the prehistoric figures of communist theory, though historians of socialism usually pay their respects to them, since even revolutionaries like to have ancestors. Modern socialism does not derive from Plato or Thomas More, or even from Campanella, though the young Marx was sufficiently impressed with his City of the Sun to plan its inclusion in an abortive library of the best foreign socialist writers he projected with Engels and Hess in 1845-1. Such works had some interest for 19th-century readers, since one of the main difficulties of communist theory for urban intellectuals was that the actual operations of communist society appeared to have no precedent and were difficult to make plausible. The name of More's book, indeed, became the term used to describe any attempt to sketch the ideal society of the future, which in the 19th century meant primarily a communist one, utopia. Inasmuch as at least one utopian communist, E. Cabet, 1788–1856, was an admirer of More, the name was not ill-chosen. Nevertheless, the normal procedure of the pioneer socialists and communists of the early 19th century, if sufficiently given to study, was not to derive their ideas from some remote author, but to discover, or have their attention drawn to, the relevance of some earlier theoretical architect of ideal commonwealths when about to construct their own critique of society or utopia, and then to use and praise him. The fashion for utopian, not necessarily communist, literature in the 18th century made such works familiar enough. Nor, in spite of varying degrees of familiarity with them, were the numerous historical examples of Christian communist establishments among the inspirers of modern socialist and communist ideas. How far the older ones, like the descendants of the 16th century Anabaptists, were widely known at all is unclear. Certainly the young Engels, who cited various such 17 communities as proof that communism was practicable, confined himself to relatively recent examples, Shakers, whom he regarded as the first people to set up a society on the basis of community of goods. In the whole world, 2 Rapites and separatists. Insofar as they were known, they also primarily confirmed an already existing desire for communism more than they inspired it. It is not possible to dismiss quite so summarily the ancient religious and philosophical traditions which, with the rise of modern capitalism, acquired or revealed a new potential for social criticism, or confirmed an established one, because the revolutionary model of a liberal economic society of unrestrained individualism conflicted with the social values of virtually every hitherto known community of men and women. For the educated minority, to whom practically all socialist, as indeed any other social theorists belonged, they were embodied in a chain or network of philosophical thinkers, and most notably in a tradition of natural law stretching back to classical antiquity. Though some 18th century philosophers were engaged in modifying such traditions to fit in with the new aspirations of a liberal individualist society, philosophy carried with it from the past a strong heritage of communalism, or even, in several cases, the belief that a society without private property was in some sense more natural or at any rate historically prior to one with private property. This was even more marked in Christian ideology. Nothing is easier than to see the Christ of the Sermon on the Mount as the first socialist or communist, and though the majority of early socialist theorists were not Christians, many later members of socialist movements have found this reflection useful. Insofar as these ideas were embodied in a succession of texts, commenting upon, adding to and criticizing their predecessors, which were part of the formal or informal education of social theorists, the idea of a good society, and specifically a society not based on private property, was at least a marginal part of their intellectual heritage. It is easy to laugh at Cabet, who lists a huge array of thinkers from Confucius to Sismondi and passing through Lycurgus, Pythagoras, Socrates, Plato, Plutarch, Bossuet, Locke, Helvetius, Raynal, and Benjamin Franklin, as recognizing in his communism the realization of their fundamental ideas, and indeed Marx and Engels made fun of such intellectual genealogy in the German ideology. 3. Nevertheless, it represents a genuine element of continuity between the traditional critique of what was wrong in society and the new critique of what was wrong in bourgeois society, at least for the literate. Insofar as such older texts and traditions embodied communal concepts, they actually reflected something of the powerful elements in European, mainly rural, pre-industrial societies, and the even more obvious communal elements in the exotic societies with which Europeans came into contact from the 16th century. The study of such exotic and primitive societies played a notable role in the formation of Western social criticism, particularly in the 18th century, as witness the tendency to idealize them as against civilized society, whether in the form of the noble savage, the free Swiss or Corsican peasant, or otherwise. At the very least, as in Rousseau and other 18th century thinkers, it suggested that civilization also implied the corruption of some prior and in some ways more just, equal and benevolent human state. It might even suggest that such societies before private property, primitive communism, provided models of what future societies should once again aspire to, and proved that it was not impracticable. This line of thought is certainly present in 19th century socialism, and not least in Marxism, but, paradoxically, it emerges much more strongly towards the end of the century than in its early decades, probably in connection with Marx's and Engels' increasing acquaintance and preoccupation with primitive communal institutions. 4. With the exception of Fourier, the early socialists and communists show no tendency to look back, even out of the corner of their eye, towards a primitive happiness which could in some sense serve as a model for the future felicity of mankind, and this in spite of the fact that the most familiar model for the speculative construction of perfect societies, throughout the 16th to 18th centuries, was the utopian novel, purporting to recount what the traveler had encountered in the course of some journey to remote areas of the earth. In the struggle between tradition and progress, the primitive and the civilized, they were firmly committed on one side. Even Fourier, who identified the primitive state of man with Eden, believed in the ineluctability of progress. The word progress brings us to what was clearly the main intellectual matrix of early modern socialist and communist critiques of society, namely the 18th century, and in particular the French Enlightenment. At least this was Frederick Engels' firm opinion. 5. What he stressed above all was its systematic rationalism. Reason provided the basis of all human action and the formation of society, and the standard against which all previous forms of society and government, all the old ideas handed down by tradition were to be rejected. Henceforth superstition, injustice, privilege, and oppression were to be superseded by eternal truth, eternal justice, equality grounded in nature and the inalienable rights of man. 6. The rationalism of the Enlightenment implied a fundamentally critical approach to society, logically including bourgeois society. Yet the various schools and currents of the Enlightenment provided more than merely a charter for social criticism and revolutionary change. They provided the belief in the capacity of man to improve his conditions, even, as with Turgot and Condorcet, in his perfectibility, the belief in human history as human progress towards what must eventually be the best possible society, and social criteria by which to judge societies more concrete than reason in general. The natural rights of man were not merely life and liberty, but also the pursuit of happiness, which revolutionaries, rightly recognizing its historical novelty, Saint Just, transformed into the conviction that happiness is the only object of society. 7. Even in its most bourgeois and individualist form, such revolutionary approaches contributed to encourage a socialist critique of society when the time was propitious. We are unlikely to regard Jeremy Bentham as any kind of socialist. Yet the young Marx and Engels, perhaps more the latter than the former, saw Bentham as a link between the materialism of Helvetius and Robert Owen, who proceeded from Bentham's system to found English communism, while only the proletariat and the socialists have succeeded in developing his teachings a step forwards. 8. Indeed, both went so far as to propose Bentham's inclusion, if only as a consequence of that of William Godwin's Political Justice, in their projected library of the best foreign socialist writers. 9. The specific debt of Marx to schools of thought produced within the Enlightenment, e.g. in the field of political economy and philosophy, need not be discussed in this connection. The fact remains that they rightly saw their predecessors, the utopian socialists and communists, as belonging to Illuminism. Insofar as they traced the socialist tradition back beyond the French Revolution, it was to the philosophical materialists Holbach and Helvetius, and to the Illuminist communists Morelli and Mably, the only names from this early period, with the exception of Campanella, to figure in their projected library. Nevertheless, though he appears to have had no great direct influence on Marx and Engels, the role of one particular thinker in the formation of later socialist theory must be briefly considered, J.J. Rousseau. Rousseau can hardly be called a socialist, for though he developed what was to be the most popular version of the argument that private property is the source of all social inequality, he did not argue that the good society must socialize property, only that it must ensure its equal distribution. Though he agreed with it, he did not even develop in any detail the theoretical concept that property is theft, which was later popularized by Proudhon, but, as witness its elaboration 21. By the Girondin Brissot, did not in itself imply socialism either. Yet two observations must be made about him. First, the view that social equality must rest on common ownership of wealth and central regulation of all productive labor is a natural extension of Rousseau's argument. Second, and more important, the political influence of Rousseau's egalitarianism on the Jacobin left, out of which the first modern communist movements emerged, is undeniable. In his defense, Babeuf appealed to Rousseau. 11 The communism whose acquaintance Marx and Engels first made had equality as its central slogan, 12 and Rousseau was its most influential theorist. Inasmuch as socialism and communism in the early 1840s were French, as they largely were, Rousseauist egalitarianism was one of the original components. The Rousseauist influence on classical German philosophy should not be forgotten either. 2. As already suggested, the unbroken history of communism as a modern social movement begins on the left wing of the French Revolution. A direct line of descent links Babeuf's conspiracy of the equals through Buonarrota with Blanqui's revolutionary societies of the 1830s, and these in turn, through the League of the Just, later, the Communist League, of the German exiles which they inspired, with Marx and Engels, who drafted the Communist Manifesto on its behalf. It is natural that Marx's and Engels' projected library of 1845 was to have begun with two branches of socialist literature, with Babeuf and Buonarroti, following upon Morelli and Mably, who represent the openly communist wing, and with the left-wing critics of the formal equality of the French Revolution and the enrages, the Cercle Social, Hébert, Jacques Roux, Leclerc. Yet the theoretical interest of what Engels was to call an ascetic communism, deriving from Sparta, Werke 20, p.18, was not great. Even the communist writers of the 1830s and 1840s do not seem to have impressed Marx and Engels as theorists. Indeed, Marx argued that it was the crudeness and one-sidedness of this early communism which allowed other socialist doctrines such as those of Fourier, Proudhon etc. to appear in distinction from it, not by accident but by necessity. 13 Though Marx read their writings, even such relatively minor figures as Le Hauteur, 1813-82, and Pilote, 1809-77, he clearly owed little to their social analysis, which was chiefly significant in formulating the class struggle as one between proletarians and their exploiters. However, Bobovist and neo-Bobovist communism was significant in two ways. In the first place, unlike most of the utopian socialist theory, it was profoundly embedded in politics, and therefore embodied not only a theory of revolution but a doctrine of political praxis, of organization, strategy, and tactics, however limited. Its chief representatives in the 1830s: Le Poincaré, 1808-49, Le Hauteur, Désigny, Pilote and above all Blanqui, were active revolutionaries. This, as well as their organic connection with the history of the French Revolution, which Marx studied intensively, made them highly relevant to the development of his thought. In the second place, though the communist writers were mainly marginal intellectuals, the communist movement of the 1830s visibly attracted the workers. This fact, noted by Lorenz von Stein, clearly impressed Marx and Engels, who later recalled the proletarian character of the communist movement of the 1840s, as distinct from the middle-class character of most utopian socialism. 14 Moreover, it was from this French movement, which adopted the name communist around 1840-15, that German communists, including Marx and Engels, took the name of their views. The communism which emerged in the 1830s from the neo-Bobovist and essentially political and revolutionary tradition of France fused with the new experience of the proletariat in the capitalist society of the early Industrial Revolution. That is what made it into a proletarian movement, however small. Insofar as 23 communist ideas rested directly upon such experience, they were clearly likely to be influenced by the country in which an industrial working class already existed as a mass phenomenon, Great Britain. It is thus no accident that the most prominent of the French communist theorists of the time, Étienne Cabet, 1788-1856, was inspired not by neo-Bobovism but by his experiences in England during the 1830s, and especially by Robert Owen, and therefore belongs rather to the utopian socialist current. Yet insofar as the new industrial and bourgeois society could be analyzed by any thinker within the regions directly transformed by one or the other aspect of the dual revolution of the bourgeoisie, the French Revolution and the British Industrial Revolution, such analysis was not so directly linked with the actual experience of industrialization. It was, in fact, simultaneously and independently undertaken in both Britain and France. This analysis forms a major basis for the subsequent development of Marx's and Engels' thought. It may be observed, incidentally, that, thanks to Engels' British connection, Marxian communism was from the outset under British as well as French intellectual influence, whereas the remainder of the German socialist and communist left was acquainted with little more than French developments. 16. Unlike the word communist, which always signified a program, the word socialist was primarily analytical and critical. It was used to describe those who held a particular view of human nature, e.g. the fundamental importance of sociability or the social instincts in it, which implied a particular view of human society, or those who believed in the possibility or necessity of a particular mode of social action, notably in public affairs, e.g. intervention in the operations of the free market. It was soon realized that such views were likely to be developed by or to attract those who favored equality, such as the disciples of Rousseau, and to lead to interference with property rights. The point was already made by 18th-century Italian opponents of the Enlightenment and of Socialists 1724. But it was not entirely identified with a society based on the fully collective ownership and management of the means of production. Indeed, it did not become completely so identified in general usage until the emergence of socialist political parties in the late 19th century, and some may argue that it is not completely identified even today. Hence evident non-socialists, in the modern sense, could, even in the late 19th century, describe themselves or be described as socialists, like the Katheder Sozialisten of Germany or the British liberal politician who declared "We are all socialists now." This programmatic ambiguity extended even to movements regarded as socialist by socialists. It should not be forgotten that one of the major schools of what Marx and Engels called utopian socialism, the Saint-Simonians, was more concerned with collective regulation of industry than with cooperative ownership of wealth. 18 The Owenites, who first used the word in England, 1826, but only described themselves as socialists several years later, described the society they aspired to as one of cooperation. Yet in a society in which the antonym of socialism, individualism 19 itself implied a specific liberal capitalist model of the competitive unrestricted market economy, it was natural that socialism should also carry a programmatic connotation as the general name for all aspirations to organize society on an associationist or cooperative model, i.e. based on cooperative rather than private property. The word continued to be imprecis though, from the 1830s on, it was associated primarily with the more or less fundamental reshaping of society in this sense. Its adherents ranged from social reformers to freaks. Two aspects of early socialism must therefore be distinguished, the critical and the programmatic. The critical consisted of two elements, a theory of human nature and society, mainly derived from various currents of 18th-century thought, and an analysis of the society produced by the dual revolution, sometimes in the framework of a view of historical 25. Development or progress. The first of these was of no great interest to Marx and Engels, except insofar as it led, in British rather than French thought, to political economy. We shall consider this below. The second evidently influenced them very much. The programmatic aspect also consisted of two elements, a variety of proposals to create a new economy on the basis of cooperation, in extreme cases by the foundation of communist communities, and an attempt to reflect on the nature and the characteristics of the ideal society which was thus to be brought about. Here again, Marx and Engels were uninterested in the first. Utopian community building they rightly regarded as politically negligible, as indeed it was. It never became a movement of any practical significance outside the USA, where it was rather popular in both a secular and a religious form. At best it served as an illustration of the practicability of communism. The politically more influential forms of associationism and cooperation, which exercised a substantial appeal to both British and French artisans and skilled workers, they either knew little about at the time, e.g. the Owenite labor exchanges of the 1830s, or distrusted. Retrospectively, Engels compared Owen's labor bazaars with Proudhon's proposals 20 in Louis Blanc's remarkably successful Organisation du Travail, 10 editions 1839-48, they clearly are not considered significant, and insofar as Marx and Engels were, they opposed them. On the other hand, the utopian reflections on the nature of communist society influenced Marx and Engels very substantially, though their hostility to the drafting of such prospectuses for the communist future has led many subsequent commentators to underestimate this influence. Very nearly everything that Marx and Engels said about the concrete shape of communist society is based on earlier utopian writings, e.g. the abolition of the distinction between town and country, derived, according to Engels, from Fourier and Owen, 21, and the abolition of the state, from Saint-Simon, or it is based on a critical discussion of utopian themes. Pre-Marxian socialism is therefore embedded in the later work of Marx and Engels, but in a doubly distorted form. They made a highly selective use of their predecessors, and also their mature and late writings do not necessarily mirror the impact which the early socialists made upon them in their formative period. Thus the youthful Engels was clearly much less impressed with the Saint-Simonians than the later Engels, while Cabet, who does not figure in Anti-Düring at all, is not infrequently referred to in the writings before 1846. However, almost from the start Marx and Engels singled out three utopian thinkers as especially significant: Saint-Simon, Fourier and Robert Owen. In this respect the late Engels maintains the judgment of the early 40s. 24 Owen stands slightly apart from the other two, and not only because he was clearly introduced to Marx, who can hardly have known him, since his works were as yet untranslated, by Engels, who was in close contact with the Owenite movement in England. Unlike Saint-Simon and Fourier, Owen is usually described by the Marx and Engels of the early 1840s as a communist. Engels then, as later, was especially impressed by the practical common sense and business-like manner with which he designed his utopian communities. From an expert's standpoint, there is little to be said against the actual detailed arrangements. Werke 20, p. 245. Owen's single-minded hostility to the three great obstacles to social reform, private property, religion, and marriage in its present form, ibid., also clearly appealed to him. Moreover, the fact that Owen, himself a capitalist entrepreneur and factory owner, criticized the actual bourgeois society of the Industrial Revolution, gave his critique a specificity which the French socialists lacked. That he had also, in the 1820s and 1830s, attracted substantial working-class support does not seem to have been appreciated by Engels, who only knew the Owenite socialists of the 1840s. Nevertheless, Marx had no doubt that theoretically Owen was notably inferior to the French. 26 The major theoretical interest of his writings, as with 27. Those of the other British socialists whom Marx later studied, lay in their economic analysis of capitalism, i.e. in the manner in which they derived socialist conclusions from the premises and arguments of bourgeois political economy. In Saint-Simon we find the breadth of view of genius, thanks to which almost all ideas of later socialists, which are not strictly economic, are contained in his work in embryo. There is no doubt that Engels' later judgment reflects the very considerable debt which Marxism owes to Saint-Simonism, though, curiously enough, there is not much reference to the Saint-Simonian school, Bazard, Enfantin et which actually turned the ambiguous if brilliant intuitions of their master into something like a socialist system. The extraordinary influence of Saint-Simon, 1759–1825, on a variety of significant and often brilliant talents, not only in France but abroad, Carlyle, J.S. Mill, Heine, Liszt, is a fact of European cultural history in the era of Romanticism which is not always easy to appreciate today by those who read his actual writings. If these contain a consistent doctrine, it is the central importance of productive industry which must make the genuinely productive elements in society into its social and political controllers and shape the future of society, a theory of industrial revolution. The industrialists, a Saint-Simonian coinage, form the majority of the population and include the productive entrepreneurs, including, notably, the bankers, the scientists, technological innovators and other intellectuals, and the laboring people. Insofar as they contain the latter, who incidentally function as the reservoir from which the former are recruited, Saint-Simon's doctrines attack poverty and social inequality, while he totally rejects the French Revolution's principles of liberty and equality as individualist and leading to competition and economic anarchy. The object of social institutions is to faire concourir les principales institutions à l'accroissement du bien. Être de prolétaires, defined simply as la classe la plus nombreuse, Organisation sociale, 1825. On the other hand, insofar as the industrialists are entrepreneurs and technocratic planners, they oppose not only the idle and parasitic ruling classes, but also the anarchy of bourgeois liberal capitalism, of which he provides an early critique. Implicit in him is the recognition that industrialization is fundamentally incompatible with an unplanned society. The emergence of the industrial class is the result of history. How much of Saint-Simon's views were his own, how much influenced by his secretary, 1814-17, the historian Augustin Thierry, need not concern us. At all events, social systems are determined by the mode of organization of property. Historic evolution rests on the development of the productive system, and the power of the bourgeoisie on its possession of the means of production. He appears to hold a rather simple view of French history as class struggle, dating back to the conquest of the Gauls by the Franks, which was elaborated by his followers into a more specific history of the exploited classes which anticipates Marx. Slaves are succeeded by serfs, and these by nominally free but propertyless proletarians. However, for the history of his own times, Saint-Simon was more specific. As Engels later noted with admiration, he saw the French Revolution as a class struggle between nobility, bourgeois and propertyless masses. His followers extended this by arguing that the revolution had liberated the bourgeois, but the time had now come to liberate the proletarian. Apart from history, Engels was to stress two other major insights: the subordination, indeed eventually the absorption, of politics into economics, and consequently the abolition of the state in the society of the future, the administration of things, replacing the government of men. Whether or not this Saint-Simonian phrase is to be found in the writings of the founder, the concept is clearly there. Yet a number of other concepts which have become part of Marxism, as of all subsequent socialism, can also be traced back to the Saint-Simonian school, though not perhaps explicitly to Saint-Simon himself. The exploitation of man by man is a Saint-Simonian phrase, so is 29. The formula slightly altered by Marx to describe the distributive principle of the first phase of communism, from each according to his abilities, to each ability according to its work, so is the phrase, singled out by Marx in the German ideology, that all men must be assured the free development of their natural capacities. In short, Marxism was evidently much indebted to Saint-Simon, though the exact nature of the debt is not easy to define, since the Saint-Simonian contribution cannot always be distinguished from other contemporary ones. Thus the discovery of the class struggle in history was likely to be made by anyone who studied, or even who had lived through, the French Revolution. It was indeed ascribed by Marx to the bourgeois historians of the French Restoration. At the same time, the most important of these, from Marx's point of view, Augustin Thierry, had, as we have seen, been closely linked with Saint-Simon at one period of his life. Still, however we define the influence, it is not in doubt. The uniformly favorable treatment of Saint-Simon by Engels, who noted that he positively suffered from a plethora of ideas and whom he actually compared to Hegel as the most encyclopedic mind of his age, speaks for itself. 28. The mature Engels praised Charles Fourier, 1772-1837, mainly on three grounds: as a brilliant, witty, and savage critic of bourgeois society, or rather of bourgeois behavior, for his advocacy of women's liberation, and for his essentially dialectical conception of history. The last point seems to belong more to Engels than to Fourier. Yet the first impact which Fourier's thought made on him, and that which has perhaps left the most profound traces in Marxian socialism, was his analysis of labor. Fourier's contribution to the socialist tradition was idiosyncratic. Unlike other socialists, he was suspicious of progress, and shared a Rousseauist belief that humanity had somehow taken the wrong turning in adopting civilization. He was suspicious of industry and technical advance, though prepared to accept and use it, and convinced that the will of history could not be turned back. He was also, in this respect like several other utopians, suspicious of Jacobin popular sovereignty and democracy. Philosophically, he was an ultra-individualist whose supreme aim for humanity was the satisfaction of all individual psychological urges, and the attainment of maximum enjoyment by the individual. Since, to quote Engels' first recorded impressions of him 30, Each individual has an inclination or preference for a particular kind of work. The sum of all individual inclinations must, by and large, constitute a sufficient force to satisfy the needs of all. From this principle there follows, if all individuals are allowed to do and not to do whatever corresponds to their personal inclinations, the needs of all will be satisfied, and he demonstrated that absolute inactivity is nonsense, and has never existed nor can it ever exist. He further demonstrates that labor and enjoyment are identical, and it is the irrationality of the present social order which separates the two. Fourier's insistence on the emancipation of women, with the explicit corollary of radical sexual liberation, is a logical extension, indeed perhaps the core, of his utopia of the liberation of all personal instincts and impulses. Fourier was certainly not the only feminist among the early socialists, but his passionate commitment made him perhaps the most powerful, and his influence may be detected in the radical turn of the Saint-Simonians in this direction. Marx himself was perhaps more aware than Engels of the possible conflict between Fourier's view of labor as the essential satisfaction of a human instinct, identical with play, and the full development of all human capacities which both he and Engels believed communism would ensure, though the abolition of the division of labor, i.e. of permanent functional specialization, might well produce results which could be interpreted on Fourierist lines: to hunt in the morning, to fish in the afternoon, to rear cattle in the evening, and criticize after dinner. Indeed, later he specifically rejected Fourier's conception of labor as mere fun, mere amusement 32, and in doing so implicitly rejected the Fourierist equation between self-realization and instinctual liberation. Fourier's communist humans were men and women as nature had made them, liberated from all repression. Marx's communist men and women were more than this. Nevertheless, the fact that the mature Marx specifically reconsiders Fourier in his most serious discussion of labor as human activity suggests the significance of this writer for him. As for Engels, his continuing laudatory references to Fourier, e.g. in The Origin of the Family, attest to a permanent influence, and to his permanent sympathy for the only utopian socialist writer who can still be read today with the same sense of pleasure, illumination, and exasperation, as in the early 1840s. The utopian socialists thus provided a critique of bourgeois society, the outlines of a historical theory, the confidence that socialism was not only realizable but called for at this historical moment, and a great deal of thinking about what the human arrangements in such a society would be like, including individual human behavior. Yet they had striking theoretical and practical deficiencies. They had both a minor and a major practical weakness. They were mixed up, to put it mildly, with various kinds of romantic eccentricity ranging from the penetratingly visionary to the psychically unhinged, from mental confusion, not always to be excused by the overflow of ideas, to curious cults and exalted quasi-religious sects. In short, their followers tended to make themselves ridiculous and, as the young Engels observed of the Saint-Simonians, once something has been made ridiculous, it is hopelessly lost in France. 33 Marx and Engels, while regarding the fantastic elements in the great utopians as the necessary price for their genius or originality, could hardly envisage much of a practical role in the socialist transformation of the world for increasingly odd and often increasingly isolated groups of cranks. Second, and more to the point, they were essentially apolitical, and thus, even in theory, provided no effective means by which such a transformation could be achieved. The exodus into communist communities was no more likely to produce the desired results than the earlier appeals of a Saint Simon to Napoleon, Tsar Alexander, or the great Paris bankers. The utopians, with the exception of the Saint Simonians, whose chosen instrument, the dynamic capitalist entrepreneurs, drew them away from socialism, did not recognize any special class or group as the vehicle of their ideas, and even when, as Engels later recognized in the case of Owen, they appealed to the workers, the proletarian movement played no distinctive part in their plans, which were addressed to all who ought to, but generally failed to, recognize the obvious truth they alone had discovered. Yet doctrinal propaganda and education, especially in the abstract form which the young Engels criticized in the British Owenites, would never succeed by themselves. In short, as he saw clearly from his British experience, socialism, which goes far beyond French communism in its basis, in its development lags behind it. It will have for a moment to revert to the French point of view, in order subsequently to go beyond it. The French point of view was that of the revolutionary, and political, class struggle of the proletariat. As we shall see, Marx and Engels were even more critical of the non-utopian developments of early socialism into various kinds of cooperation and mutualism. Among the numerous theoretical weaknesses of utopian socialism, one stood out dramatically: its lack of an economic analysis of private property, which the French socialists and communists had not only criticized in various ways but also transcended aufgehoben in a utopian manner, 35, but which they had not systematically analyzed as the basis of the capitalist system and of exploitation. Marx himself, stimulated by Engels' early outline of a critique of political economy, 1843-4, had come to the conclusion that such an analysis must be the core of communist theory. As he later put it, when describing his own process of intellectual development, political economy was the anatomy of civil society, preface to Critique of Political Economy. It was not to be found in the French utopian socialists. Hence his admiration and, in the Holy Family, 1845. Extended defense of P.J. Proudhon, 1809-65, whose What is Property? 1840, he read towards the end of 1842, and whom he immediately went out of his way to praise as the most consistent and acute socialist writer. 37. To say that Proudhon influenced Marx or contributed to the formation of his thought is an exaggeration. Even in 1844 he compared him in some respects unfavorably as a theorist with the German Taylor communist Wilhelm Weitling. 38. Whose only real significance was that, like Proudhon himself, he was an actual worker. Yet, though he regarded Proudhon as an inferior mind to Saint-Simon and Fourier, he nevertheless appreciated the advance he made upon them, which he later compared to that of Feuerbach over Hegel, and, in spite of his subsequent and increasingly bitter hostility to Proudhon and his followers, he never modified his view. 39. This was not so much because of the economic merits of the work, for in a strictly scientific history of political economy the work would be hardly worth a mention. Indeed, Proudhon was not and never became a serious economist. He praised Proudhon not because he had anything to learn from him, but because he saw him as pioneering that very critique of political economy which he himself recognized as the central theoretical task, and he did so all the more generously because Proudhon was both an actual worker and unquestionably an original mind. Marx did not have to advance far in his economic studies before the deficiencies of Proudhon's theory struck him more forcibly than its merits. They are flayed in the Poverty of Philosophy, 1847. None of the other French socialists exercised any significant influence on the formation of Marxian thought. 3. The triple origin of Marxian socialism in French socialism, German philosophy, and British political economy is well known. As early as 1844 Marx observed something like this international division of intellectual labor in the European proletariat. 40. This chapter is concerned with the origins of Marxian thought only insofar as it is to be found in pre-Marxian socialist or labor thought, and consequently it deals with Marxian economic ideas only insofar as these were originally derived from, or mediated through, such thought, or insofar as Marx discovered anticipations of his analysis in it. Now British socialism was in fact intellectually derived from classical British political economy in two ways, through Owen from Benthamite utilitarianism, but above all through the so-called Ricardian socialists, some of them originally utilitarians, notably William Thompson, 1775-1833, John Gray, 1799-1883, John Francis Bray, 1809-97, and Thomas Hodgkin, 1787-1869. These writers are significant, not only for using Ricardo's labor theory of value to devise a theory of economic exploitation of the workers, but also for their active connection with socialist, Owenite, and working class movements. There is in fact no evidence that even Engels knew many of these writings in the early 1840s, and Marx certainly did not read Hodgkin, the most cogent socialist among pre-Marxian writers, 41 until 1851, after which he expressed his appreciation with his usual scholarly conscientiousness. 42 That these writers were eventually to make a contribution to Marx's economic studies is perhaps better known than the British contribution, radical rather than socialist, to the Marxian theory of economic crisis. As early as 1843-4 Engels acquired, it would seem from John Wade's History of the Middle and Working Classes, 1835-43, the view that crises with irregular periodicity were an integral aspect of the operations of the capitalist economy, using the fact to criticize Say's law. Compared with these links with British left-wing economists, Marx's debt to continental ones is slighter. Insofar as French socialism had an economic theory, it developed in connection with the Saint-Simonians, possibly under the influence of the 35. Heterodox Swiss economist Sismondi, 1773-1842, especially through Constantin Pecker, 1801-87, who has been described as a link between Saint-Simonism and Marxism. Lichtheim. Both were among the first economists to be seriously studied by Marx, 1844. Sismondi is frequently quoted, Pecker discussed in Capital 3. Neither, however, is included in the theories on surplus value, though Marx at one point wondered whether to include Sismondi. On the other hand, the British Ricardian socialists are, Marx was, after all, the last and overwhelmingly the greatest of Ricardian socialists himself. Yet if we can pass briefly over what he approved or developed in the left-wing economics of his day, we must also briefly consider what he rejected. He rejected what he saw as bourgeois communist manifesto, and later petty bourgeois or otherwise misguided attempts to deal with the problems of capitalism by such means as credit reform, currency manipulation, rent reform, measures to inhibit capitalist concentration by the abolition of inheritance or other means, even if they were intended to benefit not small individual proprietors but associations of workers operating within, and eventually designed to replace, capitalism. Such proposals were widespread on the left, including parts of the socialist movement. Marx's hostility to Sismondi, whom he respected as an economist, to Proudhon, whom he did not, as well as his criticism of John Gray derive from this view. At the time when he and Engels formed their own communist views, these weaknesses in contemporary left-wing theory did not detain them much. However, from the mid-1840s on they increasingly found themselves obliged to pay greater critical attentions to them in their political practice, and consequently in theory. 4. What of the German contribution to the formation of their thought? Economically and politically backward, the Germany of Marx's youth possessed no socialists from whom he could learn anything of importance. Indeed, until almost the moment of Marx's and Engels' conversion to communism, and indeed in some ways until after 1848, it is misleading to speak of a socialist or communist left distinct from the democratic and Jacobin tendencies which formed the radical opposition to reaction and princely absolutism in the country. As the Communist Manifesto pointed out, in Germany, unlike France and Britain, the communists had no option other than to march in common with the bourgeoisie against absolute monarchy, feudal landed property and petty bourgeois conditions, Die Kleinbürgerei, 44, while encouraging the workers to become clearly conscious of their opposition to the bourgeois. Politically, and ideologically, the German radical left looked westwards. Ever since the German Jacobins of the 1790s, France had provided the model, the place of refuge for political and intellectual refugees, the source of information about progressive tendencies. In the early 1840s even Lawrence von Stein's survey of socialism and communism there served chiefly as such, in spite of the author's intention, which was to criticize these doctrines. In the meantime, a group, mainly consisting of traveling German journeyman craftsmen working in Paris, had separated from the post-1830 liberal refugees in France to adapt French working-class communism for their own purposes. The first clear German version of communism was therefore revolutionary and proletarian in a primitive way. 45 Whether the radical young intellectuals of the Hegelian left wished to stop at democracy or advance politically and socially beyond it, France provided the intellectual models and catalyst for their ideas. Among these journeyman craftsmen Moses Hess, 1812–75, was significant, not so much for his intellectual merits, for he was far from a clear thinker, but because he became a socialist before the rest and succeeded in converting a whole generation of young intellectual rebels. His influence on Marx and Engels was crucial in 1842–5, though very soon both ceased. 37. To take him seriously. His own brand of true socialism, mainly a sort of Saint-Simonism translated into Feuerbachkian jargon, was not destined to be of much significance. It is chiefly remembered because it has been embalmed in Marx's and Engels' polemics against it, in the Communist Manifesto, which were mainly directed against the otherwise forgotten and forgettable Karl Grun, 1817–87. Hess, whose intellectual development converged for a while with Marx's, to the point where in 1848 he may well have regarded himself as Marx's follower, suffered from his inadequacies both as a thinker and as a politician, and must be content with the role of the eternal precursor, of Marxism, of the German labor movement, and finally of Zionism. However, if German pre-Marxian socialism is not very important in the genesis of Marxian ideas, except, as it were, biographically, a word must be said of the German non-socialist critique of liberalism, which struck notes potentially classifiable as socialist in the ambiguous 19th-century sense of the word. The German intellectual tradition contained a powerful component hostile to any form of 18th century Enlightenment, and therefore to liberalism, individualism, rationalism, and abstraction, e.g. to any form of the Benthamite or Ricardian arguments, one devoted to an organicist conception of history and society, which found expression in German Romanticism, initially a militantly reactionary movement, though in some ways Hegelian philosophy provided a sort of synthesis of the Enlightenment and the Romantic view. German political practice, and consequently German applied social theory, was dominated by the activities of an all-embracing state administration. The German bourgeoisie, a late developer as an entrepreneurial class, did not, on the whole, demand either political supremacy or unrestricted economic liberalism, and a large part of its vocal members consisted in any case of servants of the state in one form or another. Neither as civil servants, including professors, nor as entrepreneurs did German liberals tend to have an unqualified belief in the unrestricted free market. Unlike France and Britain, the country-bred writers who hoped that the complete development of a capitalist economy, such as was already visible in Britain, could be avoided, and with it the problems of mass poverty, by a combination of state planning and social reform. The theories of such men might actually come quite close to a kind of socialism, as in J.K. Rodbertus Jagetsow, 1805–75, a conservative monarchist. He was briefly Prussian minister in 1848, who in the 1840s elaborated an underconsumptionist critique of capitalism and a doctrine of state socialism based on a labor theory of value. For propagandist purposes this was to be used in the Bismarckian era as a proof that Imperial Germany was as socialist as any social democrat, not to mention as a proof that Marx himself had plagiarized an upstanding conservative thinker. The accusation was absurd, for Marx only read Rodbertus around 1860 when his views were fully formed, and Rodbertus could at best have taught Marx how not to go about his task and how to avoid the grossest errors. 46 The controversy has long been forgotten. On the other hand, it may well be argued that the type of attitude and argument exemplified by Rodbertus was influential in the formation of Lassalle's kind of state socialism. The two men were associated for a while. It need hardly be said that these non-socialist versions of anti-capitalism not only played no role in the formation of Marxian socialism 47 but were actively combated by the young German left on account of their obvious conservative associations. What may be called romantic theory belongs to the prehistory of Marxism only in its least political form, i.e., that of natural philosophy, for which Engels always kept a slight fondness, cf. his preface to Anti-Düring, 1885, and insofar as it had been absorbed into classical German philosophy in its Hegelian form. The conservative and liberal tradition of state intervention in the economy, including state ownership and management of industries, merely confirmed them in 39. The view that the nationalization of industry by itself was not socialist. Thus neither the German economic, social, or political experience nor the writings designed specifically to deal with its problems contributed anything of great significance to Marxian thought. And indeed it could hardly have been otherwise. As has been often observed, not least by Marx and Engels, the issues which in France and England appeared concretely in political and economic form, in the Germany of their youth appeared only in the costume of abstract philosophical inquiry. Conversely, and no doubt for this reason, the development of German philosophy at this period was considerably more impressive than that of philosophy in other countries. If this deprived it of contact with the concrete realities of society, there is no actual reference in Marx to the propertyless class, whose problems cry out to heaven in Manchester, Paris, and Lyons before the autumn of 184,248, it provided a powerful capacity to generalize, to penetrate beyond the immediate facts. To realize its full potential, however, philosophical reflection had to be transformed into a means of acting upon the world, and speculative philosophical generalization had to be married to the concrete study and analysis of the actual world of bourgeois society. Without this marriage, the German socialism sprung from a political radicalization of philosophic development, mainly Hegelian, was likely to produce at best that German or true socialism which Marx and Engels lampooned in the Communist Manifesto. The initial steps of this philosophical radicalization took the form of a critique of religion and later, since the topic was more politically sensitive, the state, these being the two chief political issues with which philosophy was directly concerned as such. The two great pre-Marxian landmarks of this radicalization were Strauss's Life of Jesus, 1835, and particularly Feuerbach's by now clearly materialist Wesen des Christentums, 1841. The crucial significance of Feuerbach as a stage between 40. Hegel and Marx is familiar, though the continued central role of the critique of religion in the mature thought of Marx and Engels is not always so clearly appreciated. However, at this vital stage of their radicalization, the young German politico-philosophical rebels could draw directly upon the radical and even socialist tradition, since the most familiar and consistent school of philosophical materialism, that of 18th-century France, was linked not only with the French Revolution, but even with early French communism, Holbach and Helvetius, Morelli and Mably. To this extent French philosophic development contributed to, or at least encouraged, the development of Marxist thought, as the British philosophical tradition did through its 17th and 18th century thinkers, directly or via political economy. However, fundamentally the process by which the young Marx turned Hegel the right way up took place within classical German philosophy, and owed little to the pre-Marxian revolutionary and socialist traditions except a sense of the direction it was to move in. V. Politics, economics, and philosophy, the French, British and German experience, utopian socialism and communism, were fused, transformed and transcended in the Marxian synthesis during the 1840s. It is surely no accident that this transformation should have taken place at this historical moment. Sometime around 1840 European history acquired a new dimension, the social problem, or, seen from another point of view, potential social revolution, both expressed typically in the phenomenon of the proletariat. Bourgeois writers became systematically conscious of the proletariat as an empirical and political problem, a class, a movement, in the last analysis of power for overturning society. At one end this consciousness found expression in systematic inquiries, often comparative, on 41. The conditions of this class, Villerme for France in 1840, Buret for France and Britain in 1840, Duc-Pichot for various countries in 1843, at the other in historical generalizations already reminiscent of the Marxian argument. But this is the content of history. No major historical antagonism disappears or dies out unless there emerges a new antagonism. Thus the general antagonism between the rich and the poor has been recently polarized into the tension between capitalists and the hirers of labor on the one hand and the industrial workers of all kinds on the other. Out of this tension there emerges an opposition whose dimensions become more and more menacing with the proportional growth of the industrial population. Art. Revolution in Rodek and Welker, Lexikon der Staatswissenschaften 13, 1842. 49 We have already seen that a revolutionary and consciously proletarian communist movement emerged at this time in France, and indeed that the very words communist and communism came into currency around 1840 to describe it. Simultaneously a massive proletarian class movement, closely observed by Engels, reached its peak in Britain, Chartism. Before it, earlier forms of utopian socialism in Western Europe retreated to the margins of public life, with the exception of Fourierism, which flourished modestly, but persistently, in the proletarian soil. A new and more formidable fusion of the Jacobin revolutionary communist and the socialist associationist experience and theories became possible on the basis of a visibly growing and mobilizing working class. Marx, the Hegelian, seeking for the force which would transform society by its negation of existing society, found it in the proletariat, and though he had no concrete acquaintance with it, except through Engels, and had not given the operations of capitalist and political economy much thought, immediately began to study both. It is an error to suppose that he did not seriously concentrate his mind on economics before the early 1850s. He began his serious studies not later than 1844. What precipitated this fusion of social theory and social movement was the combination of triumph and crisis in the developed, and apparently paradigmatic, bourgeois societies of France and Britain during this period. Politically the revolutions of 1830 and the corresponding British reforms of 1832-5 established regimes which evidently served the interests of the predominant part of the liberal bourgeoisie, but fell spectacularly short of political democracy. Economically, industrialization, already dominant in Britain, was visibly advancing on parts of the continent, but in an atmosphere of crisis and uncertainty which appeared to many to put in question the entire future of capitalism as a system. As Lorenz von Stein, the first systematic surveyor of socialism and communism, 1842, put it, there is no longer any doubt that for the most important part of Europe political reform and revolution are at an end. Social revolution has taken their place and towers over all movements of the peoples with its terrible power and serious doubts. Only a few years ago, what now confronts us seemed but an empty shadow. Now it faces all law as an enemy, and all efforts to compress it into its former nothingness are vain. 51. Or as Marx and Engels were to put it a few years later, a specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism. The Marxian transformation of socialism would therefore hardly have been historically possible before the 1840s. Nor, perhaps, would it have been possible within the main bourgeois countries themselves, where both the radical political and working class movements, and radical social and political theory, were deeply embedded in a long history, tradition, and practice from 43, which they found it hard to emancipate themselves. As subsequent history was to show, the French left was long resistant to Marxism, in spite of, indeed because of, the strength of the autochthonous revolutionary and associationist tradition, and the British labor movement remained unreceptive to Marxism for even longer, in spite of, indeed because of, its homegrown success in developing a conscious class movement and a critique of exploitation. Without the French and British contribution, the Marxian synthesis would have been quite impossible, and, as has been suggested, the biographical fact that Marx established a lifelong partnership with Engels, with his unique experience of Britain, not least as a practicing Manchester capitalist, was undoubtedly important. Nevertheless, it was perhaps more likely that the new phase of socialism should be developed not at the center of bourgeois society, but on its German margin, and by means of a reconstruction of the all-embracing speculative architecture of German philosophy. The actual development of Marxian socialism lies beyond the scope of this chapter. Here we need merely recall that it differed from its predecessors in three respects. First, it replaced a partial critique of capitalist society with a comprehensive critique, based on an analysis of the fundamental, in this instance economic, relation determining that society. The fact that analytically it penetrated deeper than the superficial phenomena accessible to empirical criticism implied an analysis of the false consciousness which stood in the way, and of the historical reasons for it. Second, it set socialism in the framework of an evolutionary historical analysis, which explained both why it emerged as a theory and a movement when it did, and why the historic development of capitalism must in the end generate a socialist society. Incidentally, unlike the earlier socialists, for whom the new society was a finished thing which had only to be instituted in a final form, according to whatever the preferred model was, at the suitable moment, Marx's future society itself continues to evolve historically, so that only its very general principles and outlines can be predicted, let alone designed. Third, it clarified the mode of the transition from the old to the new society. The proletariat would be its carrier, through a class movement engaged in a class struggle which would achieve its object only through revolution, the expropriation of the expropriators. Socialism had ceased to be utopian and become scientific. In fact, the Marxian transformation had not only replaced but also absorbed its predecessors. In Hegelian terms, it had sublated them, aufgehoben. For most purposes other than the writing of academic theses, they have either been forgotten, form part of the prehistory of Marxism, or, as in the case of some Saint-Simonian strains, developed in ideological directions which have nothing to do with socialism. At most, like Owen and Fourier, they survive among educational theorists. The only socialist writer of the pre-Marxist period who still maintains some significance as a theorist within the general area of socialist movements is Proudhon, who continues to be cited by the anarchists, not to mention, from time to time, the French ultra-right and various other anti-Marxists. This is in some ways unfair to men who, even when below the illuminations of the best utopians, were original thinkers with ideas which, if proposed today, would often be taken quite seriously. Yet the fact remains that, as socialists, they are today of interest chiefly to the historian. This should not mislead us into supposing that pre-Marxian socialism died immediately Marx developed his characteristic views. Even nominally, Marxism did not become influential in labor movements until the 1880s, or at the earliest the 1870s. The history of Marx's own thought and his political and ideological controversies cannot be understood unless we recall that, for the remainder of his life, the tendencies he criticized, combated or had to come to terms with within the labor movement were primarily those of the pre-Marxian radical left, or those deriving from it. They belonged to the progeny of the French 45 Revolution, whether in the form of radical democracy, Jacobin republicanism, or the neo-Bobovist revolutionary proletarian communism surviving under the leadership of Blanqui. This last was a tendency with which, on political grounds, Marx found himself allied from time to time. Occasionally they sprang from, or at least had been precipitated by, that same left Hegelianism or Feuerbachaianism through which Marx himself had passed, as in the case of several Russian revolutionaries, notably Bakunin. But in the main they were the offspring, indeed the continuation of, pre-Marxian socialism. It is true that the original utopians did not survive the 1840s, but then, as doctrines and movements they had already been moribund in the early 40s, with the exception of Fourierism which, in a modest way, flourished until the revolution of 1848, in which its leader, Victor Considerant, therefore found himself playing an unexpected and unsuccessful role. On the other hand, various kinds of associationism and cooperative theories, partly derived from utopian sources, Owen, Butches, partly developed on a less messianic basis in the 1840s, Louis Blanc, Proudhon, continued to flourish. They even maintained, in an increasingly shadowy way, the aspiration to transform the whole of society on cooperative lines, from which they had originally been derived. If this was so even in Britain, where the dream of a cooperative utopia that would emancipate labor from capitalist exploitation was diluted into cooperative shopkeeping, it was even more alive in other countries, where the cooperation of producers remained dominant. For most workers in Marx's lifetime this was socialism, or rather the socialism which gained working-class support, even in the 1860s, was one which envisaged independent groups of producers without capitalists but supplied by society with enough capital to make them viable, protected and encouraged by public authority but in turn with collective duties to the public. Hence the political significance of Proudhonism and Lassalleanism. This was natural in a working class whose politically conscious members consisted largely of 46 artisans or those close to the artisan experience. Moreover, the dream of the independent productive unit controlling its own affairs did not merely belong to men, and much more rarely women, who were not yet fully proletarian. In some ways this primitive syndicalist vision also reflected the experience of proletarians in the workshops of the mid-19th century. It would thus be a mistake to say that pre-Marxian socialism died out in Marx's time. It survived among Proudhonians, Bakuninite anarchists, among later revolutionary syndicalists and others, even when these later learned, for want of any adequate theory of their own, to adopt much of the Marxian analysis for their own purposes. Yet from the middle 1840s on it can no longer be said that Marx derived anything from the pre-Marxist tradition of socialism. After his extended dissection of Proudhon, The Poverty of Philosophy, 1847, it can no longer even be said that the critique of pre-Marxian socialism played a major part in the formation of his own thought. By and large, it formed part of his political polemics rather than of his theoretical development. Perhaps the only major exception is the critique of the Gotha Programme, 1875, in which his shocked protests against the German Social Democratic Party's unjustified concessions to the Lassalleans provoked him into a theoretical statement which, if probably not new, had at any rate not been publicly formulated by him before. It is also possible that the development of his ideas on credit and finance owed something to the need to criticize the belief in various currency and credit nostrums which remained popular in labor movements of the Proudhonist type. However, by the mid-1840s Marx and Engels had, on the whole, learned all they could from pre-Marxian socialism. The foundations of scientific socialism had been laid. 47. 3. The present chapter deals with the political ideas and views of Marx and Engels, that is to say their views both about the state and its institutions, and about the political aspect of the transition from capitalism to socialism, the class struggle, revolution, the mode of organization, strategy, and tactics of the socialist movement, and similar matters. Analytically these were, in a sense, secondary problems. Legal relations as well as forms of state could not be understood from themselves, but are rooted in the material conditions of life, in that civil society, whose anatomy was political economy. Preface, Critique of Political Economy. What determined the transition from capitalism to socialism were the internal contradictions of capitalist development, and more particularly the fact that capitalism inevitably generated its gravedigger, the proletariat, a class always increasing in numbers, and disciplined, united, organized by the very process of capitalist production itself, capital I, chapter XXXII. Moreover, while state power was crucial to class rule, the authority of capitalists over workers as such is vested in its bearers only as a personification of the requirements of labor standing above the laborer. It is not vested in 48. them in their capacity as political or theocratic rulers, in the way that it used to be in former modes of production, Werke 1, 3, p.888. Hence politics and the state do not need to be integrated into the basic analysis, but can be brought in at a later stage. Point 1. In practice, of course, the problems of politics were not secondary for active revolutionaries, but primary. Hence an enormous amount of Marx's writings deals with these. Yet these writings differ in character from his main theoretical work. Though he never completed his comprehensive economic analysis of capitalism, its torso exists in various large manuscripts destined for publication or actually published. Marx also devoted systematic attention to the critique of social philosophy and what may be called the philosophical analysis of the nature of bourgeois society and communism in the 1840s. There is no analogous systematic theoretical effort about politics. His writings in this field take the form, almost entirely, of journalism, inquests on the immediate political past, contributions to discussion within the movement, and private letters. Engels, however, though even his writings on the subject are mainly in the nature of commentaries on current politics, attempted a more systematic treatment of these subjects in Anti-Düring, but mainly in various writings after Marx's death. The precise nature of Marx's and to a lesser extent Engels' views is therefore often unclear, especially about matters which did not particularly preoccupy them, which indeed they may have wished to discourage, because what blinds people most is above all the illusion of an autonomous history of state constitutions, legal systems, and the ideological representations in all special fields. Engels to Mering, Werke 39, p.96 ff. Engels himself admitted, late in life, that though he and Marx were right to emphasize first and foremost the derivation of political, juridical, and other ideological conceptions from the basic economic facts, they had somewhat neglected the formal side of this process for the content. This applies not only to the analysis of political, legal, and other institutions as ideology, but also, as he pointed out in the well-known letters glossing the materialist conception of history, to the relative autonomy of these superstructural elements. There are considerable gaps in the known ideas of Marx and Engels on these topics, and consequently there are uncertainties about what they were, or might have been. It is evident that these gaps did not worry Marx or Engels, since they would certainly have filled them, if such an analysis had proved necessary in the course of their concrete political praxis. Thus there is hardly any specific reference to law in Marx's writings, but Engels had no difficulty in improvising a discussion on jurisprudence, in collaboration with Kosky, when this seemed opportune. 1887. Point 2. Nor is there much difficulty in understanding why Marx and Engels did not bother to fill some theoretical gaps which seem obvious to us. The historical epoch in which and about which they wrote was not merely quite different from ours, but also, except for some overlap in the last years of Engels' life, quite different from the one in which Marxist parties developed into mass organizations or otherwise into significant political forces. Indeed, Marx's and Engels' actual situation as active communists was only occasionally comparable to that of their Marxist followers who led or were politically active in these later movements. For though Marx, perhaps more than Engels, played an important role in practical politics, especially during the 1848 revolution as editor of the Neue Rheinische and in the First International, neither ever led or belonged to political parties of the kind which became characteristic of the movement in the period of the Second International. At most they advised those who led them, and their leaders, e.g. Bebel, in spite of their enormous admiration and respect for Marx and Engels, did not always accept their advice. The only political experience of Marx and Engels which might be compared with that of some later Marxist organizations was their leadership of the Communist League 50. 1847-52, to which, for this reason, Leninists have tended to refer back since 1917. Marx's and Engels' specific political thinking was inevitably marked by the specific historical situations they confronted, though perfectly capable of being extended and developed to confront others. We should nevertheless distinguish between that part of their thought which was simply ad hoc and that part which was cumulative, inasmuch as a coherent analysis underlay it, which was gradually shaped, modified, and elaborated in the light of successive historical experiences. This is notably the case with the two problems of state and revolution, which Lenin correctly linked in his attempt to present this analysis systematically. Marx's own thinking about the state began with the attempt to settle accounts with the Hegelian theory on the subject in the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Law, 1843. At this stage Marx was a Democrat but not yet a communist, and his approach thus has some similarity with Rousseau's, though students who have attempted to establish direct links between the two thinkers have been defeated by the undoubted fact that Marx never gave any indication of being remotely aware of this alleged debt to Rousseau III and indeed appears to misinterpret that thinker. This text anticipated some aspects of Marx's later political ideas, notably, in a vague way, the identification of the state with a specific form of production relations, private property, the state as a historical creation, and its eventual dissolution, Auflösung, together with that of civil society when democracy ends the separation of state and people. However, it is chiefly notable as a critique of orthodox political theory, and consequently forms the first and last occasion on which Marx's analysis operates systematically in terms of constitutions, problems of representation etc. We note his conclusion that constitutional forms were secondary to social content. Both the USA and Prussia were equally based on a social order of private property, and his critique of government by, e.g. parliamentary, representatives, i.e. by introducing democracy as a formal part of the state rather than recognizing it as its essence. Point 4 Marx envisaged a system of democracy in which participation and representation would no longer be distinct, a working, not a parliamentary body in the words he later applied to the Paris Commune 5, though its formal details, in 1843 as in 1871, were left obscure. The early communist form of Marx's theory of the state sketched out four main points. The essence of the state was political power, which was the official expression of the opposition of classes within bourgeois society. It would consequently cease to exist in communist society. In the present system it represented not a general interest of society but the interest of the ruling class, but with the revolutionary victory of the proletariat it would, during the expected transition period, not disappear immediately but take the temporary form of the proletariat organized as a ruling class or the dictatorship of the proletariat, though this phrase was not used by Marx until after 1848. These ideas, though consistently maintained for the remainder of Marx's and Engels' lives, were considerably elaborated, particularly in two respects. First, the concept of the state as class power was modified, particularly in the light of the Bonapartism of Napoleon III in France and the other post-1848 regimes which could not be simply described as the rule of a revolutionary bourgeoisie, see below. Second, mainly after 1870, Marx, but more especially Engels, outlined a more general model of the historical genesis and development of the state as a consequence of the development of class society, most fully formulated in The Origin of the Family, 1884, which incidentally forms the starting point of Lenin's later discussion. With the growth of irreconcilable and unmanageable class antagonisms in society, a power apparently standing above society became necessary for the purpose of moderating this conflict and keeping it within the bounds of order, i.e. to prevent the class conflict from consuming both the classes and 52. Society in sterile struggle. Point 6 Though plainly as a rule the state represents the interests of the most powerful and economically dominant class which by its control acquired new means of holding down the oppressed, it should be noted that Engels accepts both the general social function of the state, at least negatively, as a mechanism to prevent social disintegration, and also that he accepts the element of concealment of power, or rule by mystification or ostensible consent implicit in the state's appearance of standing above society. The mature Marxian theory of the state was thus considerably more sophisticated than the simple equation, state equals coercive power equals class rule. Since Marx and Engels believed both in the eventual dissolution of the state and in the necessity of a transitional, proletarian, state, as well as in the necessity of social planning and management up to, at least, the first stage of communism, socialism. The future of political authority raised complex problems, which their successors have not solved either in theory or practice. Since the state as such was defined as the apparatus for ruling men, the apparatus of management which would survive it could be accepted as confined to the administration of things, and therefore no longer a state. 7. The distinction between the government of men and the administration of things was probably taken over from earlier socialist thought. It had been made familiar especially by Saint Simon. The distinction becomes more than a semantic device only on certain utopian or at any rate very optimistic assumptions, e.g. the belief that the administration of things would be technically rather simpler and less specialized than it has so far turned out to be, and thus within the scope of non-specialist citizens. Lenin's ideal of every cook being able to govern the state. There seems no doubt that Marx shared this optimistic outlook. Nevertheless, during the transitional period the rule of men, or in Engels' more precise phrase the intervention of state power in social relations, anti-Dühring, would disappear only gradually. When it would begin to disappear in practice, and how it would disappear, remained in obscurity. Engels' famous passage in Anti-Dühring merely states that this would happen of itself by withering away. For practical purposes we can read little into the purely tautological formal statement that this process would begin with the first act in which the state will appear as the real representative of the whole of society, the conversion of the means of production into social property, because it merely says that in representing the whole of society it is no longer classifiable as a state. Marx's and Engels' preoccupation with the disappearance of the state is interesting not for what prognosis can actually be read into it, but chiefly as powerful evidence of their hopes for and conception of the future communist society, all the more powerful because their forecasts on this matter contrast with their habitual reluctance to speculate about an unpredictable future. The legacy they left to their successors on this problem remained puzzling and uncertain. One further complication of their theory of the state must be briefly mentioned. Insofar as it was not merely an apparatus of rule, but one based on territory, origin of family, Werke 21, p.165, the state also had a function in bourgeois economic development as the nation, the unit of this development, at least in the form of a number of large territorial units of this kind, see below. The future of these units is not discussed by Marx or Engels, but their insistence on the maintenance of national unity in some centralist form after the revolution, though raising problems noted by Bernstein and confronted by Lenin 9 is not in doubt. Marx always disclaimed federalism. Marx's ideas on revolution, equally naturally, began with the analysis of the major revolutionary experience of his era, that of France from 1789 on. Point 10 France was to remain for the rest of his life the classical exemplification of class struggle in its revolutionary form and the major laboratory of historical experiences in which revolutionary strategy and tactics were formed. However, from the moment he made contact with Engels, the French experience was supplemented with the experience of the mass proletarian movement, for which Britain was then and remained for several decades the only significant example. The crucial episode of the French Revolution from both points of view was the Jacobin period. It stood in an ambiguous relation to the bourgeois state 11 since the nature of that state was to provide a free field for the anarchic operations of bourgeois/civil society, while in their different ways both the Terror and Napoleon sought to force them into a state-directed framework of community/nation, the one by subordinating them to permanent revolution, first used in this connection by Marx, Holy Family, p.130, the other to permanent conquest and war. The real bourgeois society first emerged after their midterm, and eventually the bourgeoisie discovered its effective form, the official expression of its exclusive power, and the political recognition of its specific interests, in the constitutional parliamentary state. Representative state, in the Revolution of 1830, Ibid p.132. Yet as 1848 approached, another aspect of Jacobinism was emphasized. It alone achieved the total destruction of the relics of feudalism, which might otherwise have proceeded over decades. Paradoxically, this was due to the intervention in the revolution of a proletariat as yet too immature to be able to achieve its own objectives. 12. The argument remains relevant, even though we would not today regard the sans-culotte movement as proletarian, for it raises the crucial problem of the role of the popular classes in a bourgeois revolution, and of the relations between bourgeois and proletarian revolution. These were to be the major themes of the Communist Manifesto, the writings of 1848 and the post-1848 discussions. They were to remain a major theme of Marx's and Engels' political thinking and of 20th-century Marxism. Moreover, insofar as the coming of bourgeois revolution provided a possibility, following the Jacobin precedent, of leading to regimes which went beyond bourgeois rule, Jacobinism also suggested some political characteristics of such regimes, e.g. centralism and the role of the legislative power. 55. The experience of Jacobinism therefore threw light on the problem of the transitional revolutionary state, including the dictatorship of the proletariat, a much debated concept in subsequent Marxist discussion. The term first entered Marxian analysis. Whether it was derived from Blanqui is unimportant in the aftermath of the defeat of 1848-9, i.e. in the setting of a possible new edition of something like the 1848 revolutions. Subsequent reference to it occurs chiefly in the aftermath of the Paris Commune and in connection with the perspectives of the German Social Democratic Party in the 1890s. Though it never ceased to be a crucial element in Marx's analysis. 13. The political context in which it was discussed thus changed profoundly. Hence some of the ambiguities of subsequent debate. Marx himself never seems to have used the term dictatorship to describe a specific institutional form of government, but always only to describe the content rather than the form of group or class rule. Thus for him the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie could exist with or without universal suffrage. 14. However, it is probable that in a revolutionary situation, when the main object of the new proletarian regime must be to gain time by immediately taking the necessary measures to intimidate the mass of the bourgeoisie sufficiently, such rule would tend to be more overtly dictatorial. The only regime actually described by Marx as a dictatorship of the proletariat was the Paris Commune, and the political characteristics of it which he emphasized were the opposite of dictatorial, in the literal sense. Engels cited both the democratic republic as its specific political form, as the French Revolution already demonstrated, and the Paris Commune. However, since neither Marx nor Engels set out to construct a universally applicable model of the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, or to predict all types of situations in which it might be in force, we can conclude no more from their observations than that it ought to combine the democratic transformation of the political life of the masses with measures to prevent counter-revolution by the 56 defeated ruling class. We have no textual authority for speculations about what their attitude would have been to the post-revolutionary regimes of the 20th century, except that they would almost certainly have given the greatest initial priority to the maintenance of revolutionary proletarian power against the dangers of overthrow. An army of the proletariat was the precondition of its dictatorship. 17. As is well known, the experience of the Paris Commune suggested important amplifications to Marx's and Engels' thought on the state and the proletarian dictatorship. The old state machinery could not be simply taken over, but had to be eliminated. Marx here seems to have thought primarily of Napoleon III's centralist bureaucracy, as well as army and police. The working class had to secure itself against its own representatives and officials in order to avoid the transformation of the state and state organs from servants of society into its masters, as had happened in all previous states. 18. Though this change has been interpreted in subsequent Marxist discussion chiefly as the need to safeguard the revolution against the dangers of the surviving old state machinery, the danger envisaged applies to any state machinery which is allowed to establish autonomous authority, including that of the revolution itself. The resulting system, discussed by Marx in connection with the Paris Commune, has been the subject of intensive debate ever since. Little about it is unambiguously clear except that it is to consist of responsible, elected, servants of society and not of a corporation standing above society. 19. Whatever its precise form, the rule of the proletariat over the defeated bourgeoisie has to be maintained during a period of transition of uncertain and doubtless variable length, while capitalist society is gradually transformed into communist society. It seems clear that Marx expected government, or rather its social costs, to wither away during this period 20, though he distinguished between the first phase of communist society, as it has emerged after long labor pains from capitalist society, and a higher phase, when the principle from each according to ability, to each according to need can be applied, because the old motivations and limitations on human capacity and productivity will have been left behind. 21. No sharp chronological separation between the two phases seems envisaged. Since Marx and Engels rigidly refused to paint pictures of the future communist society, any attempt to piece their fragmentary or general observations on this subject together to form one must be avoided as misleading. Marx's own comments on those points suggested to him by one unsatisfactory document, the Gotha Programme, are obviously not comprehensive. They are mainly confined to restating general principles. Throughout, the post-revolutionary prospect is presented as a lengthy, complex, by no means necessarily linear and essentially at present unpredictable process of development. The general demands of the French bourgeoisie before 1789 were more or less established, as, mutatis mutandis, are the immediate demands of the proletariat today. They were more or less standard for all the countries of capitalist production. However, no pre-revolutionary Frenchman of the 18th century had the slightest idea, a priori, of the way in which these demands of the French bourgeoisie were actually to be carried out 22 even after the Revolution, as he observed in connection with the Commune. The replacement of the economic conditions of the slavery of labor by those of free and associated labor can only be the progressive work of time, that the present spontaneous operation of the natural laws of capital and landed property can only be replaced by the spontaneous operation of the laws of social economy of free and associated labor in the course of a lengthy process of development of new conditions. 23. As had happened in the past with the slave and feudal economies, the revolution could only initiate this process. This caution about predicting the future was largely due to the fact that the chief maker and leader of the revolution, the proletariat, was itself a class in process of development. The broad outlines of Marx's and Engels' views on this development, evidently based in the main on Engels' British experience of the 1840s, are presented in the Communist Manifesto, a progress from individual rebellion through localized and sectional economic struggles, first informal, then increasingly organized through labor unions, to one national struggle between classes, which must also be a political struggle for power. The organization of the workers as a class must be consequently into a political party. This analysis was substantially maintained for the remainder of Marx's life, though slightly modified in the light of capitalist stability and expansion after 1848, as well as of the actual experience of organized labor movements. As the prospect of economic crises precipitating immediate workers' revolt receded, Marx and Engels became somewhat more optimistic about the possibility of successes for the workers' struggle within the framework of capitalism, by means of trade union action or the achievement of favorable legislation. 24. Though the argument that the workers' wage depended to some extent on a customary or acquired living standard as well as on market forces is already sketched by Engels in 1845.25, it follows that the pre-revolutionary development of the working class would be more prolonged than Marx and Engels had hoped or expected before 1848. In discussing these problems, it is difficult but essential to avoid reading a century of subsequent Marxist controversies back into the text of the classic writings. In Marx's lifetime, the essential task, as he and Engels saw it, was to generalize the labor movement into a class movement, to bring into the open the aim implied in its existence, which was to replace capitalism by communism, and most immediately to turn it into a political movement, a working class party separate from all parties of the possessing classes and aiming at the conquest of political power. Hence it was vital for the workers neither to abstain from political action, nor to allow any separation of their economic movement from their political activity. On the other hand, the Nature of that party was secondary, so long as it was a class party. 27. It must not be confused with later concepts of party, and no coherent doctrine about these is to be found in their writings. The word itself was initially used in the very general sense current in the mid-19th century, which included both the supporters of a particular set of political views or cause and the organized members of a formal group. Though Marx and Engels in the 1850s frequently used the word to describe the Communist League, the former Neue Reinigungszeitung group or the relics of both, Marx carefully explained that the League, like earlier revolutionary organizations, was merely an episode in the history of the party, which forms spontaneously and everywhere in the soil of society, i.e. the party in the wider historical sense. 28. In this sense Engels could speak of the workers' party as a political party being already in existence in most countries, 1871, 29. Evidently from the 1870s Marx and Engels favored, where possible, the constitution in some form of an organized political party, so long as this was not a sect, and in the parties formed by their followers or under their influence, problems of internal organization, party structure and discipline etc. naturally called forth suitable expressions of opinion from London. Where no such parties existed, Engels continued to use the term party for the sum total of the political, i.e. electoral, bodies expressing the independence of the working class, irrespective of their organization, never mind how, so long as it is a separate workers' party. 30. They showed little except incidental interest in the problems of party structure, organization, or sociology which were to preoccupy later theorists. Conversely, sectarian etiquettes must be avoided. The general aims and tendencies of the working class arise from the general conditions in which it finds itself. Therefore these aims and tendencies are found in the whole class, although the movement is reflected in their heads in the most varied forms, more or less imaginary, more or less related to these conditions. Those who best understand the hidden meaning of the class struggle, which is unfolding before our eyes, the communists, are the last to commit the error of approving or furthering sectarianism. 1870. 31. The party must aim to be the organized class, and Marx and Engels never deviated from the declaration of the manifesto, that the communists did not form a separate party opposed to other working class parties, or set up any sectarian principles of their own by which to shape and mold the proletarian movement. All Marx's political controversies in his later years were in defense of the triple concept of a political class movement of the proletariat, b. a revolution seen not simply as a once-for-all transfer of power to be followed by some sectarian utopia, but as a crucial moment initiating a complex and not readily predictable period of transition, and c. the consequently necessary maintenance of a system of political authority, a revolutionary and transitory form of the state. 32. Hence the particular bitterness of his opposition to the anarchists, who rejected all of them. It is thus vain to seek in Marx for the anticipation of such later controversies as those between reformists and revolutionaries, or to read his writings in the light of subsequent debates between right and left in the Marxist movements. That they have been so read is part of the history of Marxism, but belongs to a later stage of its history. The issue for Marx was not whether labor parties were reformist or revolutionary, or even what these terms implied. He recognized no conflict in principle between the everyday struggle of the workers for the improvement of their conditions under capitalism and the formation of a political consciousness which envisaged the replacement of capitalist by socialist society, or the political actions which led to this end. The issue for him was how to overcome the various kinds of immaturity which held up the development of proletarian class parties, e.g. by keeping them under the influence of various kinds of democratic radicalism, and therefore of bourgeoisie or petty bourgeoisie, or by trying to identify it with various kinds of utopias or patent formulas for achieving socialism, but above all by diverting it from the necessary unity of economic and political struggle. It is an anachronism to identify Marx with either a right or left, moderate or radical wing in the international or any other labor movement. Hence the irrelevance as well as the absurdity of arguments about whether Marx at any point ceased to be a revolutionary and became a gradualist. What form the actual transfer of power, and indeed the subsequent transformation of society, would take would depend on the degree of development of the proletariat and its movement, which reflected both the stage reached in capitalist development and its own process of learning and maturing by praxis. It would naturally depend on the socio-economic and political situation at the time. Since Marx patently did not propose to wait until the proletariat had become a large numerical majority and class polarization had reached an advanced stage, he certainly conceived of the class struggle as continuing after the revolution, though in the most rational and humane manner 33 before and for an undefined period after the revolution the proletariat must thus be expected to act politically as the core and leader of a class coalition, its advantage being that, thanks to its historic position, it could be acknowledged as the only class capable of social initiative, even though still a minority. It is not too much to say that Marx saw the only dictatorship of the proletariat. He actually analyzed the Paris Commune as destined ideally to proceed by something like a popular front of all classes of society which do not live by others' labor under the leadership and hegemony of the workers. 34 However, these were matters of concrete assessment. They merely confirm that Marx and Engels did not rely on the spontaneous operation of historical forces, but on political action within the limits of what history made possible. At all stages of their lives they consistently analyzed situations with action in their minds. The assessment of these changing situations must therefore be considered. We may distinguish three phases of the development of their analysis, from the mid-1840s to the mid-1850s, the following 25 years, when a lasting victory of the working class did not seem on the immediate agenda, and Engels' last years, when the rise of proletarian mass parties appeared to open new perspectives of transition in the advanced capitalist countries. Elsewhere a modification of the earlier analyses remained valid. We shall consider the international aspects of their strategy separately below. The 1848 perspective rested on the assumption, which proved correct, that a crisis of the old regimes would lead to widespread social revolution, and on the assumption, which proved incorrect, that the development of the capitalist economy had proceeded far enough to make possible the eventual triumph of the proletariat as the outcome of such a revolution. The actual working class, however defined, was at this time clearly a small minority of the population, except in Britain where, against Engels' prediction, no revolution took place. Moreover, it was both immature and barely organized. The prospects of proletarian revolution therefore rested on two possibilities. Either, as Marx, in some ways anticipating Lenin, foresaw, the German bourgeoisie would prove unable or unwilling to make its own revolution, and an embryonic proletariat, led by communist intellectuals, would take over its leadership. 35. Or, as in France, the radicalization of bourgeois revolution initiated by the Jacobins could be continued. The first possibility clearly proved quite unrealistic. The second still seemed possible even after the defeat of 1848-9. The proletariat had taken part in the revolution as a subaltern but important member of a class alliance ranging leftwards from sections of the liberal bourgeoisie. In such a revolution possibilities of radicalization arose at various moments, as moderates decided that the revolution had gone far enough, while radicals wished to press further with demands which were, or seemed, at least in part, to be in the interest of the great mass of the people. 36 In the French Revolution this radicalization had only served to reinforce the victory of the moderate bourgeoisie. However, the potential polarization of class antagonisms during the capitalist era, as in the France of 1848-9, between a now united and reactionary bourgeois ruling class and a front of all other classes, grouped round the proletariat, might for the first time make it possible that a defeat of the bourgeoisie could make the proletariat, made wise by defeat, into the decisive factor. This historical reference back to the French Revolution lost much of its point with the triumph of Louis Napoleon. 37 Of course much, in the event too much, depended on the specific dynamic of the revolution's political development, since the continental working classes, including the Parisian, had behind them a very inadequate development of the capitalist economy. The major task of the proletariat was therefore the radicalization of the next revolution, from which, once the liberal bourgeoisie had gone over to the party of order, the more radical Democratic Party was likely to emerge as victor. This was the maintenance of the revolution in permanence, which forms the chief slogan of the Communist League in 185,038, and which was to be the basis of a short-lived alliance between Marxians and Blanquists. Among the Democrats, the Republican petty bourgeoisie was the most radical, and as such the most dependent on proletarian support. It was the stratum which must primarily both put pressure on the proletariat, and be combated by it. Yet the proletariat remained a small minority and therefore required allies, even as it sought to replace the petty bourgeois Democrats as the leader of the revolutionary alliance. We may note in passing that during 1848–9 Marx and Engels, like most of the left, underestimated the revolutionary or even the radical potential of the countryside, in which they took little interest. Only after the defeat, perhaps under the impetus 64 of Engels, whose Peasant War, 1850, already showed an acute interest in the subject, did Marx come to envisage, at least for Germany, some second edition of the Peasant War to back proletarian revolution, 1856. The revolutionary development thus envisaged was complex and perhaps lengthy. Nor was it possible to predict at which stage of it the dictatorship of the proletariat might arise. However, the basic model was evidently a more or less rapid transition from an initial liberal phase through a radical democratic one to one led by the proletariat. Until the world capitalist crisis of 1857 failed to lead to revolution in any country, Marx and Engels continued to hope for, and indeed expect, a new and revised edition of 1848. Thereafter, for some 2 decades, they had no hope of any imminent and successful proletarian revolution, though Engels maintained his perennial youthful optimism better than Marx. Certainly they did not expect much of the Paris Commune and were careful to avoid optimistic statements about it during its brief lifetime. On the other hand, the rapid worldwide development of the capitalist economy, and especially of industrialization in Western Europe and the USA, now generated massive proletariats in various countries. It was on the growing strength, class consciousness, and organization of these labor movements that they now pinned their hopes. It must not be assumed that this made a fundamental difference to their political perspectives. As we have seen, the actual revolution, in the sense of the, presumably violent, transfer of power, could take place at various stages of the lengthy process of working class development, and would in turn initiate a lengthy process of post-revolutionary transition. The postponement of the actual transfer of power to some later stage of working class and capitalist development would no doubt affect the nature of the subsequent transition period, but though it might disappoint revolutionaries eager for action, it could hardly change the essential character of the predicted process. Nevertheless, the point about this period of Marx's and Engels' political strategy 65 is that, though willing to plan for any eventuality, they did not consider a successful transfer of power to the proletariat imminent or probable. The advance of mass socialist parties, particularly after 1890, for the first time created the possibility, in some economically developed countries, of a direct transition to socialism under proletarian governments which had come to power directly. This development occurred after Marx's death, and we therefore do not know how he would have confronted it, though there are some signs that he might have done so in a more flexible and less orthodox manner than Engels did. However, since Marx died before the temptation to identify himself with the flourishing mass Marxist party of the German proletariat was so great, this is a matter for speculation. There is some evidence that it was Bebel who persuaded Engels that a direct transition to power now became possible, bypassing the intermediate radical bourgeois stage 40 which had previously been regarded as necessary in countries which had failed to make a bourgeois revolution. At all events, it seemed that henceforth the working class would no longer be a minority, with luck at the head of a broad revolutionary alliance, but a vast stratum growing towards a majority, organized as a mass party and rallying allies from other strata around that party. Herein lay the difference between the new situation and that, still unique, of Britain, in which the proletariat formed the majority in a decisively capitalist economy and had achieved a certain degree of maturity and universality, but, for reasons into which Marx hardly bothered to inquire, had failed to develop a corresponding political class movement. 41 To this perspective of a revolution of the majority achievable through mass socialist parties, Engels devoted his last writings. Though these must be read to some extent as reactions to a specific, German, situation in this period. Three peculiarities characterized the new historical situation with which Engels now attempted to come to terms. There was virtually no precedent for mass socialist working-class parties of the new sort and none for what increasingly became common, single, national social democratic parties virtually without competition on the left, as in Germany. The conditions which allowed them to develop, and which became increasingly common after 1890, were legality, constitutional politics and the extension of the right to vote. Conversely, the prospects of revolution, as traditionally conceived, were now substantially changed. The international changes will be considered below. The debates and controversies of socialists in the era of the Second International reflect the problems arising out of these changes. Engels was only partly involved in their early stages, and they certainly became acute only after his death. Indeed, it may be argued that he never fully worked out the possible implications of the new situation. Nevertheless, his opinions were obviously relevant to them, helped to shape them, and were to be the subject of much textual debate, because of the very impossibility of identifying them with any one of the diverging trends. What was to give rise to particular controversy was his insistence on the new possibilities implicit in universal suffrage, and his abandonment of the old insurrectionary perspectives, both clearly formulated in one of his last writings, The Aggiornamento of Marx's Class Struggles in France, 1895. It was the combination of both which was controversial, the statement that the German bourgeoisie and government are much more afraid of the legal than of the illegal action of the Workers' Party, of electoral success than of rebellion. Yet in fact, in spite of some ambiguity in Engels' last writings, he certainly cannot be read as approving or implying the legalistic and electoralistic illusions of later German and other social democrats. He abandoned the old insurrectionary hopes, not only for technical reasons, but also because the clearer emergence of class antagonisms which made possible the mass parties also made more difficult the old insurrections with which all strata of the population sympathized. Reaction would thus now be able to gather support from much larger sectors of the middle strata. The people will therefore always appear divided, and thus a powerful lever disappears, which was so effective in 1848. Yet he refused, even for Germany, to abandon thoughts on armed confrontation, and with his usual and excessive optimism predicted a German revolution for 1898 to 1904. 44 Indeed, his immediate argument in 1895 tried to show little more than that, in the then situation, parties like the SPD had most to gain by utilizing their legal possibilities. Violent and armed confrontation was thus likely to be initiated not by insurrectionaries but from the right against the socialists. This continued a line of argument already sketched out by Marx in the 1870s 45 in connection with countries in which there was no constitutional obstacle to the election of a socialist national government. The suggestion here was that the revolutionary struggle would then, as in the French Revolution and the American Civil War, take the form of a fight between a legitimate government and counter-revolutionary rebels. There is no reason to suppose that Engels ever disagreed with Marx's then view that no great movement has been born without the shedding of blood. Engels clearly saw himself not as abandoning revolution, but simply as adapting the revolutionary strategy and tactics to a changed situation, as he and Marx had done all their lives. It was the discovery that the growth of mass social democratic parties did not lead to some form of confrontation but to some form of integration of the movement into the existing system which threw doubt on his analysis. If he is to be criticized, it is for underestimating this possibility. On the other hand, he was keenly aware of the dangers of opportunism, the sacrifice of the future of the movement for the sake of its present, and did his best to safeguard the parties against these temptations by recalling, and indeed largely systematizing the main doctrines and experiences of what was now coming to be called Marxism, by stressing the need for socialist science 48, by insisting on the essentially proletarian base of socialist advance 49, and especially by establishing the limits beyond which political alliances, compromises and programmatic concessions for the sake of winning electoral support became impermissible 50. Yet in fact, and against Engels' intention, this contributed, especially in the German party, to the widening of the gap between theory and doctrine on the one hand, actual political practice on the other. It was the tragedy of Engels' last years, as we can now see, that his lucid, realistic, and often immensely perspicacious comments on the concrete situation of the movements served not to influence their practice but to reinforce a general doctrine increasingly separate from them. His prediction proved only too accurate. What can the consequence of all this be, except that the party will suddenly, at the moment of decision, not know what to do, that there is unclarity and uncertainty about the most decisive points, because these points have never been discussed. 51. Whatever the prospects of the working class movement, the political conditions for the conquest of power were complicated by the unexpected transformation of bourgeois politics after the defeat of 1848. In the countries which had undergone revolution, the ideal political regime of the bourgeoisie, the constitutional parliamentary state, was either not achieved or, as in France, abandoned for a new Bonapartism. In short, the bourgeois revolution had failed in 1848 or led to unpredicted regimes whose nature probably preoccupied Marx more than any other problem concerning the bourgeois state, to states plainly serving the bourgeoisie's interest, but not directly representing it as a class. 52. This raised the wider question, which is far from having exhausted its interest, of the relations between a ruling class and the centralist state apparatus, originally developed by the absolutist monarchies, strengthened by bourgeois revolution in order to achieve the bourgeois unity of the nation, which was the condition of capitalist development, but constantly tending to establish its autonomy vis-à-vis all classes, including the bourgeoisie. This is the starting point for the argument that the victorious proletariat cannot merely take over the state machinery, but must break it. This vision of the convergence of class and state, economy and power elite, clearly anticipates much of 20th century development. So does Marx's attempt to provide French Bonapartism with a specific social basis, in this instance the post-revolutionary petty bourgeois peasantry, i.e. a class incapable of asserting their class interests in their own name. They cannot represent themselves, but must be represented. Their representative must at the same time appear as their master, as an authority above them, as an unrestricted government power protecting them from other classes and sending rain and sunshine from above. 54. Here various forms of later demagogic populism, fascism etc., are anticipated. Why such forms of rule should prevail was not clearly analyzed by Marx and Engels. Marx's argument that bourgeois democratic government had exhausted its possibilities and that a Bonapartist system, the ultimate bulwark against the proletariat, would therefore also be the last form of rule before proletarian revolution, 55 evidently proved mistaken. In a more general form, a class balance theory of such Bonapartist or absolutist regimes was eventually formulated by Engels, mainly in Origin of the Family, based on various formulations of Marx derived from the French experience. These ranged from the sophisticated analysis in the 18th Brumaire of how the fears and internal divisions of the Party of Order in 1849 to 51 had destroyed all conditions of its own regime, the parliamentary regime, in the course of its struggle against the other classes of society, to simplified statements that it rested on the fatigue and impotence of the two antagonistic classes of society. 56. On the other hand, Engels, as so often theoretically more modest but also more empirical, pursued the suggestion that Bonapartism was acceptable to the bourgeoisie because it did not want to be 70 bothered with, or has not the stuff for, governing directly. Apropos of Bismarck, joking about Bonapartism as the religion of the bourgeoisie, he argued that this class could, as in Britain, let an aristocratic oligarchy conduct the actual government in its interest, or in the absence of such an oligarchy adopt Bonapartist semi-dictatorship as the normal form of government. This fruitful hint was not elaborated till later, in connection with the peculiarities of bourgeois aristocratic coexistence in Britain, 58, but rather as an incidental observation. At the same time Marx and Engels after 1870 maintained, or reverted to, the emphasis on the constitutional parliamentary character of the typical bourgeois regime. But what was to happen to the old perspective of a bourgeois revolution, to be radicalized and transcended by permanent revolution, in the states where 1848 had simply been defeated and the old regimes re-established? In one sense the very fact that the revolution had taken place proved that the problems it raised must be solved, the real i.e. historical as distinct from the illusory tasks of a revolution are always solved as a result of it. Point 59 In this instance they were solved by its testamentary executors, Bonaparte, Cavour, and Bismarck. But though Marx and Engels recognized this fact, and even welcomed it, with mixed feelings, in the case of Bismarck's historically progressive achievement of German unity, they did not fully work out its implications. Thus the support of a historically progressive step taken by a reactionary force might conflict with the support of political allies on the left who happened to be opposed to it. In fact this happened over the Franco-German War, which Liebknecht and Bebel opposed on anti-Bismarckian grounds, supported by most of the ex-1848 left, while Marx and Engels inclined privately to support it up to a point. 60 There is a danger in supporting historically progressive achievements irrespective of who carries them out, except of course ex post facto. Marx's dislike and contempt for Napoleon III saved him from similar dilemmas over Italian unification. However, more seriously, there was the question of how to assess the undoubted concessions made from above to the bourgeoisie, e.g. by Bismarck, sometimes even described as revolutions from above. 61 Though regarding them as historically inevitable, Engels, Marx wrote little on this topic, was slow to abandon the view that they were impermanent. Either Bismarck would be forced towards a more bourgeois solution, or the German bourgeoisie would once more be compelled to do its political duty, to oppose the present system, so that at long last there will be some progress again. Point 62 Historically he was right, for in the course of the next 75 years the Bismarckian Compromise and Junker power were swept away, though in ways unpredicted by him. However, in the short run, and in their general theory of the state, Marx and Engels did not quite come to terms with the fact that the compromise solutions of 1849 to 71 were, for most of the European bourgeois classes, substantially the equivalent of another 1848 and not a poor substitute for it. They showed little signs of wanting or needing more power or a more completely and unequivocally bourgeois state, as Engels himself hinted. Under these circumstances the fight for bourgeois democracy continued, but without its former content of bourgeois revolution. Though this fight, increasingly conducted under working-class leadership, won rights which enormously facilitated the mobilization and organization of mass working-class parties, there was no real evidence for the late Engels' view that the democratic republic, the logical consequent form of bourgeois rule, would also be the form in which the conflict between bourgeoisie and proletariat would be polarist and finally fought out. 63 The character of the class struggle and of bourgeois proletarian relations within the democratic republic, or its equivalent, remained cloudy. In short, it must be admitted that the question of the political structure and function of the bourgeois state in a developed and stable capitalism did not receive systematic consideration in the writings of Marx and Engels, in 72. The light of the historical experience of the developed countries after 1849. This does not diminish the brilliance, and in many cases the profundity, of their insights and observations. However, to consider Marx's and Engels' political analysis without its international dimension is to play Othello as though it did not take place in Venice. The revolution was for them essentially an international phenomenon, not simply an aggregate of national transformations. Their strategy was essentially international. Not for nothing does Marx's inaugural address to the First International conclude with a call to the working classes to penetrate the secrets of international politics and to take an active part in them. An international policy and strategy was essential not only because an international state system existed, which affected the chances of survival of any revolution, but more generally, because the development of world capitalism necessarily proceeded through the formation of separate socio-political units, as is implied in Marx's almost interchangeable use of the terms society and nation. 64 The world created by capitalism, though increasingly unified, was a universal interdependence of nations, Communist Manifesto. The fortunes of revolution, moreover, depended on the system of international relations, because history, geography, uneven strength, and uneven development placed its development in each country at the mercy of what happened elsewhere, or gave it international resonance. Marx's and Engels' belief in capitalist development through a number of separate, national, units is not to be confused with a belief in what was then called the principle of nationality, and today nationalism. Though initially they found themselves attached to a deeply nationalist Republican Democratic left, since this was the only effective left, nationally or internationally, before and during 1848, they rejected nationalism and the self-determination of nations as an end in itself, as they rejected the democratic republic as an end in itself. 65 Many of their followers 73 were to be less careful to draw the line between proletarian socialists and petty bourgeois, nationalist, Democrats. That Engels never lost some of the German nationalism of his youth and the associated national prejudices, especially against the Slavs, is common knowledge. 66 Marx was rather less affected by such feelings. Yet his belief in the progressive character of German unity, or support for German victory in wars, was not based on German nationalism, though it certainly gave him pleasure as a German. For much of their lives both Marx and Engels regarded France rather than their own country as decisive for the revolution. Their attitude to Russia, long the chief target for their attack and contempt, changed as soon as a Russian revolution became possible. Thus they may be criticized for underestimating the political force of nationalism in their century, and for failing to provide an adequate analysis of this phenomenon, but not for political or theoretical inconsistency. They were not in favor of nations as such, and still less in favor of self-determination for any or all nationalities as such. As Engels observed with his habitual realism, there is no country in Europe in which different nationalities are not placed under the same government. And in all probability it will always be so. 67 As analysts they recognized that capitalist society developed through the subordination of local and regional interests to large units, probably, they hoped from the manifesto on, eventually into a genuine world society. They recognized, and in the perspective of history approved, the formation of a number of nations through which this historic process and progress operated, and for this reason rejected federalist proposals to replace that unity of great peoples which, if originally brought about by force, has nevertheless today become a powerful factor of social production. 68 Initially they recognized and approved the conquest of backward areas in Asia and Latin America by advanced bourgeois nations for similar reasons. They correspondingly accepted that many smaller nations had no such justification for independent existence, and some might actually cease to exist as nationalities, though here they were clearly blind to some contrary processes visible at the time, as among the Czechs. Personal feelings, as Engels explained to Bernstein, 69 were secondary, though when they coincided with political judgment, as with Engels on the Czechs, they left undue room for the expression of national prejudice and, as was to appear later, for what Lenin was to call great nation chauvinism. On the other hand, as revolutionary politicians Marx and Engels favored those nations and nationalities, great or small, whose movements objectively assisted the revolution and opposed those which found themselves, objectively, on the side of reaction. In principle they took the same attitude to the policies of states. The chief legacy they thus left to their successors was the firm principle that nations and movements of national liberation were not to be regarded as ends in themselves, but only in relation to the process, interests, and strategies of world revolution. In most other respects they left a heritage of problems, not to mention a number of deprecatory judgments which had to be explained away by socialists trying to build movements among peoples dismissed by the founding fathers as unhistorical, backward or doomed. Except for the basic principle, later Marxists were left to construct a theory of the national question with little aid from the classics. It must be pointed out that this was due not only to the greatly changed historical circumstances of the imperialist era, but also to Marx's and Engels' failure to develop more than a very partial analysis of the national phenomenon. History determined the three major phases of their international revolutionary strategy, up to and including 1848, 1848 to 71, and from 1871 to Engels' death. The decisive stage of the future proletarian revolution was the region of bourgeois revolution and advanced capitalist development, i.e. somewhere in the area of France, Britain, the German lands and conceivably the USA. Marx and Engels showed little, except incidental interest in the lesser and politically not decisive advanced countries until the development of socialist movements there called for comments on their affairs. In the 1840s revolution in this zone could reasonably be expected, and did indeed take place, though, as Marx recognized 70 it was doomed by the failure of Britain to take part in it. On the other hand, except for Britain, no real proletariat or proletarian class movement as yet existed. In the generation after 1848 rapid industrialization produced both growing working classes and proletarian movements, but the prospect of social revolution in the advanced zone grew increasingly improbable. Capitalism was stable. During this period Marx and Engels could only hope that some combination of internal political tension and international conflict might possibly produce a situation out of which revolution might emerge, as indeed it did in France in 1870-1. However, in the final period, which was once again one of capitalist crisis on a global scale, the situation changed. In the first place, mass working class parties, largely under Marxist influence, transformed the prospects of internal development in advanced countries. In the second, a new element of social revolution emerged on the margins of developed capitalist society in Ireland and Russia. Marx himself first became aware of both at about the same time in the late 1860s. The first specific reference to the possibilities of a Russian revolution occurs in 1870-71, though Ireland ceased to play much part in Marx's calculations after the collapse of Fenianism. 72 Russia became increasingly important. Its revolution could give the signal for a workers' revolution in the West, so that both complement each other. 1882.73 The major significance of a Russian revolution would, of course, lie in its transformation of the situation in the developed countries. These changes in the perspectives of revolution determined a major change in Marx's and Engels' attitude to war. They were no more pacifist in principle than they were Republican Democrats or nationalists in principle. Nor, since they knew War 76 to be Clausewitz's continuation of politics by other means, did they believe in an exclusive economic causation of war, at least in their lifetime. There is no suggestion of this in their writings. 74 Briefly, in the first two phases, they expected war to advance their cause directly, and the hope of war played a major, sometimes a decisive part in their calculations. From the late 1870s on, the turning point came in 1879 to 1875, they saw a general war as an obstacle in the short run to the advance of the movement. Moreover, in his last years Engels became increasingly convinced of the terrible character of the new and probably global war which he predicted. It would, he said prophetically, have only one certain result: mass butchery on a hitherto unheard of scale, exhaustion of Europe to a hitherto unheard of degree, and finally the collapse of the entire old system. 1886.76 He expected such a war to end in the victory of the proletarian party, but since a war was no longer necessary to achieve revolution, he naturally hoped that we shall avoid all this butchery. 1885-77 There were two main reasons why a war was initially an integral and necessary part of the revolutionary strategy, including Marx's and Engels'. First, it was necessary to overcome Russia, the main bulwark of European reaction, the guarantor and restorer of the conservative status quo. Russia itself was at this stage immune to internal subversion, except on its western flank in Poland, whose revolutionary movement therefore long played a major role in the Marx, Engels international strategy. Revolution would be lost unless it turned into a European war of liberation against Russia, and conversely such a war would extend the range of the revolution by disintegrating the East European empires. 1848 had extended it to Warsaw, Debrecen, and Bucharest, wrote Engels in 1851, the next revolution must extend to St. Petersburg and Constantinople. 78 Such a war must inevitably involve England, the consistent adversary of Russia in the East, which must oppose a Russian predominance in Europe, and this would have the additional and crucial advantage of 77. Undermining the other great pillar of the status quo, a stable capitalist Britain dominating the world market, perhaps even bringing the Chartists to power. 79 The defeat of Russia was the essential international condition of progress. It may be that Marx's somewhat obsessional campaign against the British Foreign Minister Palmerston was colored by his disappointment at the refusal of Britain to run the risk of a major disruption of the European balance of power by a general war. 4. In the absence of a European revolution, and perhaps even in the presence of one, a major European war against Russia without England was impossible. Conversely, when a Russian revolution became probable, such a war was no longer an indispensable condition of revolution in the advanced countries, though the failure of the Russian Revolution to take place in his lifetime tempted the late Engels once again to see Russia as the ultimate bulwark of reaction. Second, such a war was the only way to unify and radicalize the European revolutions, a process for which the French Revolutionary Wars of the 1790s provided a precedent. A revolutionary France, returning to the internal and external traditions of Jacobinism, was the obvious leader of such a war alliance against Tsarism, both because France initiated European revolution and because it would possess the most formidable revolutionary army. This hope was also disappointed in 1848, and though France continued to play a crucial role in Marx's and Engels' calculations and indeed both fairly consistently underestimated the stability and achievements of the Second Empire and expected its imminent overthrow, from the 1860s on France could no longer play the central role in European revolution formerly assigned to it. But if, in the 1848 period, a war was seen as the logical outcome and extension of European revolution, as well as the condition of its success, in the next 20 years it had to be seen as the most important hope of destabilizing the status quo, and thus releasing the internal tensions within the countries. The hope that this would be achieved by economic crisis died in 1857.80. Never thereafter did Marx or Engels seriously place similar short-term hopes on any economic crisis, not even in 1891.81. Their calculation was correct, the wars of this period had the predicted effect, though not in the manner hoped for by Marx and Engels, for they brought about no revolution in any major European country except France, whose international role, as we have seen, had changed. Hence, as already suggested, Marx and Engels were now increasingly forced into the novel position of deciding between the international policies of existing powers, all of them bourgeois or reactionary. This was, of course, largely academic so long as Marx and Engels remained quite unable to influence the policies of Napoleon III, Bismarck or any other statesman, and there were no socialist and labor movements whose attitude governments had to take into account. Moreover, though sometimes the historically progressive policy was fairly clear, Russia was to be opposed, the North to be supported against the South in the American Civil War, the complexities of Europe left endless room for inconclusive speculation and debate. It is by no means evident that Marx and Engels were more right than Lassalle in the attitude they took towards the Italian War of 1859-82, though in practice the attitude of neither side mattered much at the time. When there were mass socialist parties which might feel obliged to give support to one bourgeois state in conflict with another, the political implications of such debates would become more serious. Certainly one reason why the late Engels, and even the late Marx, began to turn away from calculations that international war might be an instrument of revolution was the discovery that it would lead to the recrudescence of chauvinism in all countries, 83, which would serve the ruling classes and weaken the now growing movements. If the prospects of revolution in the period after 1848 were not good, it was largely because Britain was the main bulwark of capitalist stability, as Russia was that of reaction. Russia and England are the two great cornerstones of the actual European system. 84. In the long run, the British would only get into movement once the country's world monopoly was at an end, and this began to happen in the 1880s and was on various occasions analyzed and welcomed by Engels. As the prospect of Russian revolution undermined one cornerstone of the system, the end of Britain's world monopoly undermined the other, though even in the 1890s Engels' expectations of the British movement remained rather modest. 85. In the short run, Marx hoped to accelerate social revolution in England, which he regarded as the most important task of the First International, and not an entirely unrealistic one, since it is the only country in which the material conditions for working class revolution have developed to a certain degree of maturity. 86. Through Ireland. Ireland split the British workers on racial lines, gave them an apparent joint interest in exploiting another people, and provided the economic base for the British landed oligarchy, whose overthrow must be the first step in Britain's advance. 87. The discovery that a national liberation movement in an agrarian colony could become a crucial element in revolutionizing an advanced empire anticipated Marxist developments in the era of Lenin. Nor is it an accident that in Marx's mind it was associated with that other new discovery, the potential of revolution in agrarian Russia. 88. In the final phase of Marx's, or more precisely Engels' strategy, the international situation was fundamentally transformed by the prolonged global capitalist depression, the decline in Britain's world monopoly, the continued industrial advance of Germany and the USA, and the probability of revolution in Russia. Moreover, for the first time since 1815 a world war was visibly approaching, observed and analyzed with remarkable prophetic acumen and military expertise by Engels. Nevertheless, as we have seen, the international policy of the powers now played a much smaller, or rather a more negative role in their calculations. It was considered chiefly in the light of its repercussions on the fortunes of the growing socialist parties and as an obstacle rather than as a possible aid to their advance. 80. In a sense, Engels' interest in international politics was increasingly concentrated within the labor movement which, in his final years, was once again organized as an international. For the actions of each movement could reinforce, advance or inhibit the others. This is clear from his writings, though we need not read too much into his occasional comparison of the situation in the 1890s with that before 1848. 89. Moreover, it was natural to assume that the fortunes of socialism would be determined in Europe, in the absence of a strong movement in the USA, and on the movements in the main continental powers, now also including Russia, in the absence of a strong movement in Britain. However welcome they were, Engels did not give much thought to the movements in Scandinavia or the Low Countries, practically none to those in the Balkans, and tended to regard any movements in colonial countries as irrelevant sideshows or consequences of metropolitan developments. Beyond reasserting the firm principle that the victorious proletariat cannot force any kind of happiness on any foreign people without undermining its own victory, Ibid p. 358, he hardly considered the problem of colonial liberation seriously. Indeed, it is surprising how little attention he paid to these problems which, almost as soon as his ashes had been scattered, forced themselves upon the international left in the form of the great debate on imperialism. We have, he told Bernstein in 1882, to work for the liberation of the West European proletariat, and to subordinate all other aims to this purpose. 91. Within this central area of proletarian advance the international movement was now one of national parties, and had to be so, unlike before 1848.92. This raised the problem of coordinating their operations and of what to do about conflicts which arose out of particular national claims and presumptions in individual movements. Some of these could be tactfully postponed into an indefinite future by suitable formulas, e.g. about eventual self-determination. 93. Though socialists in Russia and Austro-Hungary were more aware than Engels that others could not. Barely more than a year after Engels' death, Koski frankly admitted that Marx's old position on the Poles, the Eastern question and the Czechs could no longer be maintained. Moreover, the unequal strength and strategic importance of various movements raised minor, but troublesome difficulties. Thus the French had traditionally assumed a mission as world liberators and thereby the right to stand at the head of the international movement. 95. But France was no longer in a position to maintain this role, and the French movement, divided, confused and heavily infiltrated with petty bourgeois radical republicanism or other distracting elements, was disappointing and indisposed to listen to Marx and Engels. 96. Engels even suggested at one point that the Austrian movement might replace the French as the avant-garde. Conversely, the spectacular growth of the German movement, not to mention its close association with Marx and Engels, now made it clearly into the main force for international socialist advance. 97. Though Engels did not believe in the subordination of other movements to a leading party, except possibly at the moment of immediate action, 98. It was clear that the interests of world socialism would best be served by the progress of the German movement. This view was not confined only to German socialists. It was still very much present in the early years of the history of the Third International. On the other hand, the view, also expressed by Engels in the early 1890s, that in a European war the victory of Germany against a Franco-Russian alliance would be desirable. 99. Was not shared in other countries, though the prospect of revolution arising out of defeat, which he held out to the French and Russians, was certainly to be accepted by Lenin. It is idle to speculate what Engels would have thought in 1914, had he still been alive then, and quite illegitimate to suppose that he would have held the same views as in the 1890s. It is also probable that most socialist parties would have decided to support their government, even if the German party had been unable to appeal to the authority of Engels. Nevertheless, the heritage he left to the International on questions of international relations and especially on war and peace was an ambiguous one. How can we sum up the general heritage of ideas about politics which Marx and Engels left to their successors? In the first place, it stressed the subordination of politics to historical development. The victory of socialism was historically inevitable because of the process summarized by Marx in the famous passage on the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation in capital I, culminating in the prophecy about the expropriation of the expropriators. 100. Socialist political effort did not create the revolt of the working class, a class always increasing in numbers, and disciplined, united, organized, by the very mechanism of capitalist production itself. It rested upon it. Fundamentally, the prospects of socialist political effort depended on the stage which capitalist development had reached, both globally and in specific countries, and a Marxist analysis of the situation in this light therefore formed the necessary basis for socialist political strategy. Politics was embedded in history, and the Marxian analysis showed how powerless it was to achieve its ends if not so embedded, and conversely, how invincible the working class movement, which was. In the second place, politics was nevertheless crucial, insofar as the inevitably triumphant working class must and would be organized politically, i.e. as a party, and would aim at the transfer of political power, which would be followed by a transitional system of state authority under the proletariat. Political action was thus the essence of the proletarian role in history. It operated through politics, i.e. within the limits set by history, choice, decision, and conscious action. Probably in the lifetime of Marx and Engels as well as during the Second International, the main criterion which distinguished Marxians from most other socialists, communists, and anarchists, except those in the Jacobin tradition, and from pure trade union or cooperative 83 movements, was the belief in the essential role of politics before, during and after the revolution. It may have been overemphasized because of Marx's controversy with Proudhonian and Bakuninite anarchists, but there is no doubt of its major significance. For the post-revolutionary period, the implications of this attitude were as yet academic. For the pre-revolutionary period they necessarily involved the proletarian party in all kinds of political activity under capitalism. In the third place, they saw such politics essentially as a class struggle within states which represented the ruling class or classes, except for certain special historical conjunctures such as those of class balance. As Marx and Engels championed materialism against idealism in philosophy, so also they consistently criticized the view that the state stood above classes, represented the common interest of all society, except negatively, as a safeguard against its collapse, or was neutral between classes. The state was a historical phenomenon of class society, but while it existed as a state it represented class rule, though not necessarily in the agitation-ally simplified form of an executive committee of the ruling class. This imposed limits both on the involvement of proletarian parties in the political life of the bourgeois state and on what it could be expected to concede to them. The proletarian movement thus operated both within the confines of bourgeois politics and outside them. Since power was defined as the main content of the state, it would be easy to assume, though Marx and Engels did not do so, that power was the only significant issue in politics and in the discussion of the state at all times. Fourthly, the transitional proletarian state, whatever functions it maintained, must eliminate the separation between the people and government as a special set of governors. One would say it had to be democratic, if this word were not identified in common parlance with a specific institutional type of government by periodically elected assemblies of parliamentary representatives, which Marx rejected. Still, in a sense not 84. Identified with specific institutions, and reminiscent of certain aspects of Rousseau, it was democracy. This has been the most difficult part of Marx's legacy for his successors, since for reasons which go beyond the present discussion, all actual attempts to realize socialism along Marxian lines so far have found themselves strengthening an independent state apparatus, as have non-socialist regimes, while Marxists have been reluctant to abandon the aspiration so firmly regarded by Marx as an essential aspect of the development of the new society. Finally, and to some extent deliberately, Marx and Engels left to their successors a number of empty or ambiguously filled spaces in their political thought. Since the actual forms of political and constitutional structure before the revolution were relevant to them only insofar as they facilitated or inhibited the development of the movement, they gave little systematic attention to them, though commenting freely on a variety of concrete cases and situations. Since they refused to speculate about the details of the coming socialist society and its arrangements, or even about the details of the transitional period after the revolution, they left their successors little more than a very few general principles with which to confront it. Thus they provided no concrete guidance of practical use on such problems as the nature of the socialization of the economy or the arrangements for planning it. Moreover, there were some subjects on which they provided no guidance, general, ambiguous or even out of date, at all, because they never felt the need to consider them. Yet what must be stressed is not so much what later Marxists could or could not derive in detail from the legacy of the founders, or what they would have to think out for themselves, but its extreme originality. What Marx and Engels rejected, persistently, militantly and polemically, was the traditional approach of the revolutionary left of their day, including all earlier socialists, 101, an approach which has still not lost its 85 temptations. They rejected the simple dichotomies of those who set out to replace the bad society by the good, unreason by reason, black by white. They rejected the a priori programmatic models of the various brands of the left, not without noting that while each brand had such a model, up to and sometimes including the most elaborate blueprints of utopia, few of these models were in agreement with each other. They also rejected the tendency to devise fixed operational models, e.g. to prescribe the exact form of the revolutionary change, declaring all others to be illegitimate, to reject or to rely exclusively on political action, etc. They rejected ahistorical voluntarism. Instead, they placed the action of the movement firmly into the context of historical development. The shape of the future and the tasks of action could be discerned only by discovering the process of social development which would lead to them, and this discovery itself became possible only at a certain stage of development. If this limited the vision of the future to a few rough structural principles, by excluding speculative forecasts, it gave to socialist hopes the certainty of historical inevitability. In terms of concrete political action, to decide what was necessary and possible, both globally and in specific regions and countries, required an analysis of both historical development and concrete situations. Thus political decision was inserted into a framework of historical change, which did not depend on political decision. Inevitably, this made the communists' tasks in politics both ambiguous and complex. They were ambiguous because the general principles of the Marxian analysis were too wide to provide specific policy guidance, if such were required. This applies particularly to the problems of revolution and the subsequent transition to socialism. Generations of commentators have scrutinized the texts for a clear statement of what the dictatorship of the proletariat would be like and failed, because the founders were primarily concerned to establish the historical necessity of such a period. It was complex, because Marx's and Engels' attitude to the forms of political action and organization, as distinct from their content, and to the formal institutions among which they operated, was so largely determined by the concrete situation in which they found themselves that they could not be reduced to any set of permanent rules. At any given moment and in any specific country or region, the Marxian political analysis could be formulated as a set of policy recommendations, as, for instance, in the addresses of the General Council in 1850, but they did not, by definition, apply to situations different from the ones for which they were compiled, as Engels pointed out in his later thoughts on Marx's class struggles in France. But post-Marxian situations were inevitably different from those in Marx's lifetime, and insofar as they contained similarities, these could only be discovered by a historical analysis both of the situation Marx had faced and the one to which later Marxists sought his guidance. All this made it virtually impossible to derive from the classic writings anything like a manual of strategic and tactical instruction, dangerous even to use them as a set of precedents, though they have nevertheless been so used. What could be learned from Marx was his method of facing the tasks of analysis and action rather than ready-made lessons to be derived from classic texts. And this is certainly what Marx would have wished his followers to learn. Yet the translation of Marxian ideas into the inspiration of mass movements, parties, and organized political groups inevitably was to bring with it what a letterer once called the well-known foreshortened, simplifying stylization which brutalises thought, and to which every great idea is and must be exposed, if it is to set masses into movement. 102. A guide to action was constantly tempted to allow itself to be turned into dogma. In no part of Marxian theory has this been so damaging to both theory and movement as in the field of Marx's and Engels' political thinking. But it represents what Marxism became, perhaps inevitably, perhaps not. It represents 87. A derivation from Marx and Engels, all the more so since the texts of the founders acquired classic or even canonical status. It does not represent what Marx and Engels thought and wrote, and only sometimes how they acted. 4. On Engels, the condition of the working class in England. Frederick Engels, it is hard to remember, was 24 years old when he wrote The Condition of the Working Class. He was exceptionally well qualified for the task. He came from a wealthy family of cotton manufacturers in Barmen, in the Rhineland, and one which had, moreover, been astute enough to establish a branch, Ehrman and Engels, in the very center of the economy of industrial capitalism, in Manchester itself. The young Engels, surrounded by the horrors of early industrial capitalism and reacting against the narrow and self-righteous pietism of his home, took the usual road of progressive young German intellectuals in the late 1830s. Like his slightly older contemporary Karl Marx, he became a left Hegelian. Hegel's philosophy then dominated higher education in the Prussian capital, Berlin, leaned increasingly towards communism and began to contribute to various periodicals and publications in which the German left attempted to formulate its critique of society. Soon he considered himself a communist. It is not clear whether the decision to settle in England for a while was his or his father's. Probably both favored it for different reasons, old Engels in order to remove his revolutionary son from the agitation of Germany and turn him into a solid businessman, young Engels in order to be in the center of modern capitalism and near the great movements of the British proletariat, which he already recognized as the crucial revolutionary force in the modern world. Engels left for England in the autumn of 1842, making his first personal contact with Marx on the way, and remained there for the better part of 2 years, observing, studying, and formulating his ideas. By the early months of 1844 he was certainly at work on the book, though most of the writing was done in the winter of 1844-5. The work appeared in its final form in Leipzig, in the summer of 1845, with a preface and dedication, in English, to the working classes of Great Britain. 2. It was published in English, with slight revisions by the author but substantial prefaces in 1887, American edition, and 1892. British edition. It thus took the best part of a half-century for this masterpiece about early industrial England to reach the country which was its subject. Since then, however, it has been familiar to every student of the Industrial Revolution, if only by name. The idea of writing a book about the condition of the laboring classes was not in itself original. By the 1830s it had become clear to every intelligent observer that the economically advanced parts of Europe faced a social problem which was no longer simply that of the poor but of a historically unprecedented class, the proletariat. The 1830s and 1840s, a decisive period in the evolution of capitalism and the working class movement, therefore saw books, pamphlets, and inquiries into the condition of the working classes multiplying all over Western Europe. Engels' book is the most eminent piece of writing of this kind, though El Villermes tableau de l'état physique et moral d'ouvriers employés dans les manufactures de coton, de laine et de soie, 1840, deserves mention as a very distinguished piece of social investigation. It was also clear that the problem of the proletariat was not merely local or national, but international. On Engels, the condition of the working class in England. Buret compared English and French conditions, La misère de classes laborieuses en France et en Angleterre, 1840, and Duc-Pichot's compiled data on the conditions of young workers all over Europe in 1843. Engels' book was therefore not an isolated literary phenomenon, a fact which has led anti-Marxists periodically to accuse him of plagiarism when unable to think of anything better. 3. However, it differed from apparently similar contemporary works in several ways. Firstly, it was, as Engels himself justly claimed, the first book in Britain or any other country which dealt with the working class as a whole and not merely with particular sections and industries. Secondly, and more important, it was not merely a survey of working class conditions, but a general analysis of the evolution of industrial capitalism, of the social impact of industrialization and its political and social consequences, including the rise of the labor movement. In fact, it was the first large-scale attempt to apply the Marxist method to the concrete study of society, and probably the first work by either Marx or Engels which the founders of Marxism regarded as sufficiently valuable to merit permanent preservation. 4. However, as Engels makes clear in the 1892 preface, his book did not yet represent a mature Marxism but rather one of the phases of its embryonic development. For the mature and fully formulated interpretation we must go to Marx's Capital. Argument and Analysis. The work begins with a brief sketch of that industrial revolution which transformed British society and created, as its chief product, the proletariat, chapters I-II. This is the first of Engels' pioneering achievements, for the condition is probably the earliest large work whose analysis is systematically based on the concept of the Industrial Revolution, which was then novel and tentative, having only been invented in British and French. Socialist discussions during the 1820s. Engels' historical account of this transformation lays no claim to historical originality. Though still useful, it has been superseded by later and fuller works. Socially, Engels sees the transformations brought about by the Industrial Revolution as a gigantic process of concentration and polarization, whose tendency is to create a growing proletariat, an increasingly small bourgeoisie of increasingly large capitalists, both in an increasingly urbanist society. The rise of capitalist industrialism destroys the petty commodity producers, peasantry, and petty bourgeoisie, and the decline of these intermediate strata, depriving the worker of the possibility of becoming a small master, confines him to the ranks of the proletariat, which thus becomes a definite class in the population, whereas it had only been a transitional stage towards entering into the middle classes. The workers therefore develop class consciousness. The term itself is not used by Engels, and a labor movement. Here is another of Engels' major achievements. In Lenin's words, he was among the first to say that the proletariat is not only a class that suffers, that it is precisely its shameful economic situation which irresistibly drives it forward, and obliges it to struggle for its final emancipation. 5. However, this process of concentration, polarization, and urbanization is not fortuitous. Large-scale mechanized industry requires growing capital investments. Its division of labor requires the accumulation of large numbers of proletarians. Such large units of production, even when built in the countryside, attract communities round them, which will produce a surplus labor force, so that wages fall and other industrialists are attracted. Thus industrial villages grow into cities which continue to expand, because of the economic advantages they provide for industrialists. Though industry will tend to migrate from the higher urban to the lower rural wages, this will in turn plant the seeds of urbanism in the countryside. For Engels, the great cities are therefore the most typical. 92. On Engels, the condition of the working class in England, locations of capitalism, and he discusses them in Chapter 3. Their unrestrained exploitation and competition appear in their most naked form, everywhere barbarous indifference, hard selfishness on one side, unspeakable misery on the other, everywhere social war, every man's house a fortress, everywhere marauders who plunder under the protection of the law. In this anarchy, those who own no means of life and production are defeated and reduced to laboring for a pittance or to starvation when unemployed. And what is worse, to a life of profound insecurity, in which the worker's future is utterly unknown and unsettled. In fact, it is governed by the laws of capitalist competition, which Engels discusses in Chapter 4. The worker's wage fluctuates between a minimum subsistence rate, though this is not a rigid concept for Engels, which is set by the workers' competition with one another but limited by their inability to work below subsistence, and a maximum, set by the competition of capitalists with one another in times of labor shortage. The average wage is likely to be somewhat above the minimum. How much depends on the customary or acquired standard of living of the workers. But certain kinds of labor, notably in industry, require better qualified workers, and their average wage level is therefore higher than the rest, though part of this higher level also reflects the higher cost of living in the cities. This higher urban and industrial wage level also helps to enlarge the working class by attracting rural and foreign Irish immigrants. However, the competition between workers creates a permanent surplus population, what Marx was later to call the industrial reserve army, which keeps down the standard of all. This is so despite the expansion of the whole economy that arises from the cheapening of goods through technological progress, which increases demand and reabsorbs many of the workers it displaces into new industries, and from Britain's industrial world monopoly. Hence population grows, production increases, and so does the demand for labor. Nevertheless, the 93 surplus population is kept in being because of the operation of the periodic cycle of prosperity and crisis, which Engels was one of the first to recognize as an integral part of capitalism, and for which he was one of the first to suggest a precise periodicity. The recognition of a reserve army as a permanently essential part of capitalism and of the trade cycle, represents two further important pieces of theoretical pioneering. Since capitalism operates through fluctuations, it must have a permanent reserve of workers, except at the very peak of the booms. The reserve is composed partly of proletarians, partly of potential proletarians, countrymen, Irish immigrants, people from economically less dynamic occupations. What kind of working class does capitalism produce? What are its conditions of life? What sort of individual and collective behavior do these material conditions create? Engels devotes the greater part of his book, chapters 3, v. 11, to the description and analysis of these matters, and in doing so produces his most mature contribution to social science, an analysis of the social impact of capitalist industrialization and urbanization, which is still in many respects unsurpassed. It must be read and studied in detail. The argument can be briefly summarized as follows. Capitalism pitchforks the new proletariat, often composed of immigrants from pre-industrial backgrounds, into a social hell in which they are ground down, underpaid or starved, left to rot in slums, neglected, despised, and coerced, not only by the impersonal force of competition but by the bourgeoisie as a class, which regards them as objects and not as men, as labor or hands and not as human beings. Chapter 12. The capitalist, supported by bourgeois law, imposes his factory discipline, fines them, causes them to be jailed, imposes his wishes on them at will. The bourgeoisie as a class discriminates against them, evolves the Malthusian population theory against them, and imposes on them the cruelties of the Malthusian New Poor Law of 1834. However, this systematic dehumanization also keeps the workers out of the reach of. On Engels, the condition of the working class in England, bourgeois ideology and illusion, for instance of bourgeois egoism, religion, and morality. Progressive industrialization and urbanization forces them to learn the lessons of their social situation, and in concentrating them, makes them aware of their power. The closer the workers are associated with industry, the more advanced they are. However, Engels also observes the radicalizing effect of mass immigration, as among the Irish. The workers face their situation in different ways. Some succumb to it, allowing themselves to be demoralized, but the increase in drunkenness, vice, crime, and irrational spending is a social phenomenon, the creation of capitalism, and not to be explained by the weakness and shiftlessness of individuals. Others submit passively to their fate and exist as best they can as respectable law-abiding citizens, take no interest in public affairs, and thus actually help the middle class to tighten the chains which bind the workers. But real humanity and dignity are to be found only in the fight against the bourgeoisie, in the labor movement which the workers' conditions inevitably produce. This movement passes through various stages. Individual revolt, crime, may be one, machine wrecking another, though neither are universally found. Trade unionism and strikes are the first general forms taken by the movement. Their importance lies not in their effectiveness but in the lessons of solidarity and class consciousness which they teach. The political movement of Chartism marks a yet higher level of development. Side by side with these movements, socialist theories were evolved by middle-class thinkers who had, Engels argues, remained largely outside the labor movement until 1844, though capturing a small minority of the best workers. But the movement must move towards socialism, as the crisis of capitalism advances. As Engels saw it in 1844, this crisis would inevitably develop in one of two ways. Either American, or possibly German, competition would put an end to the British industrial monopoly and precipitate a revolutionary situation, or the polarization of society would proceed until the workers, by then the great majority of the nation, would realize their strength and seize power. It is interesting to observe that Engels' argument lays no stress on the absolute long-term pauperization of the proletariat. However, given the intolerable conditions of the workers and the crisis of the economy, a revolution was likely before these tendencies had worked themselves out. Engels expected it to occur between the next two economic depressions, i.e., between 1846-7 and the middle 1850s. Immature though the work is, Engels' scientific achievements are nevertheless remarkable. His faults were chiefly those of youth and to some extent of historical foreshortening. For some of the mistakes there is a sound historical explanation. At the time Engels wrote, British capitalism was at the most acute stage of the first of its great periods of secular crisis, and he came to England at almost the worst period of what was certainly the most catastrophic economic slump of the 19th century, that of 1841–2. It was by no means entirely unrealistic to think of the crisis period of the 1840s as the final agony of capitalism and the prelude to revolution. Engels was not the only observer who thought of it in this way. We now know that this was not the final crisis of capitalism, but the prelude to a major period of expansion, based partly on the massive development of the capital goods industries, railways, iron and steel, as against the textiles of the earlier phase, partly on the conquest of yet wider spheres of capitalist activity in hitherto undeveloped countries, partly on the defeat of the agrarian vested interests, partly on the discovery of new and effective methods of exploiting the working classes, which, incidentally, made it possible eventually for their real incomes to rise substantially. We also know that the revolutionary crisis of 1848, which Engels foresaw with considerable accuracy, did not affect Britain. This was largely due to a phenomenon of uneven development, which he could hardly have foreseen. For while on the continent the corresponding stage of economic development, on Engels the condition of the working class in England reached its most acute crisis in 1846–8, in Britain the equivalent point had been reached in 1841–2. By 1848 the new period of expansion, whose first symptom was the vast railway boom of 1844–7, was already underway. The British equivalent of the 1848 revolution was the Chartist general strike of 1842. The crisis which precipitated continental revolutions, in Britain merely interrupted a period of rapid recovery. Engels happened to be particularly unfortunate in writing at a time when this could not be clear. Even today statisticians still argue about exactly where, between 1842 and 1848, to place the boundary mark which separates the bleak years from the golden Victorian boom of British capitalism. We can hardly blame Engels for not seeing it more clearly. Nevertheless, the unbiased reader can only regard the shortcomings of Engels' book as incidental, and must be far more impressed with its achievements. These were due not only to Engels' obvious personal talent, but also to his communism. It was this which gave him an economic, social, and historical perspicacity so signally superior to that of the contemporary champions of capitalism. The good social scientist, as Engels showed, could only be a person free from the illusions of bourgeois society. Engels' description of England in 1844. How far is Engels' description of the British working class in 1844 reliable and comprehensive? How far has subsequent research confirmed his statements? Our judgment of the historical value of the book must depend largely on the answer to these questions. He has often been criticized, from the 1840s, when V.A. Huber and B. Hildebrand agreed with his facts, but thought his interpretation too gloomy, to the Cold War years when editors argued that historians may no longer regard Engels' book as an authoritative work which gives a valuable picture of social England in the 1840s. The first view is tenable, the second is nonsense. Engels' account is based on first-hand observation and on other available sources. He evidently knew industrial Lancashire intimately, particularly the Manchester area, and paid visits to the main industrial towns of Yorkshire, Leeds, Bradford, Sheffield, as well as spending some weeks in London. Nobody has seriously suggested that he misrepresented what he saw. Of the descriptive chapters it is clear that a large part of 3, v. 7, 9 and 12 are based on first-hand observation, and such knowledge plainly illuminates the other chapters also. It must not be forgotten that Engels was, unlike most other foreign visitors, no mere tourist, but a Manchester businessman who knew the businessmen among whom he lived, a communist who knew and worked with the Chartists and early socialists, and, not least through his relations with the Irish factory girl Mary Burns and her relatives and friends, a man with considerable first-hand knowledge of working-class life. His book is thus an important primary source for our knowledge of industrial England at this time. For the rest of the book, and for confirmation of his own observations, Engels relied on other informants as well as on printed evidence, taking care to allow for the political bias of such evidence, by quoting where possible from sources sympathetic to capitalism. See the last paragraph of his preface. Though not exhaustive, his documentation is good and full. Though there are a number of slips in transcribing it, some later corrected by Engels, and a tendency to summarize the authorities rather than to quote verbatim, the accusation that he selects and misquotes his evidence is untenable. His hostile editors have been unable to find more than a handful of examples of what they consider misrepresentation in a large volume, and most of these accusations are either trivial or wrong. 8 There are indeed available sources which he did not utilize, but some of these present if anything an even more scarified picture. On Engels the condition of the working class in England. All sensible standards the condition is an excellently documented work, handled with a sound grasp of evidence. Accusations such as that he painted proletarian conditions in unnecessarily dark colors or failed to appreciate the benevolence of the British bourgeoisie can be shown to be wrong. The careful reader will find no basis for the contention that Engels described all workers as destitute or starving, their standard of living as one of bare subsistence, the proletariat as an undifferentiated mass of paupers, or for many of the other extreme statements which have been ascribed to him by critics who have not always read his text. He did not deny that improvements in working class conditions had been made, see the summary at the end of chapter 3. He did not present the bourgeoisie as a single black-hearted mass, see the long footnote at the end of chapter 12. His hatred of what the bourgeoisie represented and what made it behave as it did was not a naive hatred for men of ill will as distinct from men of good will. It was part of the critique of the inhumanity of capitalism which automatically turned the exploiters collectively into a deeply demoralized class, incurably corrupted by selfishness, corroded in their very being. The critic's objection to Engels is often only their reluctance to admit his facts. No man, communist or otherwise, could have visited England from abroad in those years without a sense of shocked horror, which plenty of respectable bourgeois liberals expressed in words as inflammatory as Engels' own, but without his analysis. Civilization works its miracles, wrote de Tocqueville of Manchester, and civilized man is turned back almost into a savage. Every day that I live, wrote the American Henry Coleman, I thank heaven that I am not a poor man with a family in England. We can find plenty of statements about the harsh utilitarian indifference of the industrialists to set beside Engels. The truth is that Engels' book remains today, as it was in 1845, by far the best single book on the working class of the period. Subsequent historians have regarded and continue to regard it as such, except for a recent group of critics, motivated by ideological dislike. It is not the last word on the subject, for 125 years of research have added to our knowledge of working class conditions, especially in the areas with which Engels had no close personal acquaintance. It is a book of its time. But nothing can take its place in the library of every 19th century historian and everyone interested in the working class movement. It remains an indispensable work and a landmark in the fight for the emancipation of humanity. 5. On the Communist Manifesto *. In the spring of 1847 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels agreed to join the so-called League of the Just, Bund der Gerechten, an offshoot of the earlier League of the Outlaws, Bund der Gerechten, a revolutionary secret society formed in Paris in the 1830s under French revolutionary influence by German journeymen, mostly tailors and woodworkers, and still mainly composed of such expatriate artisan radicals. The League, convinced by their critical communism, offered to publish a manifesto drafted by Marx and Engels as its policy document, and also to modernize its organization along their lines. Indeed, it was so reorganized in the summer of 1847, renamed League of the Communists, Bund der Kommunisten, and committed to the object of the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, the rule of the proletariat, the ending of the old society which rests on class contradiction, Klassengegensatzen, and the establishment of a new society without classes or private property. 1. Second Congress of the League, held in London in December 1847, formally accepted the objects and new statutes and invited Marx and Engels to draft the new manifesto expounding the League's aims and policies. Though both Marx and Engels prepared drafts, and the document clearly represents the joint views of both, the final text was almost certainly written by Marx, after a stiff reminder by the executive, for Marx, then as later, found it hard to complete his texts except under the pressure of a firm deadline. The virtual absence of early drafts might suggest that it was written rapidly. Point 2. The resulting document of 23 pages, entitled Manifesto of the Communist Party, more generally known since 1872 as the Communist Manifesto, was published in February 1848 and printed in the office of the Workers' Educational Association, better known as the Kommunistischer Arbeiterbildungsverein, which survived until 1914, at 46 Liverpool Street in the City of London. This small pamphlet was almost certainly by far the most influential single piece of political writing since the French Revolutionary Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen. By good luck it hit the streets only a week or two before the outbreak of the revolutions of 1848, which spread like a forest fire from Paris across the continent of Europe. Although its horizon was firmly international, the first edition hopefully, but wrongly, announced the impending publication of the manifesto in English, French, Italian, Flemish and Danish. Its initial impact was exclusively German. Small though the Communist League was, it played a not insignificant part in the German Revolution, not least through the newspaper Neue Rheinische-Zeitung, 1848-9, which Karl Marx edited. The first edition of the manifesto was reprinted 3 times in a few months, serialized in the Deutsche Londoner Zeitung, reset and corrected in April or May 1848 in 30 pages, but dropped out of sight with the failure of the 1848 revolutions. By the time Marx settled down to his lifelong exile in England in 1849, it had become sufficiently scarce for Marx to think it worth reprinting Section 3 of the Manifesto, Sozialistische und Kommunistische Literatur, in the last issue 102. On the Communist Manifesto of his London magazine Neue Rheinische Zeitung, Politische Ist Review, November 1850, which had hardly any readers. Nobody would have predicted a remarkable future for it in the 1850s and early 1860s. A small new edition was privately issued in London by a German émigré printer, probably in 1864, and another small edition in Berlin in 1866, the first ever actually published in Germany. Between 1848 and 1868 there seem to have been no translations, apart from a Swedish version, probably published at the end of 1848, and an English one in 1850, significant in the bibliographical history of the manifesto only because the translator seems to have consulted Marx, or, since she lived in Lancashire, more probably Engels. Both versions sank without trace. By the middle 1860s virtually nothing that Marx had written in the past was any longer in print. Marx's prominence in the International Working Men's Association, the so-called First International, 1864-72, and the emergence, in Germany, of 2 important working-class parties, both founded by former members of the Communist League, who held him in high esteem, led to a revival of interest in the manifesto, as in his other writings. In particular, his eloquent defense of the Paris Commune of 1871, commonly known as the Civil War in France, gave him considerable notoriety in the press as a dangerous leader of international subversion, feared by governments. More specifically, the treason trial of the German Social Democratic Party leaders Wilhelm Liebknecht, August Bebel, and Adolf Heppner in March 1872 gave the document unexpected publicity. The prosecution read the text of the manifesto into the court record, and thus gave the Social Democrats their first chance of publishing it legally, and in a large print run, as part of the court proceedings. As it was clear that a document published before the 1848 revolution might need some updating and explanatory commentary, Marx and Engels produced the first of the series of prefaces which have since usually accompanied new editions of the Manifesto. 2 For legal reasons the preface could not be widely distributed at the time, but in fact the 1872 edition, based on the 1866 edition, became the foundation of all subsequent editions. Meanwhile, between 1871 and 1873, at least 9 editions of the Manifesto appeared in 6 languages. In the next 40 years the Manifesto conquered the world, carried forward by the rise of the new, socialist, labor parties, in which the Marxist influence rapidly increased in the 1880s. None of these chose to be known as a communist party until the Russian Bolsheviks returned to the original title after the October Revolution, but the title Manifesto of the Communist Party remained unchanged. Even before the Russian Revolution of 1917 it had been issued in several hundred editions in some 30 languages, including 3 editions in Japanese and 1 in Chinese. Nevertheless, its main region of influence was in the central belt of Europe, stretching from France in the west to Russia in the east. Not surprisingly, the largest number of editions were in the Russian language, 70, plus 35 more in the languages of the Tsarist Empire, 11 in Polish, 7 in Yiddish, 6 in Finnish, 5 in Ukrainian, 4 in Georgian and 2 in Armenian. There were 55 editions in German plus, for the Habsburg Empire, another 9 in Hungarian and 8 in Czech, but only 3 in Croat and 1 each in Slovak and Slovene, 34 in English, covering the USA also, where the first translation appeared in 1871, 26 in French, and 11 in Italian, the first not until 1889. Its impact in southwestern Europe was small, 6 editions in Spanish, and this including the Latin American editions, 1 in Portuguese. So was its impact in southeastern Europe, 7 editions in Bulgarian, 4 in Serb, 4 in Romanian, and a single edition in Ladino, presumably published in Salonika. Northern Europe was moderately well represented with 6 editions in Danish, 5 in Swedish and 2 in Norwegian. 4. This uneven geographical distribution reflected not only the uneven development of the socialist movement, and of Marx's own influence, as distinct from other revolutionary ideologies on the Communist Manifesto, such as anarchism, but should also remind us that there was no strong correlation between the size and power of social democratic and labor parties and the circulation of the manifesto. Thus until 1905 the German Social Democratic Party, SPD, with its hundreds of thousands of members and millions of voters published new editions of the manifesto in print runs of not more than 2,000 to 3,000 copies. The party's Erfurt program of 1891 was published in 120,000 copies, while it appears to have published not many more than 16,000 copies of the manifesto over the 11 years from 1895 to 1905, the year in which the circulation of its theoretical journal Die Neue Zeit was 6,400. 5. The average member of a mass Marxist Social Democratic Party was not expected to pass examinations in theory. Conversely, the 70 pre-revolutionary Russian editions represented a combination of organizations, illegal for most of the time, whose total membership cannot have been more than a few thousand. Similarly, the 34 English editions were published by and for the scattering of Marxist sects in the Anglo-Saxon world, operating on the left flank of such labor and socialist parties as existed. This was the milieu in which the clearness of a comrade could be gauged invariably from the number of earmarks on his manifesto. 6 In short, the readers of the manifesto, though part of the new and rising socialist labor parties and movements, were almost certainly not a representative sample of their membership. They were men and women with a special interest in the theory that underlay such movements. This is probably still the case. This situation changed after the October Revolution, at all events in the communist parties. Unlike the mass parties of the Second International, 1889 to 1914, those of the Third, 1919 to 43, expected all their members to understand, or at least to show some knowledge of, Marxist theory. The dichotomy between effective political leaders uninterested in writing books and the theorists like Karl Koski, known and respected as such but not as practical political decision-makers, faded away. Following Lenin, all leaders were now supposed to be important theorists, since all political decisions were justified on grounds of Marxist analysis, or, more likely, by reference to the textual authority of the classics, Marx, Engels, Lenin and, in due course, Stalin. The publication and popular distribution of Marx's and Engels' texts therefore became far more central to the movement than in the days of the Second International. They ranged from series of the smaller writings, probably pioneered by the German Elementarbucher des Kommunismus during the Weimar Republic, and suitably selected compendia of readings, such as the invaluable selected correspondence of Marx and Engels, to selected works of Marx and Engels in 2, later 3 volumes, and the preparation of their collected works, Gesamtausgabe, all backed by the, for these purposes, unlimited resources of the Soviet Communist Party, and often printed in the Soviet Union in a variety of foreign languages. The Communist Manifesto benefited from this new situation in 3 ways. Its circulation undoubtedly grew. The cheap edition published in 1932 by the official publishing houses of the American and British Communist parties in hundreds of thousands of copies has been described as probably the largest mass edition ever issued in English. 7. Its title was no longer a historical survival, but now linked directly to current politics. Since a major state now claimed to represent Marxist ideology, the manifesto's standing as a text in political science was reinforced, and it accordingly entered the teaching program of universities, destined to expand rapidly after the Second World War, and where the Marxism of intellectual readers was to find its most enthusiastic public in the 1960s and 1970s. The USSR emerged from the Second World War as one of the 2 superpowers in the world, heading a vast region of communist states and dependencies. Western communist parties, with the notable exception of the German one, emerged from the war stronger than they had ever been or were likely to be. Though the Cold War had begun, in the year of its centenary. On the Communist Manifesto. The manifesto was no longer published simply by communist or other Marxist editors but in large print runs by non-political publishers with introductions by prominent academics. In short, it was no longer only a classic Marxist document, it had become a political classic tout court. It remains one, even after the end of Soviet communism and the decline of Marxist parties and movements in many parts of the world. In states without censorship, almost certainly anyone within reach of a good bookshop, and certainly anyone within reach of a good library, not to mention the internet, can have access to it. The object of a new edition is therefore not so much to make the text of this astonishing masterpiece available, and still less to revisit a century of doctrinal debates about the correct interpretation of this fundamental document of Marxism. It is to remind ourselves that the manifesto still has plenty to say to the world in the 21st century. 2. What does it have to say? It is, of course, a document written for a particular moment in history. Some of it became obsolete almost immediately, for instance the tactics recommended for communists in Germany, which were not those in fact applied by them during the 1848 revolution and its aftermath. More of it became obsolete as the time separating the readers from the date of writing lengthened. Guizot and Metternich have long retired from leading governments into history books. The Tsar, though not the Pope, no longer exists. As for the discussion of socialist and communist literature, Marx and Engels themselves admitted in 1872 that even then it was out of date. More to the point, with the lapse of time the language of the manifesto was no longer that of its readers. For example, much has been made of the phrase that the advance of bourgeois 107 society had rescued a considerable part of the population from the idiocy of rural life. But while there is no doubt that Marx at this time shared the usual townsman's contempt for, as well as ignorance of, the peasant milieu, The actual and analytically more interesting German phrase, dem Idiotismus Landlebensinteressen, referred not to stupidity but to the narrow horizons, or the isolation from the wider society in which people in the countryside lived. It echoed the original meaning of the Greek term idiots, from which the current meaning of idiot or idiocy is derived, namely a person concerned only with his own private affairs and not with those of the wider community. In the course of the decades since the 1840s, and in movements whose members, unlike Marx, were not classically educated, the original sense had evaporated and was misread. This is even more evident in its political vocabulary. Terms such as stand, estate, demokratie, democracy, and nation/national either have little application to today's politics or no longer have the meaning they had in the political or philosophical discourse of the 1840s. To take an obvious example, the Communist Party, whose manifesto our text claimed to be, had nothing to do with the parties of modern democratic politics or the vanguard parties of Leninist communism, let alone the state parties of the Soviet and Chinese type. None of these as yet existed. Party still meant essentially a tendency or current of opinion or policy, although Marx and Engels recognized that once this found expression in class movements, it developed some kind of organization, dies Organisation der Proletarier zur Klasse, und damit zur politischen Partei. Hence the distinction in Part 4 between the already constituted workers' parties, the Chartists in England and the agrarian reformers in North America, and the others, not yet so constituted. 8. As the text made clear, Marx's and Engels' Communist Party at this stage was no kind of organization, nor did it attempt to establish one, let alone an organization with a specific program. Dis 108. On the Communist Manifesto. Tinct from other organizations. Point 9. Incidentally, the actual body on whose behalf the manifesto was written, the Communist League, is nowhere mentioned in it. Moreover, it is clear that the manifesto was not only written in and for a particular historical situation, but also that it represented one phase, a relatively immature phase, in the development of Marxian thought. This is most evident in its economic aspects. Though Marx had begun to study political economy seriously from 1843, he did not seriously set out to develop the economic analysis expounded in Capital until he arrived in his English exile after the 1848 revolution and acquired access to the treasures of the British Museum Library, in the summer of 1850. Thus the distinction between the proletarian sale of his labor to the capitalist, and the sale of his labor power, which is essential to the Marxian theory of surplus value and exploitation, had clearly not yet been made in the manifesto. Nor did the mature Marx hold the view that the price of the commodity labor was its cost of production, i.e. the cost of the physiological minimum of keeping the worker alive. In short, Marx wrote the manifesto less as a Marxian economist than as a communist Ricardian. And yet, though Marx and Engels reminded readers that the manifesto was a historical document, out of date in many respects, they promoted and assisted the publication of the 1848 text, with relatively minor amendments and clarifications. They recognized that it remained a major statement of the analysis which distinguished their communism from all other projects for the creation of a better society. In essence, this analysis was historical. Its core was the demonstration of the historical development of societies, and specifically of bourgeois society, which replaced its predecessors, revolutionized the world, and in turn necessarily created the conditions for its inevitable supersession. Unlike Marxian economics, the materialist conception of history which underlay this analysis had already found its mature formulation in the middle 1840s. It remained substantially unchanged in later years. 11. In this respect, the manifesto already was a defining document of Marxism. It embodied the historical vision, though its general outline remained to be filled in by fuller analysis. 3. How will the manifesto strike the reader who comes to it for the first time? The new reader can hardly fail to be swept away by the passionate conviction, the concentrated brevity, the intellectual and stylistic force of this astonishing pamphlet. It is written, as though in a single creative burst, in lapidary sentences almost naturally transforming themselves into the memorable aphorisms which have become known far beyond the world of political debate, from the opening "A spectre is haunting Europe, the spectre of communism" to the final "The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win." Equally uncommon in 19th century German writing, it is written in short apodictic paragraphs, mainly of 1 to 5 lines, in only 5 cases out of more than 200, of 15 or more lines. Whatever else it is, the Communist Manifesto as political rhetoric has an almost biblical force. In short, it is impossible to deny its compelling power as literature. 13. However, what will undoubtedly also strike the contemporary reader is the manifesto's remarkable diagnosis of the revolutionary character and impact of bourgeois society. The point is not simply that Marx recognized and proclaimed the extraordinary achievements and dynamism of a society he detested, to the surprise of more than one later defender of capitalism against the Red Menace. It is that the world transformed by capitalism which he described in 1848, in passages of dark, laconic eloquence, is recognizably the world of the early 21st century. Curiously, the politically quite unrealistic. On the Communist Manifesto. Optimism of two revolutionaries of 28 and 30 years has proved to be the manifesto's most lasting strength. For though the spectre of communism did indeed haunt politicians, and though Europe was living through a major period of economic and social crisis, and was about to erupt in the greatest continent-wide revolution of its history, there was plainly no adequate ground for the manifesto's belief that the moment for the overthrow of capitalism was approaching. The bourgeois revolution in Germany can only be the prelude to an immediately following proletarian revolution. On the contrary, as we now know, capitalism was poised for its first era of triumphant global advance. What gives the manifesto its force is two things. The first is its vision, even at the outset of the triumphal march of capitalism, that this mode of production was not permanent, stable, the end of history, but a temporary phase in the history of humanity, and, like its predecessors, one due to be superseded by another kind of society, unless, the manifesto's phrase has not been much noted, it founders in the common ruin of the contending classes. The second is its recognition of the necessary long-term historical tendencies of capitalist development. The revolutionary potential of the capitalist economy was already evident. Marx and Engels did not claim to be the only ones to recognize it. Since the French Revolution, some of the tendencies they observed were plainly having substantial effect, for instance the decline of independent or but loosely connected provinces, with separate interests, laws, governments, and systems of taxation before nation-states with one government, one code of laws, one national class interest, one frontier, and one customs tariff. Nevertheless, by the late 1840s what the bourgeoisie had achieved was a great deal more modest than the miracles ascribed to it in the manifesto. After all, in 1850 the world produced no more than 71,000 tons of steel, almost 70% in Britain, and had built fewer than 24,000 miles of railroads, 2/3 of these in Britain and the USA. Historians have had no difficulty in showing that even in Britain the Industrial Revolution, a term specifically used by Engels from 1844 on, 14 had hardly created an industrial or even a predominantly urban country before the 1850s. Marx and Engels described not the world as it had already been transformed by capitalism in 1848, but predicted how it was logically destined to be transformed by it. We now live in a world in which this transformation has largely taken place, even though readers of the manifesto in the third millennium of the Western calendar will no doubt observe the continued acceleration of its advance. In some ways we can even see the force of the manifesto's predictions more clearly than the generations between us and its publication. For until the revolution in transport and communications since the Second World War, there were limits to the globalization of production, to giving a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every country. Until the 1970s industrialization remained overwhelmingly confined to its regions of origin. Some schools of Marxists could even argue that capitalism, at least in its imperialist form, so far from compelling all nations, on pain of extinction, to adopt the bourgeois mode of production, was by its nature perpetuating, or even creating, underdevelopment in the so-called Third World. While 1/3 of the human race lived in economies of the Soviet communist type, it seemed as though capitalism would never succeed in compelling all nations to become bourgeois themselves. It would not create a world after its own image. Again, before the 1960s, the manifesto's announcement that capitalism brought about the destruction of the family seemed not to have been verified, even in the advanced Western countries, where today something like half the children are born to or brought up by single mothers, and half of all households in big cities consist of single persons. In short, what might in 1848 have struck an uncommitted reader as revolutionary rhetoric or, at best, as plausible prediction on the Communist Manifesto, can now be read as a concise characterization of capitalism at the start of the new millennium. Of what other document of the 1840s can this be said? 4. However, if today we must be struck by the acuteness of the manifesto's vision of the then remote future of a massively globalist capitalism, the failure of another of its forecasts is equally striking. It is now evident that the bourgeoisie has not produced, above all, its own gravediggers in the proletariat. Its fall and the victory of the proletariat have not proved equally inevitable. The contrast between the two halves of the manifesto's analysis in its section on bourgeois and proletarians calls for more explanation after over 150 years than at the time of its centenary. The problem lies not in Marx's and Engels' vision of a capitalism which necessarily transformed most of the people earning their living in this economy into men and women who depend for their livelihood on hiring themselves out for wages or salaries. It has undoubtedly tended to do so, though today the incomes of some who are technically employees hired for a salary, such as corporation executives, can hardly count as proletarian. Nor does it lie essentially in their belief that most of this working population would consist of a workforce of industrial labor. While Great Britain remained quite exceptional as a country in which wage-paid manual workers formed the absolute majority of the population, the development of industrial production required massive and growing inputs of manual labor for well over a century after the manifesto. Unquestionably, this is no longer the case in modern capital-intensive high-tech production, a development not considered in the manifesto, though in fact in his more mature economic studies Marx himself envisaged the possible development of an increasingly laborless economy. At least in a post-capitalist era. 15. Even in the old industrial economies of capitalism, the percentage of people employed in manufacturing industry remained stable until the 1970s, except for the USA, where the decline set in a little earlier. Indeed, with very few exceptions such as Britain, Belgium, and the USA, in 1970 industrial workers probably formed a larger proportion of the total occupied population in the industrial and industrial leasing world than ever before. In any case, the overthrow of capitalism envisaged by the manifesto did not rely on the prior transformation of the majority of the occupied population into proletarians, but on the assumption that the situation of the proletariat in the capitalist economy was such that, once organized as a necessarily political class movement, it could take the lead and rally round itself the discontent of other classes, and thus acquire political power as the independent movement of the immense majority in the interests of the immense majority. Thus the proletariat would rise to be the leading class of the nation, constitute itself the nation. Since capitalism has not been overthrown, we are apt to dismiss this prediction. Yet, utterly improbable though it looked in 1848, the politics of most European capitalist countries were to be transformed by the rise of organized political movements basing themselves on the class-conscious working class, which had barely made its appearance outside Great Britain. Labor and socialist parties emerged in most parts of the developed world in the 1880s and became mass parties in states with the democratic franchise which they did so much to bring about. During and after World War I, as one branch of proletarian parties followed the revolutionary road of the Bolsheviks, another branch became the sustaining pillars of a democratized capitalism. The Bolshevik branch is no longer of much significance in Europe, or parties of this kind have assimilated to social democracy. Social democracy, as understood in the days of Babel or even Clement Attlee, was fighting a rearguard. On the Communist Manifesto. Action in the 1990s. However, at the end of the century, the descendants of the social democratic parties of the Second International, sometimes under their original names, were the parties of government in all except two Western European states, Spain and Germany, in both of which they had in the past provided the government and were likely to do so again. In short, what is wrong is not the manifesto's prediction of the central role of the political movements based on the working class, and still sometimes specifically bearing the class name, as in the British, Dutch, Norwegian, and Australasian Labour parties. It is the proposition that of all the classes that confront the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class, whose inevitable destiny, implicit in the nature and development of capitalism, is to overthrow the bourgeoisie. Its fall and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable. Even in the notoriously hungry 40s, the mechanism which was to assure this, namely the inevitable pauperization of the laborers 17, was not totally convincing, unless on the assumption, implausible even then, that capitalism was in its final crisis and about to be immediately overthrown. It was a double mechanism. Pauperization, in addition to its effect on the workers' movement, proved that the bourgeoisie was unfit to rule because it is incompetent to assure an existence to its slave within his slavery, because it cannot help letting him sink into such a state, that it has to feed him instead of being fed by him. So far from providing the profit which fueled the engine of capitalism, labor now drained it away. But, given the enormous economic potential of capitalism so dramatically expounded in the manifesto itself, why was it inevitable that capitalism could not provide a livelihood, however miserable, for most of its working class, or alternatively, that it could not afford a welfare system? That pauperism in the strict sense develops even more rapidly than population and wealth. 18. If capitalism had a long life before it, as became obvious very soon after 1848, this did not have to happen, and indeed it did not. The manifesto's vision of the historic development of bourgeois society, including the working class which it generated, did not necessarily lead to the conclusion that the proletariat would overthrow capitalism and, in so doing, open the way to the development of communism, because vision and conclusion did not derive from the same analysis. The aim of communism, adopted before Marx became Marxist, was not derived from the analysis of the nature and development of capitalism but from a philosophical, indeed an eschatological argument about human nature and destiny. The idea, fundamental for Marx from then on, that the proletariat was a class which could not liberate itself without thereby liberating society as a whole, first appears as a philosophical deduction rather than a product of observation. Point 19. As George Lichtheim put it, the proletariat makes its first appearance in Marx's writings as the social force needed to realize the aims of German philosophy, as Marx saw it in 1843-4. At this time Marx knew little more about the proletariat than that it is coming into being in Germany only as a result of the rising industrial development, and this was precisely its potential as a liberating force, since, unlike the poor masses of traditional society, it was the child of a drastic dissolution of society and therefore by its existence proclaimed the dissolution of the hitherto existing world order. He knew even less about labor movements, though a great deal about the history of the French Revolution. In Engels he acquired a partner who brought to the partnership the concept of the Industrial Revolution, an understanding of the dynamics of capitalist economy as it actually existed in Britain, and the rudiments of an economic analysis. 21. Both leading him to predict a future social revolution, to be made by an actual working class about which, living and working in Britain in the early 1840s, he knew a great deal. Marx's and Engels' approaches to the proletariat and communism complemented one another. So did their conception of the class struggle as a motor of history, in Marx's case derived on the Communist Manifesto. Largely from the study of the French Revolutionary period, in Engels from the experience of social movements in post-Napoleonic Britain. It is no surprise that they found themselves, in Engels' words, in agreement in all theoretical fields. Engels brought to Marx the elements of a model which demonstrated the fluctuating and self-destabilizing nature of the operations of the capitalist economy, notably the outlines of a theory of economic crises and empirical material about the rise of the British working class movement and the revolutionary role it could play in Britain. In the 1840s, the conclusion that society was on the verge of revolution was not implausible. Nor was the prediction that the working class, however immature, would lead it. After all, within weeks of the publication of the manifesto, a movement of Paris workers overthrew the French monarchy, and gave the signal for revolution to half Europe. Nevertheless, the tendency for capitalist development to generate an essentially revolutionary proletariat could not be deduced from the analysis of the nature of capitalist development. It was one possible consequence of this development, but could not be shown to be the only possible one. Still less could it be shown that a successful overthrow of capitalism by the proletariat must necessarily open the way to communist development. The manifesto claims no more than that it would then initiate a process of very gradual change. Marx's vision of a proletariat whose very essence destined it to emancipate all humanity and end class society by its overthrow of capitalism represents a hope read into his analysis of capitalism, but not a conclusion necessarily imposed by that analysis. What the manifesto's analysis of capitalism could undoubtedly lead to, especially when extended by Marx's analysis of economic concentration, which is barely hinted at in 1848, is a more general and less specific conclusion about the self-destructive forces built into capitalist development. It must reach a point, and nowadays not only Marxists will accept this, where the bourgeois relations of production and exchange, bourgeois property relations. Modern bourgeois society, which has conjured up such gigantic means of production and exchange, is like the sorcerer who is no longer able to control the powers of the underworld he has called up. Bourgeois relations have become too narrow to encompass the wealth created by them. It is not unreasonable to conclude that the contradictions inherent in a market system based on no other nexus between human beings than naked self-interest, than callous cash payment, a system of exploitation and of endless accumulation, can never be overcome, that at some point in a series of transformations and restructurings the development of this essentially self-destabilizing system will lead to a state of affairs that can no longer be described as capitalism. Or, to quote the later Marx, when centralization of the means of production and the socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist int-egument, and that int-egument is burst asunder 25 by what name the subsequent state of affairs is described is immaterial. However, as the effects of the world economic explosion on the world environment demonstrate, it will necessarily have to mark a sharp shift away from private appropriation to social management on a global scale. It is extremely unlikely that such a post-capitalist society would correspond to the traditional models of socialism, and still less to the really existing socialisms of the Soviet era. What forms it might take, and how far it would embody the humanist values of Marx's and Engels' communism, would depend on the political action through which this change came about. For this, as the manifesto holds, is central to the shaping of historical change. V. In the Marxian view, however, we describe that historic moment when the int-egument is burst asunder, politics will be an essential element in it. The manifesto has been read primarily as on the Communist Manifesto. Document of historical inevitability, and indeed its force derived largely from the confidence it gave its readers that capitalism was inevitably destined to be buried by its grave diggers, and that now and at no earlier era in history the conditions for emancipation had come into being. Yet, contrary to widespread assumptions, inasmuch as it believes that historical change proceeds through men making their own history, it is not a determinist document. The graves have to be dug by or through human action. A determinist reading of the argument is indeed possible. It has been suggested that Engels tended towards it more naturally than Marx, with important consequences for the development of Marxist theory and the Marxist labor movement after Marx's death. However, Though Engels' own earlier drafts have been cited as evidence, 26 in fact it cannot be read into the manifesto itself. When it leaves the field of historical analysis and enters the present, it is a document of choices, of political possibilities rather than probabilities, let alone certainties. Between now and the unpredictable time when in the course of development there would be an association in which the free development of each is the condition of the free development of all, lies the realm of political action. Historical change through social praxis, through collective action, is at its core. The manifesto sees the development of the proletariat as the organization of the proletarians into a class and consequently into a political party. The conquest of political power by the proletariat, the winning of democracy, is the first step in the workers' revolution, and the future of society hinges on the subsequent political actions of the new regime, how the proletariat will use its political supremacy. The commitment to politics is what historically distinguished Marxian socialism from the anarchists, and from the successors of those socialists whose rejection of all political action the manifesto specifically condemns. Even before Lenin, Marxian theory was not just about what history shows us will happen, but also about what must be done. Admittedly, the Soviet experience of the 20th century has taught us that it might be better not to do what must be done under historical conditions which virtually put success beyond reach. But this lesson might also have been learned from considering the implications of the Communist Manifesto. But then, the Manifesto, it is not the least of its remarkable qualities, is a document which envisaged failure. It hoped that the outcome of capitalist development would be a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, but, as we have already seen, it did not exclude the alternative, common ruin. Many years later another Marxian rephrased this as the choice between socialism and barbarity. Which of these will prevail is a question which the 21st century must be left to answer. 6. Asterisk. The place of the Grundrisse in Marx's oeuvre and its fortunes are in many respects peculiar. In the first place, they are the only example of a major set of Marx's mature writings which, for practical purposes, were entirely unknown to Marxists for more than half a century after Karl Marx's death, and indeed almost completely unavailable until almost a century after the composition of the manuscripts which have been brought together under this name. Whatever the debates about their significance, the writings of 1857–8, clearly part of the intellectual effort that was to produce Das Kapital, represent Marx in his maturity, not least as an economist. This distinguishes the Grundrisse from the other earlier posthumous addition to the Marxian corpus, the 1932 Frühe Schriften. The exact place of these writings of the early 40s in Marx's theoretical development has been much debated, rightly or wrongly, but there can be no such disagreement about the maturity of the writings of 1857–8. Forward to Marcello Musto, ed. Karl Marx's Grundrisse, Foundations of the Critique of Political Economy 150 Years Later, Routledge, London, 2008. In the second place, and somewhat surprisingly, the entire publication of the Grundrisse took place under what may safely be regarded as the least favorable conditions for any original development of Marx studies and Marxist thinking, namely in the USSR and the German Democratic Republic, at the height of the era of Stalin. The publication of texts by Marx and Engels remained a matter subject to the imprimatur of political authority even later, as editors engaged in foreign editions of their works have had reason to discover. It is still not clear how the obstacles to publication were overcome, including the purging of the Marx-Engels Institute and the elimination and eventual murder of its founder and director, or how Paul Weller, who was in charge of work on the manuscript from 1925 to 1939, survived the terror of 1936–8 to do so. It may have helped that the authorities did not quite know what to make of this large and difficult text. However, they plainly had their doubts about its precise status, not least because Stalin's view was that draft manuscripts were of less importance than the 3 volumes of Capital which reflected Marx's mature position and views. The Grundrisse were not in fact fully published in a Russian translation until 1968–9, and neither the original, Moscow, German edition of 1939-41 nor its 1953, Berlin, reprint were published as parts of the, incomplete, Soviet edition of Marx's and Engels. Collected works usually known by the acronym MEGA, only. In the format of MEGA, or as part of the Marx, Engels Werke. However, unlike the Frühe Schriften of 1844, which disappeared from the official Marx corpus after their original appearance in MEGA, 1932, they actually were published in the USSR, even at the peak of the Stalin era. The third peculiarity is the long-lasting uncertainty about the status of the 1857-8 manuscripts, which is reflected in the fluctuating name of the papers in the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute of the 1930s until they acquired their title Grundriss shortly before going to print. Indeed, the exact nature of their relation to the published texts of Das Kapital as written by Marx and 122, reconstructed by Engels, and the fourth volume of Theories of Surplus Value, compiled by Koski from Marx's notes of 1861-3, remains a matter of debate. Koski, who went through them, does not seem to have known what to do about them. He published 2 extracts from them in his Revue die Neuezeit, but no more. These were the brief Beistiat and Carey, 1904, which made little impact, and the so-called Introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, 1903, never completed and therefore not published in 1859 with the book of the same name, which was to become an early text for those wishing to extend Marxist interpretation beyond prevailing orthodoxies, notably the Austro-Marxists. To date it is probably the most widely discussed part of the Grundriss, although at least one commentator in the latest book on the subject questions whether these 2 pieces form part of it. The rest of the manuscripts remained unpublished, and indeed unknown to commentators, until Ryazanov and his collaborators in Moscow acquired photocopies of them in 1923, put them in order and planned to publish them in the MEGA. It is interesting to speculate what impact they might have had if they had been published in 1931, as originally planned. The date of their actual publication, at the end of 1939 and a week after Hitler's invasion of the USSR in 1941, meant that they remained almost totally unknown in the West until the 1953 reprint in East Berlin, although rare copies reached the USA, and from 1948 on the work was analyzed, but not published before 1967-8, by the great pioneer explicator of the Grundriss, Roman Rostalski, 1898-1965, recently arrived in the USA via Auschwitz and various other concentration camps. It is difficult to believe that the bulk of the original German edition, sent to the front as material for agitation against German soldiers and later to camps as study materials for prisoners of war, achieved their theoretical or practical objectives. Why the full reprint of 1939/41, which became the Editio Princeps for the international reception of the Grundriss, was published in East Germany in 1953, some years before the publication of the Marx, Engels Werke, and deliberately unconnected with these, we do not know, though some plausible suggestions have been made. With one exception, the work did not begin to make a serious mark on Marx studies until the 1960s. That exception is the section on forms that precede capitalist production, which was first published separately in Russian in 1938, as, somewhat earlier, was the chapter on money, translated into Japanese in 1947, in German in 1952, a text immediately translated into Hungarian, Japanese, and Italian, 1953-4, and certainly discussed among Marxist historians in the English-speaking world. The English translation, with an explicatory introduction, 1964, was soon published in Spanish versions in Argentina and Franco's Spain, 1966-7. Presumably its special interest for Marxist historians and social anthropologists helps to explain the wide distribution of this text, well before the availability of the full Grundriss, and also its specific relevance to the much disputed Marxist analysis of Third World societies. It threw light on the Asiatic mode of production debate, controversially revived in the West by works like Wittfogels' Oriental Despotism, 1957. The Rezeptionsgeschichte of the 1857-8 manuscripts really begins with the major effort, following the crisis of 1956, to free Marxism from the straitjacket of Soviet orthodoxy, both within and outside the no longer monolithic communist parties. Since they did not belong to the canonical corpus of the classics but were unquestionably by Marx, both the 1844 writings and the 1857-8 manuscripts could be regarded inside communist parties as the basis for a legitimate opening of hitherto closed positions. The almost simultaneous international discovery of Gramsci's writings, the first publication of his writings in the USSR was in 1957-9, had the same function. The belief that the Grundriss had the potential for heterodoxy is shown by the appearance of unofficial freelance translations such as those of the reformists of the French editions Anthropo, 1968, and, under the auspices of the New Left Review, Martin Nicholas, 1971. Outside the communist parties, the Grundriss had the 124 function of justifying a non-communist but unquestionable Marxism, but this did not become politically significant until the era of student rebellions in the 1960s, although their significance had already been recognized in the 1950s by scholarly Germans close to the Frankfurt tradition, but not in the milieu of political activism like Lichtheim and the young Habermas. Student radicalization in rapidly expanding universities also provided a larger body of readers than could have been expected in the past for extremely difficult texts such as these. But for this, commercial publishers like Penguin Books would surely not have been prepared to publish the Grundriss, even as part of a Pelican Marx library. In the meantime, the text had been, more or less reluctantly, accepted as an integral part of the corpus of Marx's writings in the USSR, being added to the previous edition of the Marx, Engels works in 1968-9, though in a smaller edition than Capital. Publication in Hungary and Czechoslovakia soon followed, and, after the end of Mao, in China. It is thus not easy to separate the debates on the Grundriss from the political setting in which they took place, and which stimulated them. In the 1970s, when they were at their most intense, they also suffered from a generational or cultural handicap, namely the loss of most of the, mainly Central and East European, pioneer generation of Marxian textual scholars of monumental devotion and learning, men like David Ryazanov and Roman Rostalsky. Some serious efforts were indeed made by younger Trotskyist intellectuals to build on the earlier analyses of the place of the 1857-8 manuscripts in the development of Marx's thought, and more specifically on their place in the general plan of what became the torso of Capital. However, prominent Marxist theoretical polemics might be launched by writers like Louis Althusser in France and Antonio Negri in Italy, with a frankly insufficient formation in Marxian literature and received by young men and women who themselves might well as yet lack much knowledge of the texts, or ability to judge the past controversies about them, if only for linguistic reasons. The present collective volume appears at a time when Marxist parties and movements are only rarely significant actors on the global scene, and when debates about their doctrines, strategies, methods, and objectives are no longer the inevitable framework of debates about the writings of Marx, Engels and their followers. And yet it also comes out at a time when the world appears to demonstrate the perspicacity of Marx's insight into the economic modus operandi of the capitalist system. Perhaps this is the right moment to return to a study of the Grundriss, less constricted by the temporary considerations of left-wing politics between Khrushchev's denunciation of Stalin and the fall of Gorbachev. It is an enormously difficult text in every respect, but also an enormously rewarding one, if only because it provides the only guide to the full range of the treatise, of which Capital is only a fraction, and a unique introduction to the methodology of the mature Marx. It contains analyses and insights, for instance about technology, that take Marx's treatment of capitalism far beyond the 19th century, into the era of a society where production no longer requires mass labor, of automation, the potential of leisure, and the transformations of alienation in such circumstances. It is the only text that goes some way beyond Marx's own hints of the communist future in the German ideology. In short, it has been rightly described as Marx's thought at its richest. 7. In 1857-8 Karl Marx was composing a bulky manuscript in preparation for his critique of political economy and capital. It was published under the title Grundrisse der Kritik der politischen Ökonomie in Moscow, 1939-41, though some small extracts had appeared in the Neue Zeit in 1903-4. The time and place of publication caused the work to be virtually unknown until 1952. When a section of it was published as a pamphlet in Berlin, and 1953, when the entire Grundrisse were republished in the same city. This 1953 German edition long remained the only accessible one. The Grundrisse thus belonged to that large group of Marx and Engels manuscripts which were never published during their author's lifetime, and have become available for adequate study only since 1930. Most of them, such as the economic philosophical manuscripts of 1844, which have figured a great deal in subsequent discussions, belong to the youth of both Marx and Marxism. The Grundrisse, however, belong to his full maturity. They are the outcome of a decade of intensive study in England, and clearly represent the stage of his thought which immediately precedes the drafting of Capital during the early 1860s, for which, as already observed, they provide preliminary work. The Grundrisse are therefore the last major writings of the mature Marx to have reached the public. Under the circumstances, their neglect is very surprising. This is especially true of the sections, headed Formen der kapitalistischen Produktionsvorherrschaft, in which Marx attempts to grapple with the problem of pre-capitalist historic evolution. For these are not unimportant or casual notes. The Formen do not merely represent, as Marx himself proudly wrote to Lassalle, November 12, 1858, the result of 15 years' research, that is to say of the best years of my life. They show Marx at his most brilliant and profound, and are also in many ways the indispensable pendant to the superb preface to the Critique of Political Economy, which was written shortly after and presents historical materialism in its most pregnant form. It can be said without hesitation that any Marxist historical discussion which does not take into account the Grundrisse, that is to say virtually all such discussion before 1941, and, unfortunately, much of it since, must be reconsidered in the light of them. There are, however, obvious reasons for this neglect. The Grundrisse were, as Marx wrote to Lassalle, monographs, written at widely varying periods, for my own clarification and not for publication. Not only do they require from the reader an easy familiarity with Marx's idiom of thought, i.e. with his entire intellectual evolution and especially with Hegelianism, but they are also written in a sort of private intellectual shorthand which is sometimes impenetrable, in the form of rough notes interspersed with asides which, however clear they may have been to Marx, are often ambiguous to us. Anyone who has tried to translate the manuscript or even to study and interpret it, will know that it is sometimes quite impossible to put the meaning of some Sibylline passage beyond all reasonable doubt. Even if Marx had taken the trouble to make his meaning clear, it would still be far from easy, because his analysis is conducted at a very high level of generality, that is to say in highly abstract terms. In the first place Marx is concerned, as in the preface to the Critique, to establish the general mechanism of all social change, the formation of social relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of the material forces of production, the periodic development of conflicts between the forces and relations of production, the epochs of social revolution in which the relations once again adjust themselves to the level of the forces. This general analysis does not imply any statement about specific historical periods, forces, and relations of productions whatever. Thus the word class is not even mentioned in the preface, for classes are merely special cases of social relations of production at particular, though admittedly very long, periods of history. And the only actual statement about historic formations and periods is the brief, unsupported, and unexplained list of the epochs in the progress of the economic formation of society, namely, the Asiatic, ancient, feudal, and modern bourgeois, of which the final one is the last antagonistic form of the social process of production. The foremen are both more general and more specific than the preface, though they too, it is important to note this at the outset, are not history in the strict sense. In one aspect, the draft attempts to discover in the analysis of social evolution the characteristics of any dialectical, or indeed of any satisfying theory on any subject whatever. It seeks to possess, and indeed it does possess, those qualities of intellectual economy, generality, and unbroken internal logic, which scientists incline to call beauty or elegance, and it pursues them, by the use of Hegel's dialectical method, though on a materialist and not an idealist basis. This immediately brings us to the second aspect. The foremen seek to formulate the content of history in its most general form. This content is progress. Neither those who deny the existence of historical progress nor those who, often basing themselves on the writings of the immature Marx, see Marx's thought merely as an ethical demand for the liberation of man will find any support here. For Marx, progress is something objectively definable, and at the same time pointing to what is desirable. The strength of the Marxist belief in the triumph of the free development of all men depends not on the strength of Marx's hope for it, but on the assumed correctness of the analysis that this is indeed where historical development eventually leads mankind. The objective basis of Marx's humanism, but of course also, and simultaneously, of his theory of social and economic evolution, is his analysis of man as a social animal. Man, or rather men, perform labor, i.e. they create and reproduce their existence in daily practice, breathing, seeking food, shelter, love, etc. They do this by operating in nature, taking from nature, and eventually consciously changing nature, for this purpose. This interaction between man and nature is, and produces, social evolution. Taking from nature, or determining the use of some bit of nature, including one's own body, can be, and indeed is in common parlance, seen as appropriation, which is therefore originally merely an aspect of labor. It is expressed in the concept of property, which is not by any means the same thing as the historically special case of private property. In the beginning, says Marx, the relationship of the worker to the objective conditions of his labor is one of ownership. This is the natural unity of labor with its material sack-like prerequisites. p.67. Being a social animal, man develops both cooperation and a social division of labor, i.e. specialization of functions, which is not only made possible by, but increases the further possibilities of, producing a surplus over and above what is needed to maintain the individual and the community of which he is a 130 part. The existence of both the surplus and the social division of labor makes possible exchange. But initially both production and exchange have as their object merely use, i.e. the maintenance of the producer and his community. These are the main analytical bricks out of which the theory is built, and all are in fact expansions or corollaries of the original concept of man as a social animal of a special kind. 1. Progress of course is observable in the growing emancipation of man from nature and his growing control over nature. This emancipation, i.e. from the situation as given when primitive men go about their living, and from the original and spontaneous, or as Marx says Naturwuchsig, as grown up in nature, relations which emerge from the process of the evolution of animals into human groups, affects not only the forces but also the relations of production. And it is with the latter aspect that the foreman deals. On the one hand, the relations men enter into as a result of the specialization of labor, and notably exchange, are progressively clarified and sophisticated, until the invention of money and with it of commodity production and exchange, provides a basis for procedures unimaginable before, including capital accumulation. This process, while mentioned at the outset, p.67, is not its major subject. On the other hand, the double relation of labor property is progressively broken up, as man moves further from the Naturwuchsig or spontaneously evolved primitive relation with nature. It takes the form of a progressive separation of free labor from the objective conditions of its realization, from the means of labor Arbeitsmittel. and the material of labor. Hence, above all, the separation of the laborer from the earth as his natural laboratory, p.67. Its final clarification is achieved under capitalism, when the worker is reduced to nothing but labor power, and conversely, we may add, property to a control of the means of production entirely divorced from labor, while in the process of production there is a total separation between use, which has no direct relevance, and exchange and accumulation, which is the direct 131. Object of production. This is the process which, in its possible variations of type, Marx attempts to analyze. Though particular social economic formations, expressing particular phases of this evolution, are very relevant, it is the entire process, spanning the centuries and continents, which he has in mind. Hence his framework is chronological only in the broadest sense, and problems of, let us say, the transition from one phase to another are not his primary concern, except in so far as they throw light on the long-term transformation. But at the same time this process of the emancipation of man from his original natural conditions of production is one of human individualization. Man is only individualist Vereinzeltsich. Through the process of history, he appears originally as a generic being, a tribal being, a herd animal. Exchange itself is a major agent of this individualization. It makes the herd animal superfluous and dissolves it, p.96. This automatically implies a transformation in the relations of the individual to what was originally the community in which he functioned. The former community has been transmuted, in the extreme case of capitalism, into the dehumanist social mechanism which, while it actually makes individualization possible, is outside and hostile to the individual. And yet this process is one of immense possibilities for humanity. As Marx observes in a passage full of hope and splendor, pages 84, 5. The ancient conception, in which man always appears, in however narrowly national, religious, or political a definition, as the aim of production, seems very much more exalted than the modern world, in which production is the aim of man and wealth the aim of production. In fact, however, when the narrow bourgeois form has been peeled away, what is wealth, if not the universality of needs, capacities, enjoyments, productive powers, etc., of individuals, produced in universal exchange? What, if not the full development of human control over the forces of nature, those of his own nature as well as those of so-called nature? What, if not the absolute elaboration of his creative dispositions, without any preconditions other than antecedent historical evolution which makes the totality of this evolution, i.e. the evolution of all human powers as such, unmeasured by any previously established yardstick, an end in itself? What is this, if not a situation where man does not reproduce himself in any determined form, but produces his totality? Where he does not seek to remain something formed by the past, but is in the absolute movement of becoming. In bourgeois political economy, and in the epoch of production to which it corresponds, this complete elaboration of what lies within man appears as the total alienation, and the destruction of all fixed, one-sided purposes as the sacrifice of the end in itself to a wholly external compulsion. Even in this most dehumanist and apparently contradictory form, the humanist ideal of free individual development is nearer than it ever was in all previous phases of history. It only awaits the passage from what Marx calls, in a lapidary phrase, the prehistoric stage of human society, the age of class societies of which capitalism is the last, to the age when man is in control of his fate, the age of communism. Marx's vision is thus a marvelously unifying force. His model of social and economic development is one which, unlike Hegel's, can be applied to history to produce fruitful and original results rather than tautology, but at the same time it can be presented as the unfolding of the logical possibilities latent in a few elementary and almost axiomatic statements about the nature of man, a dialectical working out of the contradictions of labor/property, and the division of labor too. It is a model of facts, but, seen from a slightly different angle. The same model provides us with value judgments. It is this multidimensionality of Marx's theory which causes all but the dimwit or prejudice to respect and admire Marx as a thinker, even when they do not 133 agree with him. At the same time, especially when Marx himself makes no concessions to the requirements of an outside reader, it undoubtedly adds to the difficulty of this text. One example of this complexity must be particularly mentioned. It is Marx's refusal to separate the different academic disciplines. It is possible to do so in his stead. Thus the late J. Schumpeter, one of the more intelligent critics of Marx, attempted to distinguish Marx the sociologist from Marx the economist, and one could easily separate out Marx the historian. But such mechanical divisions are misleading, and entirely contrary to Marx's method. It was the bourgeois academic economists who attempted to draw a sharp line between static and dynamic analysis, hoping to transform the one into the other by injecting some dynamizing element into the static system, just as it is the academic economists who still work out a neat model of economic growth, preferably expressible in equations, and relegate all that does not fit into the province of the sociologists. The academic sociologists make similar distinctions on a rather lower level of scientific interest, the historians on an even humbler one. But this is not Marx's way. The social relations of production, i.e., social organization in its broadest sense, and the material forces of production, to whose level they correspond, cannot be divorced. The economic structure of society is formed by the totality of these relations of production. Preface, Werke 13, p.8. Economic development cannot be simplified down into economic growth, still less into the variation of isolated factors such as productivity or the rate of capital accumulation, in the way of the modern vulgar economist who used to argue that growth is produced when more than, say, 5% of the national income is invested. 3. It cannot be discussed except in terms of particular historic epochs and particular social structures. His discussion of various pre-capitalist modes of production is a brilliant example of this, and incidentally illustrates how entirely wrong it is to think of historical materialism as an economic, or for that matter a sociological, interpretation of history. 4. Yet even if we are firmly aware that Marx must not be divided up into segments according to the academic specializations of our time, it may still be difficult to grasp the unity of his thought, partly because the mere effort at systematic and lucid exposition tends to lead us to discuss its different aspects seriatim instead of simultaneously, and partly because the task of scientific research and verification must at some stage lead us to do the same. This is one reason why some of Engels' writings, which have clear exposition as their object, give the impression of somewhat oversimplifying or thinning out the density of Marx's thought. Some later Marxist expositions, such as Stalin's dialectical and historical materialism, have gone much further in this direction, too far. Conversely, the wish to emphasize the dialectical unity and interdependence of Marx may produce merely vague generalizations about dialectics or such observations as that the superstructure is not mechanically or in the short run determined by the base, but reacts back upon it and may from time to time dominate it. Such statements may be of pedagogic value, and serve as warnings against oversimplified views of Marxism, and it is as such that E.G. Engels made them in his well-known letter to Bloch, but do not really advance us much farther. There is, as Engels observed to Bloch 5, one satisfactory way of avoiding these difficulties. It is to study this theory further from its original sources and not at second hand. It is for this reason that the foreman, in which the reader may follow Marx while he is actually thinking, deserve such close and admiring study. Most readers will be interested in one major aspect, Marx's discussion of the epochs of historic development, which forms the background to the brief list given in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy. This is in itself a complex subject, which requires us to know something of the development of Marx's and Engels' thinking on history and historical evolution, and of the fortunes of their main historic periodizations or divisions in subsequent Marxist discussion. The classical formulation of these epochs of human progress occurs in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy, of which the Grundrisse are a preliminary draft. There Marx suggested that in broad outlines we can designate the Asiatic, the ancient, the feudal, and the modern bourgeois modes of production as so many epochs in the progress of the economic formation of society. The analysis which led him to this view, and the theoretical model of economic evolution which it implies, are not discussed in the preface, though various passages in the Critique, and in Capital, especially Volume 3, form part of it or are difficult to understand without it. The Four Men, on the other hand, deal almost wholly with this problem. They are therefore essential reading for anyone who wishes to understand Marx's ways of thinking in general, or his approach to the problem of historical evolution and classification in particular. This does not mean that we are obliged to accept Marx's list of historical epochs as given in the preface, or in the Four Men. As we shall see, few parts of Marx's thought have been more revised by his most devoted followers than this list, not necessarily with equal justification, and neither Marx nor Engels rested content with it for the remainder of their lives. The list, and a good deal of the discussion in the Four Men which lies behind it, are the outcome not of theory but of observation. The general theory of historical materialism requires only that there should be a succession of modes of production, though not necessarily any particular modes, and perhaps not in any particular predetermined order. 6. Looking at the actual historical record, Marx thought that he could distinguish a certain number of socio-economic formations and a certain succession. But if he had been mistaken in his observations, or if these had been based on partial and therefore misleading information, the general theory of historical materialism would remain unaffected. Now it is generally agreed that Marx's and Engels' observations on pre-capitalist epochs rest on far less thorough study than Marx's description and analysis of capitalism. Marx concentrated his energies on the study of capitalism, and he dealt with the rest of history in varying degrees of detail, but mainly in so far as it bore on the origins and development of capitalism. Both he and Engels were, so far as history goes, exceptionally well-read laymen, and both their genius and their theory enabled them to make immeasurably better use of their reading than any of their contemporaries. But they relied on such literature as was available to them, and this was far scantier than it is at present. It is therefore useful to survey briefly what Marx and Engels knew of history and what they could not yet know. This does not mean that their knowledge was insufficient for the elaboration of their theories of pre-capitalist societies. It may very well have been perfectly adequate. It is an occupational kink of scholars that the mere accumulation of volumes and articles advances understanding. It may merely fill libraries. Nevertheless, a knowledge of the factual basis of Marx's historical analysis is evidently desirable for its understanding. So far as the history of classical, Greco-Roman, antiquity was concerned, Marx and Engels were almost as well equipped as the modern student who relies on purely literary sources, though the great bulk of archaeological work and the collection of inscriptions, which have since revolutionized the study of classical antiquity, were not available to them when the Four Men were written, and neither were the papyri. Schliemann did not begin his excavations at Troy until 1870, and the first volume of Mommsen's Corpus Inscriptionum Latinarum did not appear until 1863. As classically educated men they had no difficulty in reading Latin and Greek, and we know that they were familiar with even quite recondite sources such as Jornandes, Ammianus Marcellinus, Cassiodorus, and Orosius. 7. On the other hand, neither a classical education nor the material then available made a serious knowledge of Egypt and the ancient Middle East possible. Marx and Engels did not in fact deal with this region in this period. Even casual references to it are relatively scarce. Though this does not mean that Marx and Engels overlooked its historical problems. In the field of Oriental history their situation was rather different. There is no evidence that before 1848 either Marx or Engels thought or read much on this subject. It is probable that they knew no more about Oriental history than is contained in Hegel's lectures on the philosophy of history, which is not illuminating, and such other information as might be familiar to Germans educated in that period. Exile in England, the political developments of the 1850s and above all Marx's economic studies rapidly transformed their knowledge. Marx himself clearly derived some knowledge of India from the classical economists whom he read or reread in the early 1850s, J.S. Mill's Principles, Adam Smith, Richard Jones's introductory lecture in 1851. 9. He began to publish articles on China, June 14, and India, June 25, for the New York Daily Tribune in 1853. It is evident that in this year both he and Engels were deeply preoccupied with the historical problems of the Orient, to the point where Engels attempted to learn Persian. 10 In the early summer of 1853 their correspondence refers to the Reverend C. Foster's A Historical Geography of Arabia, Bernese Voyages, Sir William Jones, The Orientalist, and Parliamentary Papers on India, and Stamford Raffles' History of Java. 11 It is reasonable to suppose that Marx's views on Asiatic society received their first mature formulation in these months. They were, as will be evident, based on far more than cursory study. On the other hand, Marx's and Engels' study of West European feudalism appears to have proceeded in a different manner. Marx was abreast of current research on medieval agrarian history, which meant in the main the works of Hansen, Meitzen, and Maurer 12, who are already referred to in Capital, Volume I, but in fact there is little sign that at this period he was seriously interested in the problems of the evolution of medieval agriculture or serfdom. The references are in connection with the actual serfdom of Eastern Europe and especially Romania. It was not until after publication of Capital, Volume I, i.e. also after the substantial drafting of Capital, Volumes 2 and 3, that this problem evidently began to preoccupy the two friends, notably from 1868, when Marx began seriously to study Maurer, whose works he and Engels henceforth regarded as the foundation of their knowledge in this field. 13 However, Marx's own interest appears to have lain in the light Maurer and others threw on the original peasant community, rather than on serfdom, though Engels seems from the start to have been interested in this aspect also, and elaborated it on the basis of Maurer in his account of the Mark, written 1882. Some of the very last letters exchanged between the two in 1882 deal with the historical evolution of serfdom. 14 It seems clear that Marx's interest in the subject grew towards the end of his life, when the problems of Russia preoccupied him increasingly. The sections of Capital, Volume 3, which deal with the transformations of rent show no sign of any detailed study of the literature on Western feudal agriculture. Marx's interest in the medieval origins of the bourgeoisie and in feudal trade and finance was, as is evident from Capital, Volume 3, very much more intensive. It is clear that he studied not merely general works on the Western Middle Ages, but, so far as they were then available, the specialized literature about medieval prices, Thorold Rogers, and medieval banking and currency and medieval trade. 15 Of course the study of these subjects was in its infancy in the period of Marx's most intensive work in the 1850s and 1860s, so that some of his sources both on agrarian and commercial history must be regarded as long obsolete. In general, Engels' interest in the Western, and especially the Germanic Middle Ages was much livelier than Marx's. He read a great deal, including primary sources and local monographs, drafted outlines of early German and Irish history, was keenly aware of the importance not only of linguistic evidence but of archaeology, especially the Scandinavian work which Marx 139. Already noted as outstanding in the 1860s, and was as keenly aware as any modern scholar of the crucial importance of such economic documents of the Dark Ages as the Polyptych of Abbot Ermino of Saint Germain. However, one cannot escape the impression that, like Marx, his real interest lay in the ancient peasant community more than in manorial development. So far as primitive communal society is concerned, Marx's and Engels' historic views were almost certainly transformed by the study of two authors, George von Maurer, who attempted to demonstrate the existence of communal property as a stage in German history, and above all Louis Morgan, whose Ancient Society, 1877, provided the basis of their analysis of primitive communalism. Engels' The Mark, 1882, is based on the former, and his Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, 1884, is heavily, and equally frankly, indebted to the latter. Mora's work, which, as we have seen, began to make its chief impact on the two friends in 1868, they considered in a sense as a liberation of scholarship from the romantic medievalism which reacted against the French Revolution. Their own lack of sympathy with such romanticism may explain something of their own relative neglect of Western feudal history. To look back beyond the Middle Ages to the primitive epochs of human history, as Maurer did, appeared to be consonant with the socialist tendency, even though the German scholars who did so were not socialists. 17 Louis Morgan, of course, grew up in a utopian socialist atmosphere, and clearly outlined the relation between the study of primitive society and the future. It was therefore only natural that Marx, who encountered his work soon after its publication and immediately noted the similarity of its results with his own, welcomed and used it, as usual acknowledging his debt with the scrupulous scientific honesty which was so characteristic of him as a scholar. A third source which Marx used abundantly in his later years was the very full literature of Russian scholarship, especially the work of M.M. Kovalevsky. At the time the four men were written, Marx's and Engels' knowledge of primitive society was therefore only sketchy. It was not based on any serious knowledge of tribal societies, for modern anthropology was in its infancy, and in spite of Prescott's work, which Marx read in 1851 and evidently utilized in the Four Men, so was our knowledge of pre-Columbian civilization in the Americas. Until Morgan, most of their views about it were based partly on classical authors, partly on Oriental material, but mainly on material from early medieval Europe or the study of communal survivals in Europe. Among these the Slavonic and East European ones played an important part, for the strength of such survivals in those parts had long attracted the attention of scholars. The division into four basic types, Oriental, Indian, Greco-Roman, Germanic and Slavonic, cp. 95, fits in with the state of their knowledge in the 1850s. As for the history of capitalist development, Marx was already a considerable expert by the end of the 1850s, on the basis not so much of the literature of economic history, which then hardly existed, but of the voluminous literature of economic theory, of which he had a profound knowledge. In any case the nature of his knowledge is sufficiently familiar. A glance at the bibliographies attached to most editions of Capital will illustrate it. Admittedly by modern standards the information available in the 1850s and 1860s was extremely defective, but we should not for this reason write it off, especially when utilized by a man of Marx's acuteness of mind. Thus it may be argued that our knowledge of the 16th century price rise and the role of American bullion in it has only been put on a sound documentary basis since about 1929, or indeed even later. It is easy to forget that at least one basic work on this subject was already available before Marx's death, and even easier to forget that long before this enough was known in general about the subject to permit an intelligent discussion of it, such as that of Marx in the Critique of Political Economy. 19 I need 141. Hardly add that both Marx and Engels kept abreast of subsequent work in this field. So much for the general state of Marx's and Engels' historical knowledge. We may summarize it as follows. It was, at all events in the period when the four men were drafted, thin on prehistory, on primitive communal societies and on pre-Columbian America, and virtually non-existent on Africa. It was not impressive on the ancient or medieval Middle East, but markedly better on certain parts of Asia, notably India, but not on Japan. It was good on classical antiquity and the European Middle Ages, though Marx's, and to a lesser extent Engels', interest in this period was uneven. It was, for the times, outstandingly good on the period of rising capitalism. Both men were, of course, close students of history. However, it is probable that there were two periods in Marx's career when he occupied himself more particularly with the history of pre-industrial or non-European societies, the 1850s, i.e. the period which precedes the drafting of the Critique of Political Economy, and the 1870s, After the publication of Capital I and the substantial drafting of Capital II and III, when Marx appears to have reverted to historical studies, most notably about Eastern Europe, and primitive society, perhaps in connection with his interest in the possibilities of revolution in Russia. 2. Let us next follow the evolution of Marx's and Engels' views on historical periodization and evolution. The first stage of this is best studied from the German ideology of 1845-6, which already accepts, what was of course not in itself new, that various stages in the social division of labor correspond to various forms of property. The first of these was communal, and corresponded to the undeveloped stage of production where a people sustains itself by hunting, fishing, cattle raising, or at most by farming. At this stage, social structure is based on the development and modification of the kinship group and its internal division of labor. This kinship group, the family, tends to develop within itself not only the distinction between chieftains and the rest, but also slavery, which develops with the increase in population and needs, and the growth of external relations, whether of war or barter. The first main advance of the social division of labor consists of the separation of industrial and commercial from agricultural labor, and therefore leads to the distinction between and opposition of town and country. This in turn leads to the second historic phase of property relations, the communal and state property of antiquity. Marx and Engels see its origins in the formation of cities by the union, by agreement or conquest, of tribal groups, slavery continuing to subsist. Communal city property, including that of the citizens over the city slaves, is the main form of property, but side by side with this private property emerges, though at first subordinate to the communal. With the rise first of mobile, later and especially of immobile private property, this social order decays, and so does the position of the free citizens, whose position vis-a-vis the slaves was based on their collective status as primitive tribesmen. By now the social division of labor is already rather elaborate. Not only does the division between town and country exist, and even in time between states representing urban and rural interests, but within the city, the division between industry and overseas trade, and of course, that between free men and slaves. Roman society was the ultimate development of this phase of evolution. 21 Its basis was the city, and it never succeeded in going beyond its limitations. The third historic form of property, feudal or rank owner. Ship 22 follows chronologically, though in fact the German ideology suggests no logical connection between them, but merely notes the succession and the effect of the mixture of broken down Roman and conquering tribal, Germanic, institutions. Feudalism appears to be an alternative evolution out of primitive communalism, under conditions in which no cities develop, because the density of population over a large region is low. The size of the area seems to be of decisive importance, for Marx and Engels suggest that feudal development starts on a much more extensive territory, and one prepared by the Roman conquests and the spread of agriculture connected with these. 23 Under these circumstances the countryside and not the city is the point of departure of social organization. Once again communal property, which in effect turns into the collective property of the feudal lords as a group, backed by the military organization of the Germanic tribal conquerors, is its basis. But the exploited class in opposition to which the feudal nobility organized its hierarchy, and rallied its armed retainers, was not one of slaves but of serfs. At the same time a parallel division existed in the towns. There the basic form of property was the private labor of individuals, but various factors, the needs of defense, competition, and the influence of the surrounding feudal organization of the countryside, produced an analogous social organization, the guilds of master craftsmen or merchants, which in time confronted the journeymen and apprentices. Both landed property worked by serf labor and small-scale craft work with apprentices and journeymen are at this stage described as the main form of property under feudalism, Hauptagentum. The division of labor was relatively undeveloped, but expressed chiefly in the sharp separation of various ranks, princes, nobles, clergy, and peasants in the countryside, masters, journeymen, apprentices and eventually a plebs of day laborers in the cities. This territorially extensive system required relatively large political units in the interests both of the landed nobility and the cities, the feudal monarchies, which therefore became universal. The transition from feudalism to capitalism, however, is a product of feudal evolution. 24 It begins in the cities, for the separation of town and country is the fundamental and, from the birth of civilization to the 19th century, constant element in and expression of the social division of labor. Within the cities, which once again arose in the Middle Ages, a division of labor between production and trade developed, where it did not already survive from antiquity. This provided the basis of long-distance trade, and a consequent division of labor, specialization of production, between different cities. The defense of the burghers against the feudalists and the interaction between the cities produced a class of burghers out of the burgher groups of individual towns. The bourgeoisie itself gradually develops as the conditions for its existence arise, splits into different factions again after the division of labor has taken place, and eventually absorbs all existing possessing classes, while developing the majority of the property-less and a part of the hitherto property-owning classes into a new class, the proletariat, to the degree that all existing property is transformed into commercial or industrial capital. Marx adds the note, in the first instance it absorbs those branches of labor which belong directly to the state, subsequently all more or less ideological estates. 25. So long as trade has not become worldwide, and is not based on large-scale industry, the technological advances due to these developments remain insecure. They may, being locally or regionally based, be lost in consequence of barbarian invasions or wars, and local advances need not be generalist. We note in passing that the German ideology here touches on the important problem of historical decay and regression. The crucial development in capitalism is therefore that of the world market. The first consequence of the division of labor between towns is the rise of manufactures independent of the guilds, based, as in the pioneer centers of Italy and Flanders, on foreign trade, or, as in England and France, on the internal market. These rest also on a growing density of the population, notably in the countryside, and a growing concentration of capital inside and outside the guilds. Among these manufacturing occupations, weaving, because it depended on the use of machinery, however crude, proved the most important. The growth of manufactures in turn provided means of escape for feudal peasants, who had hitherto fled into the cities, but had been increasingly excluded from them by guild exclusiveness. The source of this labor was partly the former feudal retainers and armies, partly the population displaced by agricultural improvements and the substitution of pasture for tillage. With the rise of manufactures, nations begin to compete as such, and mercantilism, with its trade wars, tariffs, and prohibitions, arises on a national scale. Within the manufactures the relation of capitalist and laborer develops. The vast expansion of trade as the result of the discovery of the Americas and the conquest of the sea route to India, and the mass import of overseas products, notably bullion, shook the position both of feudal landed property and of the laboring class. The consequent change in class relations, conquest, colonization, and above all the extension of markets into a world market which now became possible and indeed increasingly took place. 26 Opened a new phase in historical development. We need not follow the argument further at this point, beyond noting that the German ideology records two further periods of development before the triumph of industry, up to the middle of the 17th century and thenceforward to the end of the 18th. And also suggests that the success of Britain in industrial development was due to the concentration of trade and manufacture in that country during the 17th century, which gradually created a relative world market for the benefit of this country, and thereby a demand for its manufacturing products, which could no longer be satisfied by the hitherto existing forces of industrial production. 27. This analysis is clearly the foundation of the historical sections of the Communist Manifesto. Its historical basis is slender classical antiquity, mostly Roman, and Western and Central Europe. It recognizes only three forms of class society: the slave society of antiquity, feudalism, and bourgeois society. It seems to suggest the first two as alternative routes out of primitive communal society, linked only by the fact that the second established itself on the ruins of the first. No mechanism for the breakdown of the former was outlined, though one is probably implicit in the analysis. Bourgeois society in turn is seen to arise, as it were, in the interstices of feudal society. Its growth is sketched entirely, at least to begin with, as that of and within the cities, whose connection with agrarian feudalism is chiefly that of drawing their original population and its reinforcements from former serfs. There is as yet no serious attempt to discover the sources of the surplus population which is to provide the labor force for towns and manufactures, the remarks about this being too sketchy to bear much analytical weight. It must be regarded as a very rough and provisional hypothesis of historical development, though some of the incidental observations it contains are suggestive and some brilliant. The stage of Marx's thought represented by the foremen is considerably more sophisticated and considered, and it is of course based on far greater and more varied historical studies, this time not confined to Europe. The chief innovation in the table of historical periods is the Asiatic or Oriental system, which is incorporated into the famous preface to the Critique of Political Economy. Broadly speaking, there are now 3 or 4 alternative routes out of the primitive communal system, each representing a form of the social division of labor already existing or implicit within it: the Oriental, the Ancient, the Germanic, though Marx of course does not confine it to any one people, and a somewhat shadowy Slavonic form which is not further discussed, but has affinities with the Oriental, pages 88, 97. One important distinction between these is the historically crucial one of systems which resist and those which favor historical evolution. The model of 1845-6 barely touches on this problem, though as we have seen, Marx's view of historical development was never simply unilinear, nor did he ever regard it as a mere record of progress. Nevertheless, by 1857-8 the discussion is considerably more advanced. Ignorance of the foremen has resulted in the discussion of the Oriental system in the past being based chiefly on Marx's and Engels' earlier letters and on Marx's articles on India, both 1853-28, where it is characterized, in line with the views of the earliest foreign observers, by the absence of property in land. This was thought due to special conditions, requiring exceptional centralization, e.g. the need for public works and irrigation schemes in areas which could not be otherwise effectively cultivated. However, on further consideration, Marx evidently held that the fundamental characteristic of the system was the self-sustaining unity of manufacture and agriculture within the village commune, which thus contains all the conditions for reproduction and surplus production within itself, pages 70, 83, 91, and which therefore resisted disintegration and economic evolution more stubbornly than any other system, p. 83. The theoretical absence of property in Oriental despotism thus masks the tribal or communal property which is its base, pages 69, 71. Such systems may be decentralist or centralist, more despotic or more democratic in form, and variously organized. Where such small community units exist as part of a larger unity, they may devote part of their surplus product to pay the costs of the larger community, i.e. for war, religious worship, etc., and for economically necessary operations such as irrigation and the maintenance of communications, which will thus appear to be done by the higher community, the despotic government suspended above the small communities. However, this alienation of the surplus product contains the germs of seigneurial dominium in its original sense, and feudalism, villeinage, may develop out of it. The closed nature of the communal units means that cities hardly belong in the economy at all, arising only where the location is particularly favorable to external trade, or where the ruler and his satraps exchange their revenue, surplus product, for labor, which they expend as a labor fund, p. 71. The Asiatic 148. System is therefore not yet a class society, or if it is a class society, then it is the most primitive form. Marx appears to regard Mexican and Peruvian societies as belonging to the same genus, as also certain Celtic societies, though complicated, and perhaps elaborated, by the conquest of some tribes or communities by others, pages 70, 88. I note that it does not exclude further evolution, but admits it only as a luxury, as it were, only in so far as it can develop on the surplus given by or extorted from the basic self-sustaining economic units of the tribe or village. The second system emerging from primitive society, the product of a more dynamic historical life, p.71, produces the city, and through it, the ancient mode, an expansionist, dynamic, changing society, pages 71, 7 and passim. The city with its attached territory landmark formed the economic whole, p.79. In its developed form, but Marx is careful to insist on the long process which precedes it, as well as on its complexity, it is characterized by chattel slavery. But this in turn has its economic limitations, and had to be replaced by a more flexible and productive form of exploitation, that of dependent peasants by lords, feudalism, which in turn gives way to capitalism. A third type has as its basic unit neither the village community nor the city, but each separate household, which forms an independent center of production, manufacture merely the domestic subsidiary labor of women, etc. p.79. These separate households are more or less loosely linked with one another, provided they belong to the same tribe, and occasionally unite. For war, religion, the settlement of legal disputes, etc. p.80, or for the use, by the individually self-sufficient households, of communal pastures, hunting territory, etc. The basic unit is thus weaker and potentially more individualist than the village community. This Marx calls the Germanic type, though, I repeat, he clearly does not confine it to any one people. 29. Since the ancient and the Germanic types are distinguished from the Oriental type, we may infer that Marx regarded the Germanic type in its way as also more potentially dynamic than the Oriental, and this is indeed not unlikely. 30. Marx's observations on this type are tantalizingly sketchy, but we know that he and Engels left the way open for a direct transition from primitive society to feudalism, as among the Germanic tribes. The division between town and country, or agricultural and non-agricultural production, which was fundamental to Marx's analysis in 1845-6 thus remains fundamental in the foreman, but it is both more broadly based and more elegantly formulated. Ancient history is the history of cities, but of cities founded on agriculture and landed property. Asian history is a kind of undifferentiated unity of town and country. The large city, properly speaking, must be regarded merely as a princely camp. Superimposed on the real economic structure, the Middle Ages, Germanic period, starts with the countryside as the location of history, whose further development then proceeds by the opposition of town and country. Modern history is the urbanization of the countryside, not, as among the ancients, the ruralization of the city, pages 77, 8. However, while these different forms of the social division of labor are clearly alternative forms of the breakup of communal society, they are apparently presented, in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy, though not specifically in the foreman, as successive historical stages. In the literal sense this is plainly untrue, for not only did the Asiatic mode of production coexist with all the rest, but there is no suggestion in the argument of the foreman, or anywhere else, that the ancient mode evolved out of it. We ought therefore to understand Marx not as referring to chronological succession, or even to the evolution of one system out of its predecessor, though this is obviously the case with capitalism and feudalism, but to evolution in a more general sense. As we saw earlier, man only becomes an individual vereinzelt sich selbst by means of the historical process. He appears originally as a generic being, a tribal being, a herd animal. The different forms of this gradual individualization of man, which means the breakup of the original unity, correspond to the different stages of history. Each of these represents, as it were, a step away from the original unity of a specific form of tribal community and the property in nature connected with it, or the relation to the objective conditions of production as naturally existing Naturdaseins, p.94. They represent, in other words, steps in the evolution of private property. Marx distinguishes four analytical, though not chronological, stages in this evolution. The first is direct communal property, as in the Oriental, and in a modified form the Slavonic system, neither of which, it would seem, can as yet be regarded as fully formed class societies. The second is communal property continuing as the substratum of what is already a contradictory, i.e., class, system, as in the ancient and the Germanic forms. The third stage arises, if we are to follow Marx's argument, not so much through feudalism as through the rise of crafts manufacture, in which the independent craftsman, organized corporatively in guilds, already represents a far more individual form of the control over the means of production, and indeed of consumption, which allows him to live while he produces. It would seem that what Marx has in mind here is a certain autonomy of the craft sector of production, for he deliberately excludes the manufactures of the ancient Orient, though without giving reasons. The fourth stage is that in which the proletarian arises, that is to say in which exploitation is no longer conducted in the crude form of the appropriation of men, as slaves or serfs, but in the appropriation of labor. For capital the worker does not constitute a condition of production, but only labor. If this can be performed by machinery, or even by water or air, so much the better. And what capital appropriates is not the laborer but his labor, and not directly, but by means of exchange, p.99. It would seem, though in view of the difficulty of Marx's thought and the elliptical quality of his notes one cannot be sure, that this analysis fits into a schema of the historical stages in the following way. The Oriental, and Slavonic, forms are historically closest to man's origins, since they can serve the functioning primitive, village, community in the midst of the more elaborate social superstructure, and have an insufficiently developed class system. Of course, we may add, that at the time Marx was writing he observed that both these systems were disintegrating under the impact of the world market and their special character was therefore disappearing. The ancient and Germanic systems, though also primary, i.e. not derived from the Oriental, represent a somewhat more articulated form of evolution out of primitive communalism, but the Germanic system as such does not form a special socio-economic formation. It forms the socio-economic formation of feudalism in conjunction with the medieval town, the locus of the emergence of the autonomous craft production. This combination then, which emerges during the Middle Ages, forms the third phase. Bourgeois society, emerging out of feudalism, forms the fourth. The statement that the Asiatic, ancient, feudal, and bourgeois formations are progressive does not therefore imply any simple unilinear view of history, nor a simple view that all history is progress. It merely states that each of these systems is in crucial respects further removed from the primitive state of man. 3. The next point to be considered is the internal dynamic of these systems, what makes them rise and decline. This is relatively simple for the Oriental system, whose characteristics make it resistant to disintegration and economic evolution, until wrecked by the external force of capitalism. Marx tells us too little about the Slavonic system at this stage to permit much comment. On the other hand, his views of the internal contra 152 diction of the ancient and feudal systems are complex, and raise some difficult problems. Slavery is the chief characteristic of the ancient system, but Marx's view on its basic internal contradiction is more complex than the simple view that slavery imposes limits to further economic evolution and thus produces its own breakdown. It should be noted in passing that the basis of his analysis appears to be the West Roman rather than the Greek half of the Mediterranean. Rome begins as a community of peasants, though its organization is urban. Ancient history is a history of cities founded on landed property and agriculture, p.77. It is not an entirely equal community, for tribal developments combined with intermarriages and conquests already tend to produce socially higher and lower kin groups, but the Roman citizen is essentially a landowner, and the continuation of the commune is the reproduction of all its members as self-sustaining peasants, whose surplus time belongs precisely to the commune, the communal labor of war, etc. p.74. For war is the commune's primary business, because the only threat to its existence comes from other communities which seek its land, and the only way to secure each citizen land as population expands is to occupy that land by force, p.71. But the very warlike and expansive tendencies of such peasant communities must lead to the breakup of the peasant qualities which are their basis. Up to a point slavery, the concentration of landed property, exchange, a monetary economy, conquest, etc., are compatible with the foundations of this community. Beyond this point they must lead to its breakdown, and must make the evolution of society or of the individual impossible, pages 83, 4. Even before the development of a slave economy, therefore, the ancient form of social organization is crucially limited, as is indicated by the fact that with it the development of productivity is not and cannot be a fundamental preoccupation. Among the ancients we never encounter an inquiry into which forms of landed property, etc., are the most productive, create maximum wealth. The inquiry is always 153. About which kind of property creates the best citizen. Wealth as an end in itself appears only among a few trading peoples, monopolists of the carrying trade, who live in the pores of the ancient world like the Jews in medieval society, p.84. Two major factors therefore tend to undermine it. The first is the social differentiation within the community, against which the peculiar ancient combination of communal and private landed property provides no safeguard. It is possible for the individual citizen to lose his property, i.e. the basis of his citizenship. The more rapid the economic development, the more is this likely, hence the ancient suspicion of trade and manufacture, which are best left to freedmen, clients or foreigners, and the citizens' belief in the dangers of intercourse with foreigners, desire to exchange surplus products, etc. Second, of course, there is slavery. For the very necessity to restrict citizenship, or what amounts to the same thing, landed property, to members of the conquering community leads naturally to the enslavement or enserfment of the conquered. Slavery and serfdom are therefore simply further developments of property based on tribalism, p.91. Hence the preservation of the community implies the destruction of the conditions on which it rests, and turns into its opposite, p.93. The Commonwealth, first represented by all citizens, is represented by the aristocratic patricians, who remain the only ones to be full landowners against the lesser men and the slaves, and by the citizens against the non-citizens and slaves. The actual economic contradictions of a slave economy are not discussed by Marx in this context at all. At the very general level of his analysis in the Foreman, they are merely a special aspect of the fundamental contradiction of ancient society. Nor does he discuss why in antiquity it was slavery rather than serfdom which developed. One may conjecture that it was because of the level of productive forces and the complexity of the social relations of production already reached in the ancient Mediterranean. The breakdown of the ancient mode is therefore implicit in its socio-economic character. There seems to be no logical reason why it must lead inevitably to feudalism, as distinct from other new forms, combinations of labor, p.93, which would make higher productivity possible. On the other hand, a direct transition from the ancient mode to capitalism is excluded. When we come to feudalism, out of which capitalism did develop, the problem becomes very much more puzzling, if only because Marx tells us so little about it. No sketch of the internal contradictions of feudalism, comparable to that of the ancient mode, is to be found in the Foreman. Nor is there ever any real discussion of serfdom, any more than of slavery. Indeed, these two relations of production often appear bracketed together, sometimes as the relation of domination and subordination, in contrast to the position of the free laborer. 31 The element within feudal society from which capitalism derives appears to be, in 1857-8 as in 1845-6, the city, more specifically the city merchants and craftsmen, see pages 97, 8, 100. It is the emancipation of ownership in the means of production from its communal basis, such as occurs among the medieval crafts, which provides the basis of the separation of labor from the objective conditions of production. It is the same development, the formation of the working owner by the side of an outside landed property, the craft and urban evolution of labor, which is not an aspect accident of landed property and subsumed under it, p. 100, which provides the basis of the evolution of the capitalist. The role of agricultural feudalism in this process is not discussed, but would seem to be rather negative. It must, at the right moment, make it possible for the peasant to be separated from the soil, the retainer from his lord, in order to turn him into a wage laborer. Whether this takes the form of the dissolution of villenage, horicide, of the private property or possession of yeoman or peasant tenants, or of various forms of clientship, is irrelevant. The important thing is that none of these should stand in the way of the transformation of men into at least potentially free labor. However, though this is not discussed in the foremen, but in Capital 3, serfdom and other analogous relations of dependence differ from slavery in economically significant ways. The serf, though under the control of the lord, is in fact an economically independent producer, the slave is not. 32. Take away lords from serfdom and what is left is small commodity production, separate plantations and slaves, and, until the slaves do something else, no kind of economy is left. Hence what is required are conditions of personal dependence, personal unfreedom in whatever form, the attachment of men as an adjunct to the land, villenage in the proper sense of the word, Capital 3, p. 841. For under conditions of serfdom the serf produces not merely the labor surplus which his lord, in one form or another, appropriates, but he can also accumulate a profit for himself. Since, for various reasons, in economically primitive and undeveloped systems such as feudalism there is a tendency for the surplus to remain unchanged as a conventional magnitude, and since the use of the serf's labor power is by no means confined to agriculture, but includes rural domestic manufactures, there is here the possibility of a certain economic evolution. Capital 3, pages 844, 5. Marx discusses these aspects of serfdom no more than the internal contradictions of slavery, because in the foreman it is not his business to outline an economic history of either. Indeed, as elsewhere, though here in a rather more general form, he is not concerned with the internal dynamics of pre-capitalist systems except in so far as they explain the preconditions of capitalism. 33. Here he is interested merely in two negative questions: why could labor and capital not arise out of pre-capitalist socio-economic formations other than feudalism? And why did feudalism in its agrarian form allow them to emerge, and not impose fundamental obstacles to their emergence? This explains obvious gaps in his treatment. As in 1845-6. There is no discussion of the specific modus operandi of feudal agriculture. There is no discussion of the specific relationship between the feudal city and countryside, or why the one should produce the other. On the other hand, there is the implication that European feudalism is unique, for no other form of the system produced the medieval city, which is crucial to the Marxian theory of the evolution of capitalism. Insofar as feudalism is a general mode of production existing outside Europe, or perhaps Japan, which Marx nowhere discusses in detail, there is nothing in Marx to authorize us to look for some general law of development which might explain its tendency to evolve into capitalism. What is discussed in the foremen is the Germanic system, i.e., a particular subvariety of primitive communalism, which therefore tends to evolve a particular type of social structure. Its crux, as we have seen, seems to be scattered settlement in economically self-sustaining family units. As against the peasant city of the ancients, every individual household contains an entire economy, forming as it does an independent center of production, manufacture merely the domestic subsidiary labor of the women, etc. In the ancient world the city with its attached territory landmark formed the economic whole, in the Germanic world it is the individual homestead, p. 79. Its existence is safeguarded by its bond with other similar homesteads belonging to the same tribe, a bond expressed in the occasional assembly of all homesteaders for the purpose of war, religion, settlement of disputes, and in general for mutual security, p.80. In so far as there is common property, as in pastures, hunting grounds, etc., it is used by each member as an individual, and not as in ancient society, as a representative of the commonwealth. One might compare the ideal of Roman social organization to an Oxford or Cambridge college, whose fellows are co-possessors of land and buildings only in so far as they form a body of fellows, but who cannot, as individuals, be said to own it or any part of it. The Germanic system might then be comparable to a housing cooperative in which the individual occupation of a man's flat depends on his union and continued cooperation with other members, but in which nevertheless individual possession exists in an identifiable form. This looser form of community, which implies a greater potentiality of economic individualization, makes the Germanic system, via feudalism, the direct ancestor of bourgeois society. How this system evolves into feudalism is not discussed, though various possibilities of internal and external social differentiation, e.g. by the effect of war and conquest, present themselves. One may hazard the guess that Marx attached considerable importance to military organization, since war is, in the Germanic as in the ancient system, one of the earliest tasks of all such primitive Naturwuchsig communities, both for the preservation and the acquisition of its property, p.89. This is certainly the later line of explanation in Engels' Origin of the Family, where kingship arises out of the transformation of Gentile military leadership among the Teutonic tribes. There is no reason for supposing that Marx would have thought differently. What were the internal contradictions of feudalism? How did it evolve into capitalism? These problems have increasingly preoccupied Marxist historians, as in the vigorous international discussion arising out of M.H. Dobbs' studies in the development of capitalism in the early 1950s and the slightly subsequent debate on the fundamental economic law of feudalism in the USSR. Whatever the merits of either discussion, and those of the first appear to be rather greater than those of the second, both of them are evidently handicapped by the absence of any indication of Marx's own views on the subject. It is not impossible that Marx might have agreed with Dobbs that the cause of feudal decline was the inefficiency of feudalism as a system of production, coupled with the growing needs of the ruling class for revenue, studies, p.42, though Marx appears, if anything, to stress the relative inflexibility of the demands of the feudal ruling 158 class, and its tendency to fix them conventionally. 34. It is equally possible that he would have approved of R.H. Hilton's view that the struggle for rent was the prime mover in feudal society. Though he would almost certainly have rejected as oversimplified Portionat's view that the simple struggle of the exploited masses was such a prime mover. But the point is that Marx nowhere appears to anticipate any of these lines of argument, certainly not in the foreman. If any of the participants in these discussions can be said to follow his identifiable trails, it is P.M. Sweezy, who argues, following Marx, that feudalism is a system of production for use, 36. And that in such economic formations no boundless thirst for surplus labor arises from the nature of production itself. Capital I, p.219, Chapter X, Section 2. Hence the main agent of disintegration was the growth of trade, operating more particularly through the effects of the conflict and interplay between a feudal countryside and the towns which developed on its margin. Transition, pages 2, 7-12. This line of argument is very similar to that of the foreman. For Marx, the conjunction of three phenomena is necessary to account for the development of capitalism out of feudalism. First, as we have seen, a rural social structure which allows the peasantry to be set free at a certain point. Second, the urban craft development which produces specialized, independent, non-agricultural commodity production in the form of the crafts. And third, accumulations of monetary wealth derived from trade and usury. Marx is categorical on this last point, pages 107, 8. The formation of such monetary accumulations belongs to the prehistory of bourgeois economy, p. 113, nor are they as yet capital. Their mere existence, or even their apparent predominance, does not automatically produce capitalist development, otherwise ancient Rome, Byzantium, etc., would have ended their history with free labor and capital. p. 109. But they are essential. Equally essential is the urban craft element. Marx's observations on this are elliptic and elusive, but its importance in his analysis is clear. It is above all the element of craft skill, pride, and organization which he stresses. 37. The main importance of the formation of the medieval craft appears to be that, by developing labor itself as skill determined by craft, it becomes a property itself, and not merely the source of property, p. 104, and thus introduces a potential separation between labor and the other conditions of production, which expresses a higher degree of individualization than the communal and makes possible the formation of the category of free labor. At the same time it develops special skills and their instruments. But in the craft guild stage the instrument of labor is still so intimately merged with living labor, that it does not truly circulate, p. 108. And yet, though it cannot by itself produce the labor market, the development of exchange production and money can only create the labor market under the precondition of urban craft activity, which rests not on capital and wage labor but on the organization of labor in guilds, etc. p. 112. But all these also require the potentially soluble rural structure. For capitalism cannot develop without the involvement of the entire countryside in the production not of use, but of exchange values, p. 116. This is another reason why the ancients, who, while contemptuous and suspicious of the crafts, had produced a version of urban craft activity, could not produce large-scale industry, ibid. What precisely makes the rural structure of feudalism thus soluble, apart from the characteristics of the Germanic system which is its substratum, we are not told. And indeed, in the context of Marx's argument at this point, it is not necessary to probe further. A number of effects of the growth of an exchange economy are mentioned in passing, e.g. pages 112, 113. It is also noted that in part this process of separation of labor from the objective conditions of production, food, raw materials, instruments, took place without monetary wealth, p. 113. The nearest thing to a general account, pages 114 ff, implies that capital first appears sporadically or locally, Marx's 160. Emphasis, alongside Marx's emphasis, the old modes of production, but subsequently breaks them up everywhere. Manufacture for the foreign market arises first on the basis of long-distance trade and in the centers of such trade, not in the guild crafts, but in the least skilled and guild-controlled rural supplementary trades such as spinning and weaving, though also of course in such urban branches directly connected with shipping as shipbuilding. On the other hand, in the countryside the peasant tenant appears, as does the transformation of the rural population into free day laborers. All these manufactures require the pre-existence of a mass market. The dissolution of serfdom and the rise of manufactures gradually transform all branches of production into capitalist ones, while in the cities a class of day laborers, etc., outside the guilds provides an element in the creation of a proper proletariat, pages 114, 17, 38. The destruction of the rural supplementary trades creates an internal market for capital based on the substitution of manufacture or industrial production for the former rural supply of consumer goods. This process arises automatically von selbst. From the separation of the laborers from the soil and from their property, though even only serf property, in the conditions of production, p. 118. The transformation of urban crafts into industry proceeds later, for it requires a considerable advance of productive methods in order to be capable of factory production. At this point Marx's manuscript, which deals specifically with pre-capitalist formations, ends. The phases of capitalist development are not discussed. 4. We must next consider how far Marx's and Engels' subsequent thinking and study led them to modify, amplify, and follow up the general views expressed in the foremen. This was notably the case in the field of the study of primitive communalism. It is certain that Marx's own historical interests after the publication of Capital, 1867, were overwhelmingly concerned with the stage of social development, for which Morgan, and the ample Russian literature which he devoured from 1873 on provided a far more solid base of study than had been available in 1857-8. Apart from the agrarian orientation of his work in Capital 3, two reasons for this concentration of interests may be suggested. First, the development of a Russian revolutionary movement increasingly led Marx and Engels to place their hopes for a European revolution in Russia. No misinterpretation of Marx is more grotesque than the one which suggests that he expected a revolution exclusively from the advanced industrial countries of the West. 39 Since the position of the village community was a matter of fundamental theoretical disagreement among Russian revolutionaries, who consulted Marx on the point, it was natural for him to investigate the subject at greater length. It is interesting that, somewhat unexpectedly, his views inclined towards those of the Narodniks, who believed that the Russian village community could provide the basis of a transition to socialism without prior disintegration through capitalist development. This view does not follow from the natural trend of Marx's earlier historical thought, was not accepted by the Russian Marxists, who were among the Narodniks' opponents on this point, or by subsequent Marxists, and in any case proved to be unfounded. Perhaps the difficulty Marx had in drafting a theoretical justification of it 40 reflects a certain feeling of awkwardness. It contrasts strikingly with Engels' lucid and brilliant return to the main Marxist tradition, and to support for the Russian Marxists, when discussing the same topic some years later. 41 Nevertheless, it may lead us to the second reason for Marx's increasing preoccupation with primitive communalism, his growing hatred of and contempt for capitalist society. The view that the older Marx lost some of the revolutionary ardor one of the younger is always popular among critics who wish to abandon the revolutionary practice of Marxism while retaining a fondness for his theory. It seems probable that Marx, who had earlier welcomed the impact of Western capitalism as an inhuman but historically progressive force on the stagnant pre-capitalist economies, found himself increasingly appalled by this inhumanity. We know that he had always admired the positive social values embodied, in however backward a form, in the primitive community. And it is certain that after 1857-8 both in Capital 342 and in the subsequent Russian Discus Zions 43, he increasingly stressed the viability of the primitive commune, its powers of resistance to historical disintegration and even, though perhaps only in the context of the Narodnik discussion, its capacity to develop into a higher form of economy without prior destruction. 44 I will not here give a detailed account of Marx's outline of primitive evolution in general, as available in Engels' Origin of the Family, 45 and of the agrarian community in particular. However, two general observations about this body of work are relevant here. First, pre-class society forms a large and complex historical epoch of its own, with its own history and laws of development, and its own varieties of socio-economic organization, which Marx tends now to call collectively the archaic formation or type. 46 This, it seems clear, includes the four basic variants of primitive communalism, as set out in the foremen. It probably also includes the Asiatic mode, which we have seen to be the most primitive of the developed socio-economic formations, and may explain why this mode apparently disappears from Engels' systematic treatments of the subject in Anti-During and Origin of the Family. 47 It is possible that Marx and Engels also had in mind some sort of intermediate historical phase of communal disintegration, out of which ruling classes of different types might emerge. Second, the analysis of archaic social evolution is in every way consistent with the analysis sketched in the German ideology and the foremen. It merely elaborates them, as when the brief references to the crucial importance of human, sexual, reproduction and the family in the ideology 48 are expanded, in the light of Morgan, into the origin of the family, or when the summary analysis of primitive communal property is filled out and modified, in the light of scholars like Kovalevsky, who, incidentally, was himself influenced by Marx, into the stages of disintegration of the agrarian community of the Zasulich drafts. A second field in which the founders of Marxism continued their special studies was that of the feudal period. This was Engels rather than Marx's favorite. 49. A good deal of his work, dealing as it did with the origins of feudalism, overlaps with Marx's studies of primitive communal forms. Nevertheless, Engels' interests appear to have been slightly different from Marx's. He was probably preoccupied rather less with the survival or disintegration of the primitive community, and rather more with the rise and decline of feudalism. His interest in the dynamics of serf agriculture was more marked than Marx's. Insofar as we possess analyses of these problems from the later years of Marx's lifetime, they are in Engels' formulation. Moreover, the political and military element plays a rather prominent part in Engels' work. Lastly, he concentrated almost entirely on medieval Germany, with an excursus or two on Ireland, with which he had personal connections, and was undoubtedly more preoccupied than Marx with the rise of nationality and its function in historic development. Some of these differences in emphasis are due merely to the fact that Engels' analysis operates on a less general level than Marx's, which is one reason why it is often more accessible and stimulating to those who make their first acquaintance with Marxism. Some of them are not. However, while recognizing both that the two men were not Siamese twins and that, as Engels recognized, Marx was much the greater thinker, we should beware of the modern tendency of contrasting Marx and Engels. Generally to the latter's disadvantage. When two men collaborate as closely as Marx and Engels did over 40 years, without any theoretical disagreement of substance, it is to be presumed that they know what is in each other's mind. Doubtless if Marx had written Anti-Düring, published in his lifetime, it would have read differently, and perhaps contained some new and profound suggestions. But there is no reason at all to believe that he disagreed with its content. This also applies to the works Engels wrote after Marx's death. Engels' analysis of feudal development, which is seen exclusively in European terms, attempts to fill several of the gaps left in the extremely global analysis of 1857-8. In the first place, a logical connection between the decline of the ancient and the rise of the feudal mode is established, in spite of the fact that one was established by foreign barbarian invaders on the ruins of the other. In ancient times the only possible form of large-scale agriculture was that of the slave latifundium, but beyond a certain point this had to become uneconomic, and give way once again to small-scale agriculture as the only profitable. Lone-end form. 50. Hence ancient agriculture was already halfway towards medieval. Small-scale cultivation was the dominant form in feudal agriculture, it being operationally irrelevant that some of the peasantry were free, some owed various obligations to lords. The same type of small-scale production by petty owners of their own means of production predominated in the cities. 51. Though this was under the circumstances a more economic form of production, the general backwardness of economic life in the early feudal period, the predominance of local self-sufficiency, which left scope for the sale or diversion of only a marginal surplus, imposed its limitations. While it guaranteed that any system of lordship, which was necessarily based on the control of large estates or bodies of their cultivators, must necessarily produce large ruling landowners and dependent petty peasants, it also made it impossible to exploit such large estates either by the ancient 165 methods of slavery or by modern large-scale serf agriculture, as proved by the failure of Charlemagne's imperial villas. The only exception were the monasteries, which were abnormal social bodies, being founded on celibacy, and consequently their exceptional economic performance must remain exceptional. While this analysis plainly somewhat underestimates the role of large-scale lay-domain agriculture in the High Middle Ages, it is exceedingly acute, especially in its distinction between the large estate as a social, political, and fiscal unit, and as a unit of production, and in its emphasis on the predominance of peasant agriculture rather than domain agriculture in feudalism. However, it leaves the origin of villenage and feudal lordship somewhat in the air. Engels' own explanation of it appears to be social, political, and military rather than economic. The free Teutonic peasantry was impoverished by constant war, and, given the weakness of royal power, had to place itself under the protection of nobles or clergy. 53. At bottom, this is due to the inability of a form of social organization based on kinship to administer or control the large political structures created by its successful conquests. These therefore automatically implied both the origin of classes and of a state. 54. In its simple formulation, this hypothesis is not very satisfactory, but the derivation of class origins from the contradictions of social structure, and not simply from a primitive economic determinism, is important. It continues the line of thought of the 1857-8 manuscripts, e.g. on slavery. The decline of feudalism depends, once again, on the rise of crafts and trade, and the division and conflict between town and country. In terms of agrarian development, it expressed itself in an increase in the feudal lord's demand for consumer goods, and arms or equipment, available only by purchase. 55. Up to a point, given stagnant technical conditions of agriculture, an increase in the surplus extracted from the peasants could be achieved only extensively, e.g. by bringing new land under cultivation. Founding new villages. But this implied friendly agreement with the colonists, whether villains or free men. Hence, and also because the primitive form of lordship contained no incentive to intensify exploitation, but rather a tendency for fixed peasant burdens to become lighter as time went on, peasant freedom tended to increase markedly, especially after the 13th century. Here again Engels' understandable ignorance of the development of domain market agriculture in the High Middle Ages and the feudal crisis of the 14th century somewhat oversimplifies and distorts his picture. But from the 15th century the opposite tendency prevailed, and lords reconvert free men into serfdom, and turned peasant land into their own estates. This was, in Germany at least, due not merely to the growing demands of the lords, which could henceforth be met only by growing sales from their own estates, but by the growing power of the princes, which deprived the nobility of other former sources of income such as highway robbery and other similar extortions. 56. Hence feudalism ends with the revival of large-scale agriculture on the basis of serfdom, and peasant expropriation corresponding to and derived from the growth of capitalism. The capitalist era in the countryside is ushered in by a period of large-scale agriculture, Landwirtschaftlichen Großbetriebs, on the basis of serf labor services. This picture of the decline of feudalism is not entirely satisfactory, though it marks an important advance in the original Marxist analysis of feudalism, namely, the attempt to establish, and take into account, the dynamics of feudal agriculture, and especially the relations between lords and dependent peasants. This is almost certainly due to Engels, for it is he who, in the letters relating to the composition of the Mark, lays special emphasis on the movements of labor services, and indeed points out that Marx was formerly mistaken in this matter. 57. It introduces, on the basis largely of Maurer, the line of analysis in medieval agrarian history which has since proved exceptionally 167 fruitful. On the other hand, it is still worth noting that this field of study appears to be marginal to Marx's and Engels' major interests. The writings in which Engels deals with the problem are short and cursory, compared with those in which he deals with the origin of feudal society. 58. The argument is by no means worked out. No adequate or direct explanation is given why large-scale agriculture, which was uneconomic in the early Middle Ages, once again became economic on a serf, or other, basis at their end. More surprisingly, in view of Engels' keen interest in the technological developments of the transition from antiquity to the Middle Ages, as recorded by archaeology, 59. Technological changes in farming are not really discussed, and there are a number of other loose ends. No attempt to apply the analysis outside Western and Central Europe is made, except for a very suggestive remark about the existence of the primitive agrarian community under the form of direct and indirect villenage, horicide, as in Russia and Ireland, 60, and a remark which seems somewhat in advance of the rather later discussion in the Mark, that in Eastern Europe the second enserfment of the peasants was due to the rise of an export market in agricultural produce and grew in proportion to it. 61 Altogether, it does not seem that Engels had any intention of altering the general picture of the transition from feudalism to capitalism which he and Marx had formulated many years earlier. No other major excursions into the history of forms which precede the capitalist occur in the last years of Marx and Engels, though important work on the period since the 16th century, and especially contemporary history, was done. It therefore remains only to discuss briefly two aspects of their later thoughts on the problem of the phases of social development. How far did they maintain the list of formations as set out in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy? What other general factors about socio-economic development did they consider or reconsider? As we have seen, in their later years Marx and Engels tended to distinguish or to imply subvarieties, subphases and transitional forms within their larger social classifications, and notably within pre-class society. But no major changes in the general list of formations occur, unless we count the almost formal transfer of the Asiatic mode to the archaic type of society. There is, at least on Marx's part, no inclination to abandon the Asiatic mode, and even a tendency to rehabilitate the Slavonic mode, and quite certainly a deliberate refusal to reclassify it as feudal. Arguing against Kovalevsky's view that three of the four main criteria of Germano-Roman feudalism were to be found in India, which ought therefore to be regarded as feudal, Marx points out that Kovalevsky forgets among other things serfdom, which is not of substantial importance in India. Moreover, as for the individual role of feudal lords as protectors not only of unfree but of free peasants, this is unimportant in India except for the Waqf, estates devoted to religious purposes. Nor do we find that poetry of the soil so characteristic of Romano-Germanic feudalism, cf. Maurer, in India, any more than in Rome. In India the land is nowhere noble in such a way as to be, example, inalienable to non-members of the noble class, roturiers. 62 Engels, more interested in the possible combinations of lordship and the substratum of the primitive community, seems less categoric, though he specifically excludes the Orient from feudalism. 63 And as we have seen makes no attempt to extend his analysis of agrarian feudalism beyond Europe. There is nothing to suggest that Marx and Engels regarded the special combination of agrarian feudalism and the medieval city as anything except peculiar to Europe. On the other hand, a very interesting elaboration of the concept of social relations of production is suggested by a number of passages in these later years. Here again it seems that Engels took the initiative. Thus of serfdom he writes, to Marx, on December 22, 1882, possibly following a suggestion by Marx: it is certain that serfdom and villenage are not a specifically medieval feudal form, it occurs everywhere or almost. 169. Everywhere, where conquerors have made the native inhabitants cultivate the soil for them. And again, about wage labor, the first capitalists already encountered wage labor as a form. But they found it as something ancillary, exceptional, or makeshift, or a point of passage. 64 This distinction between modes of production characterized by certain relations, and the forms of such relations which can exist in a variety of periods or socio-economic settings, is already implicit in earlier Marxian thought. Sometimes, as in the discussion of money and mercantile activities, it is explicit. It has considerable importance, for not only does it help us dismiss such primitive arguments as those which deny the novelty of capitalism because merchants existed in ancient Egypt, or medieval manors paid their harvest labor in money, but it draws attention to the fact that the basic social relations which are necessarily limited in number are invented and reinvented by men on numerous occasions, and that all monetary modes of production, except perhaps capitalism, are complexes made up from all sorts of combinations of them. Finally, it is worth surveying briefly the discussion on the main socio-economic formation among Marxists since the death of Marx and Engels. This has in many respects been unsatisfactory, though it has the advantage of never regarding Marx's and Engels' texts as embodying final truth. They have, in fact, been extensively revised. However, The process of this revision has been strangely unsystematic and unplanned, the theoretical level of much of the discussion disappointing, and the subject has, on the whole, been confused rather than clarified. Two tendencies may be noted. The first, which implies a considerable simplification of Marx's and Engels' thought, reduces the chief socio-economic formations to a single ladder which all human societies climb rung by rung, but at different speeds, so that all eventually arrive at the top. This has some advantages from the point of view of politics and diplomacy, because it eliminates the distinction between societies which have shown a greater and those with a lesser built-in tendency to rapid historical development in the past, and because it makes it difficult for particular countries to claim that they are exceptions to general historical law 66, but it has no obvious scientific advantages, and is also at variance with Marx's views. Moreover, it is quite unnecessary politically, since, whatever the differences in past historical development, Marxism has always firmly held the view that all peoples, of whatever race or historical background, are equally capable of all the achievements of modern civilization once they are free to pursue them. The unilinear approach also leads to the search for fundamental laws of each formation, which explain their passing to the next higher form. Such general mechanisms were already suggested by Marx and Engels, notably in Origin of the Family, for the passage from the admittedly universal primitive communal stage to class society, and for the very different development of capitalism. A number of attempts have been made to discover analogous general laws of feudalism 67 and even of the slave stage. These have, by general consent, not been very successful, and even the formulae finally suggested for agreement seem to be little more than definitions. This failure to discover generally acceptable fundamental laws applicable to feudalism and slave society is in itself not insignificant. The second tendency partly follows from the first, but is also partly in conflict with it. It led to a formal revision of Marx's list of socio-economic formations, by omitting the Asiatic mode, limiting the scope of the ancient, but correspondingly extending that of the feudal. The omission of the Asiatic mode occurred, broadly speaking, between the late 1920s and the late 1930s. It is no longer mentioned in Stalin's Dialectical and Historical Materialism, 1938, though it continued to be used by some, mainly English-speaking, Marxists until much later. Since the characteristic for Marx was resistance to historical evolution, its elimination produces a simpler scheme which lends itself more readily to universal and unilinear interpretations. But it also eliminates the error of regarding Oriental societies as essentially unchanging or ahistorical. It has been remarked that what Marx himself said about India cannot be taken as it stands, though also that the theoretical basis of the history of India remains Marxist. 70 The restriction of the ancient mode has posed no major political problems or, apparently, reflected political debates. It has been due simply to the failure of scholars to discover a slave phase everywhere, and to find the rather simple model of the slave economy which had become current, much simpler than Marx's own, adequate even for the classical societies of antiquity. 71 Official Soviet science ceased to be committed to a universal stage of slave society. 72 Feudalism has expanded its scope partly to fill the gap left by these changes. None of the societies affected could be reclassified as capitalist or were reclassified as primitive communal or archaic, as we remember Marx and Engels inclined to do, and partly at the expense of societies hitherto classified as primitive communal, and of the earlier stages of capitalist development. For it is now clear that class differentiation in some societies formerly loosely called tribal, e.g. in many parts of Africa, had made considerable progress. At the other end of the time scale, the tendency to classify all societies as feudal until a formal bourgeois revolution had taken place made some headway, notably in Britain. 73 But feudalism has not grown merely as a residual category. Since very early post-Marxist times there have been attempts to see a sort of primitive or proto-feudalism as the first general, though not necessarily universally occurring, form of class society growing out of the disintegration of primitive communalism. 74 Such direct transition from primitive communalism to feudalism is of course provided for by Marx and Engels. Out of this proto-feudalism, it is suggested, the various other formations developed, including the developed feudalism of the European, and Japanese, type. On the other hand, a reversion to feudalism from formations which, while potentially less progressive, are in actual fact more highly developed, as from the Roman Empire to the tribal Teutonic kingdoms, has always been allowed for. Owen Lattimore goes so far as to suggest that we think, experimentally, in terms of evolutionary and relapse, or devolutionary, feudalism, and also asks us to bear in mind the possibility of the temporary feudalization of tribal societies interacting with more developed ones. The net result of all these various tendencies has been to bring into currency a vast category of feudalism which spans the continents and the millennia, and ranges from, say, the Emirates of northern Nigeria to France in 1788, from the tendencies visible in Aztec society on the eve of the Spanish conquest to Tsarist Russia in the 19th century. It is indeed likely that all these can be brought under one such general classification, and that this has analytical value. At the same time, it is clear that without a good deal of subclassification and the analysis of subtypes and individual historical phases, the general concept risks becoming much too unwieldy. Various such subclassifications have been attempted, e.g. semi-feudal, but so far the Marxist clarification of feudalism has not made adequate progress. The combination of the two tendencies noted here has produced one or two incidental difficulties. Thus the desire to classify every society or period firmly in one or another of the accepted pigeonholes has produced demarcation disputes, as is natural when we insist on fitting dynamic concepts into static ones. Thus there has been much discussion in China about the date of the transition from slavery to feudalism, since the struggle was of a very protracted nature covering several centuries. Different social and economic modes of life had temporarily coexisted on the vast territory of China 76 in the West. A similar difficulty has led to discussions about the character of the centuries from the 14th to the 18th. 77 These discussions have at least the merit of raising problems of the mixture and coexistence of different forms of social relations of production, though otherwise their interest is not as great as that of some other Marxist discussions. However, with de-Stalinization, and partly under the stimulus of the foreman, Marxist discussion began to show a welcome tendency to revive, and to question several of the views which had come to be accepted over the past few decades. This revival appeared to have begun independently, in a number of countries, both socialist and non-socialist. Contributions came from France, the German Democratic Republic, Hungary, Britain, India, Japan, and Egypt. 79 These dealt partly with general problems of historical periodization, such as were discussed in a debate in Marxism Today, 1962, partly with the problems of specific pre-capitalist socio-economic formations, partly with the vexed and now reopened question of the Asiatic mode. 80. All this indicated attempts to escape from the historic developments in the international Marxist movement in the generation before the middle 1950s, which had an unquestionably negative effect on the level of Marxist discussion in this as in many other fields. Marx's original approach to the problem of historical evolution had been in some respects simplified and changed, and such reminders of the profound and complex nature of his methods as the publication of the Foreman had not been used to correct these tendencies. Marx's original list of socio-economic formations had been altered, but no satisfactory substitute had yet been provided. Some of the gaps in Marx's and Engels' brilliant but incomplete and tentative discussion had been discovered and filled, but some of the most fruitful parts of their analysis had also been allowed to sink from sight. All the more reason why today the much-needed clarification of the Marxist view of historical evolution, and especially the main stages of development, should be undertaken. A careful study of the Foreman, which does not mean the automatic acceptance of all Marx's conclusions, can only help in this task, and is indeed an indispensable part of it. 175. 8. The fortunes of Marx's and Engels' writings. I. The writings of Marx and Engels have acquired the status of classics in the socialist and communist parties, deriving their inspiration from them, including, since 1917, a growing number of states in which they became the basis of official ideology, or even of a secular equivalent of theology. A great deal of Marxist discussion since the death of Engels, indeed, probably most of it, has taken the form of textual exegesis, speculation and interpretation, or of debates about the acceptability of, or the desirability for the revision of, the views of Marx and Engels as contained in the texts of their writings. Yet these writings did not, initially, form a complete published corpus of the works of the two classics. Indeed, no attempt to publish a complete edition of their work was made before the 1920s, when the celebrated Gesamtausgabe, usually known as Mega, was initiated in Moscow under the editorship of David Ryazanov. It remained incomplete in the original German, though the work was continued in Russian, but in a less complete form than originally intended. Independent attempts to publish an edition intended to 176 be complete were made elsewhere at the same time, notably in France by Alfred Kost's Editeur. A full but not by any means complete edition of the works of Marx and Engels, usually known and cited as Werke, was published in the German Democratic Republic from 1956, and provided the basis for various similar editions in other languages. The most ambitious of these was the, much fuller, collected works of Marx and Engels, published in 50 English-language volumes from 1975 to 2004. After lengthy preparation, a new Gesamtausgabe, known as the New Mega, began publication in 1975 under the auspices of the Institutes of Marxism-Leninism of the USSR and the German Democratic Republic. The demise of both states shifted this publication from an ideological into an academic mode. Overall responsibility for it was transferred to a foundation, the Internationale Marx-Engels Stiftung, at the Amsterdam International Institute for Social History, which has since 1933 held the actual archives of Marx and Engels, and practical work on the project moved to the Berlin and Brandenburg Academy of Sciences, and research centers in various countries. The plan provided for upwards of 120 volumes, almost certainly an underestimate, since reading extracts, rough notes, and marginalia were to be included. 54 volumes had been published by the start of the new century. It is hoped to complete publication by 2030. For most of the history of Marxism, debate has therefore been based on a varying selection of Marx's and Engels' writings. To understand that history, a brief and necessarily cursory survey of the fortunes of these writings is therefore required. If we omit a great body of journalistic work, mainly in the 1840s and 1850s, the actual body of writing published by Marx and Engels in Marx's lifetime was relatively modest. Before the 1848 revolution, it comprises, grosso modo, various important essays by Marx, and to a lesser extent Engels, written before the start of their systematic collaboration, e.g. in the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher, Engels' Condition of the Working Class in England, 1845, Marx's and Engels' Die Heilige Family, 1845, Marx's Polemique with Proudhon Mesure de la Philosophie, 1847, The Communist Manifesto, 1848, and some lectures and articles of the later 1840s. Except for the manifesto, none of these was republished in Marx's lifetime in a form accessible to a wider public. After the defeat of 1848-9, Marx published the now celebrated Analyses of the Revolution and its Aftermath in Émigré reviews of sadly restricted circulation, i.e. the works now known as Class Struggles in France and, under that original title, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. The latter work he reprinted in 1869. Engels' work on the German Peasant War, 1850, which also appeared in the Émigré press, unlike the articles now known as Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany, which appeared under Marx's name in the New York Tribune, was also reprinted in Marx's lifetime. Marx's published works thereafter, omitting current journalism and political polemics, are virtually confined to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, not reprinted, Das Kapital, Volume I, 1867, whose history will be briefly referred to, and a number of works written for the International Workingmen's Association, of which the inaugural address, 1864, and the Civil War in France, 1871, are the most famous. The latter work was reprinted on several occasions. Engels published various pamphlets, mainly on military political questions, but in the 1870s began, with his Herrjugend-Düring-Umwälzung Wissenschaft, 1878, Anti-Düring, the series of writings through which, in effect, the international socialist movement was to become familiar with Marx's thought on questions other than political economy. Most of these, however, belong to the period after Marx's death. In, say, 1875, the known and available corpus of Marx's and Engels' work was therefore exiguous, since much of the early writing had long gone out of print. It consisted essentially of the Communist Manifesto, which began to be better known from the early 1870s on, Capital, which was translated into Russian and French, and Civil War in France, which gave Marx a good deal of publicity. Nevertheless, between 1867 and 1875 we can say that a corpus of work by Marx for the first time became available. The period between Marx's death, 1883, and Engels, 1895, saw a double transformation. In the first place, interest in Marx's and Engels' work quickened with the rise of the international socialist movement. In these 12 years, according to Andreas, no fewer than 75 editions of the Communist Manifesto appeared in 15 languages. 1. It is interesting that the editions in the languages of the Tsarist Empire already outnumbered those in the original German. Secondly, a large corpus of the work of the classics was now published systematically in the original language, mainly by Engels. This comprised, a. republications, generally with new introductions, of works long out of print whose permanent significance Engels thus wished to underline, b. new publication of works left unpublished or incomplete by Marx, and c. new writing by Engels, sometimes incorporating important unpublished texts by Marx such as the Theses on Feuerbach, in which he attempted to provide a coherent and rounded picture of the Marxian doctrine. Thus, under a. Engels republished as a pamphlet Marx's articles on wage labor and capital, the poverty of philosophy, the 18th Brumaire, the Civil War in France, and finally class struggles in France, as well as his own condition of the working class and reprints of various writings of his from the 1870s. The main works made available under b. were the second and third volumes of Capital and the Critique of the Gotha Programme, 1891. The main works under c. were the Anti-Düring, the even more frequently reprinted Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, adapted from the larger work The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, 1884, and Ludwig Feuerbach, 1888, as well as numerous contributions to current political debate. These works were, perhaps with the exception of Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, not published in large editions. Nevertheless, they were and henceforth remained permanently available. They form the bulk of what Engels considered the corpus of his and Marx's writings, though, had he lived, he might have added some further 179 texts, e.g. the theories on surplus value, which eventually appeared under Koskai's editorship, and a revised version of the Peasant War, which he himself had hoped to bring out. With some exceptions, such as writings originally published in English, some of which were reissued by Eleanor Marx shortly after Engels' death, this was the material available for the international Marxist movement at the end of the 19th century, including for foreign translation. It consisted of a selection, and to some extent a compilation, made by Engels. Thus Capital has come down to us not as Marx intended it, but as Engels thought he would have intended it. The last 3 volumes, as is well known, were put together by Engels, and later Koskai, from Marx's incomplete drafts. However, the first volume is also a text finalized by Engels and not by Marx. For the standard version, the German 4th edition of 1890, was modified by Engels in the light of the last, 2nd, edition revised by Marx. The further changes made by Marx for the French edition of 1872-5, some manuscript notes, and minor technical considerations. Indeed, Marx's own second edition of 1872 included substantial rewriting of sections of the first edition of 1867. This, then, was the main corpus of the classic texts on which the Marxism of the Second International would have been built, had not many of its theoreticians and leaders, especially in Germany, had direct personal contact with Engels in his later years, both in conversation and through the bulky correspondence which was not published until after the First World War. The point to note is that it was a corpus of finished theoretical writings, and intended as such by Engels, whose own writings attempted to fill the gaps left by Marx and to bring earlier publications up to date. Thus the object of his editorial labors on Capital was, naturally enough, not to reconstruct the flow and development of Marx's own economic thought, still in progress at the time of his death. Such a historical reconstruction of the genesis and development of Capital, including the changes between editions of the published volume, was only undertaken seriously after the Second World War, and is even now not complete. Engels' object was to produce a final text of his friend's major work, which would make the earlier drafts superfluous. His own brief compendia of Marxism, and notably the very successful Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, were intended to make the contents of this corpus of theory accessible to the members of the new mass socialist parties. And indeed during this period a good deal of the attention of the theorists and leaders of socialist movements was also devoted to making such popular compendia of Marx's doctrine. Thus in France Deville, in Italy Cafiero, and in Britain Aveling produced compendia of Capital, while Koskai published his economic doctrines of Karl Marx. These are only some of the works of this type. Indeed, the main educational and propagandist effort of the new socialist movements appears to have concentrated on the production and diffusion of works of this kind, rather than those of Marx and Engels themselves. In Germany, for instance, the average number of copies printed per edition of the Communist Manifesto before 1905 was a mere 2,000 or at most 3,000 copies, though thereafter the size of the print runs increased, data taken from SPD Partsitage. For a comparison, Koskai's Social Revolution, Part I, was printed in an edition of 7,000 in 1903 and 21,500 in 1905. Babel's Chrysanthumuendi Socialisme sold 37,000 copies between 1898 and 1902, followed by another edition of 20,000. In 1903, and the party's Erfurt program, 1891, was distributed in 120,000 copies. This does not mean that the now available corpus of classic writings was not read by socialists of a theoretical bent. It was certainly translated rapidly into various languages. Thus in Italy, admittedly a country with an unusually lively interest in Marxism among intellectuals during the 1890s, virtually the whole corpus as selected by Engels was available by 1900. Except for the later volumes of Capital, and the Scritti of Marx, Engels, and La Sala edited by Cissati, from 1899, also included a number of further works. Until the middle 1930s very little was added in the English language to the body of classic writings which had been translated by 1913, albeit often rather badly, mainly by the firm of Charles H. Kerr, Chicago. Among those with theoretical interests, that is to say among intellectuals in Central and Eastern Europe, and also partly in Italy, where Marxism appealed greatly, a demand for the rest of Marx's and Engels' writings was naturally lively. The German Social Democratic Party, which owned the literary Nachlass of the founders, made no attempt to publish their complete works, and may indeed have considered it inexpedient to publish or to republish some of their more tactless or offensive remarks, or their political writings of purely temporary interest. Nevertheless, Marxist scholars, notably Kosky and Franz Mehring in Germany and D. Ryazanov in Russia, set about issuing a more complete body of Marx's and Engels' published writings than Engels had evidently considered immediately necessary. Thus Mehring's Aus dem literarischen Nachlass von Marx und Engels republished writings of the 1840s, while Ryazanov reissued works dating from between 1852 and 1862 in several volumes. Before 1914, at least one major breakthrough into the unpublished material was achieved with the publication of the correspondence between Marx and Engels in 1913. Kosky had already from time to time published selected manuscript material in the Neue Zeit, the SPD's theoretical review, notably, in 1902, Marx's letters to Dr. Kugelmann and, in 1903-4, a few fragments from what is now known as the Grundrisse, such as the incomplete introduction to the Critique of Political Economy. Writings by Marx and Engels addressed to correspondents in specific countries, or published in the languages of those countries, or having special reference to them, were also published from time to time locally, though at the time they were rarely translated into other languages. The availability of the classic writings in 1914 is perhaps best indicated by the bibliography attached by Lenin to his encyclopedia article on Karl Marx, written in that year and frequently republished under the title The Teachings of Karl Marx. If a text of Marx and Engels was not known to the Russian Marxists, the most assiduous students of the classic works, then it may be assumed that it was not effectively available to the international movement. 2. The Russian Revolution transformed the publication and popularization of the classic works in several ways. First, it transferred the center of Marxian textual scholarship to a generation of editors who had had no personal contact with Engels, let alone with Marx, men such as Bernstein, Kosky, and Mehring. This new group was therefore no longer directly influenced either by Engels' personal judgments on the classic writings or by the questions of tact and expediency, whether in relation to persons or to contemporary politics, which had so obviously influenced Marx's and Engels' immediate literary executors. The fact that the main center of Marxian publication was now the communist movement underlined this break. For communist, and especially Russian, editors tended, sometimes quite correctly, to interpret the omissions and modifications of earlier texts by German social democracy as opportunist distortions. Second, the revolution opened the way for the Bolshevik Marxists, who now possessed the resources of the Soviet state, to achieve their aim of publishing the entire body of the classic writings, in short, a Gesamtausgabe. This raised a number of technical problems, of which two may be mentioned. Marx's and to a lesser extent Engels' writings ranged from finished works published with varying degrees of care, through drafts of varying degrees of incompleteness and provisionality to mere reading notes and marginalia. The line between works and preliminary notes and drafts was not easy to draw. The newly formed Marx-Engels Institute, under the direction of that formidable Marx scholar D. Ryazanov, excluded some writings from the actual works, though it set out to publish them in a parallel miscellaneous periodical, the Marx-Engels Archive. They were not to be included in a collection of all writings until the new mega of the 1970s. Furthermore, while the bulk of the actual drafts was available in the Marx-Engels Nachlass, in the possession of the SPD, and after 1933, transferred to the International Institute for Social History in Amsterdam, the correspondence of the classics was widely dispersed, and a collected edition was therefore impossible, if only because the whereabouts of much of it was not known. In practice, a number of letters from Marx and Engels were published separately, sometimes by the recipients or their literary executors, from c. 1920 on, but for instance so large and important a corpus as the correspondence with Lafargue was not published until the 1950s. Since Mega was never completed, these problems soon lost their urgency, but they ought to be noted. So also should the continued publication of Marxiana based on the surviving older centers of Marxian material, notably the SPD archives. For although the Moscow Institute sought to acquire all possible writings of the classics for their complete edition, the only one in preparation, in fact it was able to acquire only photocopies of the overwhelmingly largest archival collection, the originals remaining in the West. The 1920s therefore saw a remarkable spurt in the publication of the classic writings. For the first time two classes of material became generally available, unpublished manuscripts and the correspondence of Marx and Engels with third parties. However, political events soon put obstacles in the way of both publication and interpretation, such as had not been thought of before 1914. The triumph of the Nazis in 1933 disrupted the Western, German, center of Marxian studies, and largely postponed the repercussion of the interpretations based on them. To take merely one example, Gustav Mayer's monumental biography of Engels, a work of remarkable scholarship, had to appear in 1934 in a Dutch émigré edition and remained virtually unknown to 184 younger Marxists in post-1945 West Germany until well into the 1970s. Many of the new publications of Marxian texts were not merely reproducing Marxist rarities, to quote the title of a series published in the 1920s, but inevitably themselves became rarities. In Russia the rise of Stalin disrupted the Marx-Engels Institute, particularly after the dismissal and subsequent murder of its director Ryazanov, and put an end to the publication of Mega in German, though not, in spite of the tragic impact of the purges, to further editorial work. Furthermore, and in some ways more seriously, the growth of what might be called an orthodox Stalinist interpretation of Marxism, officially promulgated in the history of the CPSU, short course of 1938, made some of Marx's own writings appear heterodox, and therefore caused problems with regard to their publication. This was notably the case with the writings of the early 1840s. Finally, the disruption of the Second World War had serious results for Marx's works. The splendid edition of the Grundrisse published in Moscow in 1939-41 remained virtually unknown, though one or two copies reached the USA, until the East Berlin reprint of 1953. The third way in which the publication of the classic writings was transformed after 1917 concerns their popularization. As has been suggested, the mass social democratic parties before 1914 made no serious attempt to get their members to read Marx and Engels themselves, with the possible exception of Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, and perhaps the Manifesto. Capital I was indeed frequently reprinted, in Germany 10 times between 1903 and 1922, but it may be doubted whether it lent itself to wide popular reading. Many of those who bought it were probably content to have it on their shelf as a tangible demonstration that Marx had proved the inevitability of socialism scientifically. Small parties, whether composed of intellectuals, cadres, or those unusually devoted militants who liked to gather together in Marxist sects, certainly made greater demands on their members. Thus between 1848 and 1934 editions of the Manifesto were published in English for the relatively minuscule Marxist groups 185. And parties of the Anglo-Saxon world, as against 26 in French and 55 for the enormous parties of the German-speaking countries. The international communist movement, on the other hand, paid enormous attention to the Marxist education of its members, and no longer relied primarily on doctrinal compendia for this purpose. Hence the selection and popularization of the actual classic texts became a matter of major concern. The increasing tendency to back political argument by textual authority, which had long marked some parts of the Marxist tradition notably in Russia, encouraged the diffusion of classic texts, though naturally within the communist movement in the course of time the textual appeals to Lenin and Stalin were considerably more frequent than those to Marx and Engels. The wide availability of such texts undoubtedly transformed the situation of those who wished to study Marxism everywhere they were allowed to appear, though the area in which Marx and Engels could be published contracted sharply between 1933 and 1944. Of the major hitherto unpublished manuscripts, those of the 1840s began to make their impact before 1939. Both the German ideology and the economic philosophical manuscripts of 1844 were published in 1932, though slow to be translated in extenso. This is not the place to discuss their significance. We merely note in passing that a great deal of Marxist discussion since 1945 turns on the interpretation of these early writings, and conversely, that most Marxist discussion before 1932 proceeded in ignorance of these works. The second large body of unpublished manuscripts concerned the preliminary work for Capital. One large body of writing, the Grundrisse of 1857-8, remained, as we have seen, unknown for even longer, since its first effective publication occurred in 1953 and its first, unsatisfactory, translations into foreign languages were only published in the late 1960s. It did not become a major basis for international Marxist debate until the 1960s, and even then initially not as a whole but chiefly in relation to the historical section of the manuscript, which was 186. Separately published under the title Formen, die der kapitalistischen Produktionsvorherrschaft, Berlin, 1952, and translated within a few years, into Italian 1953-4, into English 1964. Once again the appearance of this text forced upon the majority of Marxists who had hitherto been ignorant of it a major reconsideration of Marx's writings. Of the substantial body of Marx's drafts in connection with the writing of Capital which were not included in the final published versions, sections have filtered into circulation even later and more gradually, e.g. the projected Part 7 of Volume I, Resultate de unmittelbaren Produktionsprozesses, which, though published in the Archiv K. Marxa if Engelse in 1933, did not come to be seriously discussed until the late 1960s and was not translated, at all events into English, until 1976. Some of this material remains unpublished. The third major unpublished manuscript, Engels' Dialectics of Nature, was first issued somewhat earlier, together with other Engels drafts, in the Archiv K. Marxa if Engelse, 1925. That it was not included in, or perhaps destined for, publication in the Gesamtausgabe was probably due to the fact, noted by Ryazanov, that much of Engels' discussion of the natural sciences, written in the 1870s, had become factually obsolete. Nevertheless, the work fitted into the scientist orientation of Marxism which, long popular in Russia, was reinforced in the Stalin era. The Dialectics of Nature was therefore quite rapidly diffused in the 1930s and indeed cited by Stalin in the short course of 1938.5. The text had some influence among the then rapidly growing number of Marxist natural scientists. Of the Marx, Engels' correspondence with third parties, which constituted probably the largest single body of unpublished Marxian material other than notes, relatively little had been published before 1914, partly in periodicals, partly as collections or selections of letters to individual correspondents, such as the Brief und Aussage US Briefen von Jo. Phil. Becker, Jos. Dietzgen, Friedrich Engels, Karl Marx UANFA. Zarga und Andier, Stuttgart, 1906. A number of similar collections were published 187. After 1917, notably of letters to Bernstein, in Russian 1924, in German 1925, and correspondence with Babel, Liebknecht, Kosky and others, Russian 1932, German, Leningrad 1933, but no complete collection was published before the Russian edition, Sokhinania XXV, XXIX, of 1934-46, or, in the original German, the Werke of 1956-68. As already noted, some highly important collections did not become available until the late 1950s, and the publication of the correspondence can still not be considered complete. Nevertheless, the material available to the Moscow Institute by 1933 included a very substantial body of letters, which were popularized mainly through foreign translations and adaptations of the selected correspondence from the early 1930s. However, a note about the official publication of these letters is necessary. They were seen not so much as a correspondence, except for the exchanges between Marx and Engels, rather as part of the classic writings. The letters of Marx's and Engels' correspondence were therefore not usually included in the official communist collections, though some editions of special collections, mainly produced by Marx's and Engels' correspondents or their executors, e.g. Koski, Victor Adler, did contain both sides of the exchange. The Engels, Lafargue correspondence, 1956-9, was perhaps the first issued under communist auspices which included both sides, thus opening a new phase in the study of this aspect of the Marx, Engels texts. Moreover, the practice of keeping the Marx, Engels letters and their correspondence with third parties separate in the various collected editions of their works until the 1970s made a strictly chronological study of the letters relatively inconvenient. 3. As we have seen, the publication and translation of the corpus of Marx's and Engels' works in a far more complete form made substantial progress after the Second World War, and especially 188. In the post-Stalin era. By the early 1970s it could be said that, barring further discoveries of drafts and letters, the great bulk of the known works were in print in the original language, though not necessarily widely available. This increasingly included the highly incomplete preparatory material, reading notes, marginalia, etc., which it became increasingly customary to treat as works and to publish accordingly. What is perhaps more to the point, the attempt to analyze and interpret such materials with a view to discovering the lines of Marx's own thinking, especially on subjects on which he did not publish even drafts of texts, was increasingly made, as in the edition of Marx's Ethnological Notebooks, ed. L. Crater, Essen, 1972. This may be regarded as the beginning of a new and promising phase in Marxian textual scholarship. The same applies to the study of Marxian drafts and variants, such as the preparatory drafts for the Civil War in France and the famous letter to Varazé Sulich of 1881. Indeed, such a development was inevitable, since several of the more important new texts, such as the Grundrisse, were themselves drafts, not intended for publication in the surviving form. The study of textual variants also advanced substantially with the republication in Japan of the original first chapter of Capital I, 1867 edition, which had been substantially rewritten by Marx for subsequent editions. One might say that, particularly since the 1960s, Marxian scholarship has increasingly tended to seek in Marx and Engels not a definitive and final set of texts expounding the Marxist theory, but a process of developing thought. It has also increasingly tended to abandon the view that the works of Marx and Engels are substantially indistinguishable components of the corpus of Marxism, and has investigated the differences and sometimes divergences between the two lifelong partners. That this has led to sometimes exaggerated interpretations of these differences does not concern us here. The gradual decline of Marxism as a formal dogmatic system since the middle 1950s has naturally encouraged these new tendencies in Marxian 189. Textual scholarship, though it has also led to the search for textual authority for alternative and sometimes dogmatic versions of Marxism in the recently published or popularized and less familiar Marxian writings. 4. The decline in dogmatic Marxism after 1956 produced a growing divergence between the countries under Marxist government, with their more or less monolithic official Marxist doctrines, and the rest of the world, in which a plurality of Marxist parties, groups, and tendencies coexisted. Such a divergence had hardly existed before 1956. The Marxist parties of the pre-1914 Second International, though tending to develop an orthodox interpretation of doctrine as against revisionist challengers on the right and anarcho-syndicalist challengers on the left, accepted a plurality of interpretations, and were hardly in a position to prevent it, had they wished. Nobody in the German SPD thought it odd that the arch-revisionist Eduard Bernstein should edit the correspondence of Marx and Engels in 1913, though Lenin detected opportunism in his editorial judgments. Social democratic and communist Marxism coexisted in the 1920s, Yet with the foundation of the Marx-Engels Institute, the center of publication for the classic texts passed increasingly onto the communist side. It may be observed in passing that it remains there. In spite of attempts since the 1960s to publish rival editions of the classic works, e.g. by M. Rubel in France and by Benedikt Koski in Germany, the standard editions without which none of the others, including numerous translations, would be conceivable, remain those based on Moscow, and, since 1945, East Berlin, the first and second Mega and the Werke. After 1933, for practical purposes, the vast majority of Marxists in and outside the USSR were associated with the communist parties, for the various schismatics, and 190 heretics of the communist movement gained no numerically significant body of supporters. Marxism in the Social Democratic parties, even if we leave aside the virtual destruction of the German and Austrian parties after 1933-4, grew increasingly attenuated and openly critical of classic orthodoxy. After 1945, with few exceptions, these parties no longer considered themselves Marxist, except perhaps in a historical sense. It is only in retrospect, and in the light of the Marxist pluralism of the 1960s and 1970s, that the plural character of the Marxist literature between the wars was recognized, and systematic efforts were made, notably in Germany since the middle 1960s, to publish or reprint the writings of that period. For something like a quarter of a century, therefore, there was no substantial difference between the Marxism of communist parties abroad, which meant most of Marxism in quantitative terms, and that of the USSR, at least no such difference was allowed to emerge into the open. This situation changed gradually, but with increasing speed, after 1956. Not merely was one doctrinal orthodoxy replaced by at least two, with the split between the USSR and China, but the non-governmental communist parties increasingly faced competition from rival Marxist groups with more substantial support, at least among intellectuals, i.e. readers of Marxian texts, while within several Western communist parties a considerable freedom of internal theoretical discussion developed, at least on matters of Marxian doctrine. There was thus a marked divergence between the countries in which Marxism remained official doctrine, closely associated with government, and, at any given moment, with a single binding version of what Marxism teaches on any and every subject, and those in which this was no longer the case. A convenient measure of this divergence is the treatment of the actual biography of the founders. In the first group of countries this remained, if not totally hagiographic, then at all events restricted by a reluctance to deal with aspects of their lives and activities which did not show them in a favorable light. This 191 tradition was not new. It is very noticeable in the first phase of Orthodox Marx biography in Germany before 1914, as exemplified in Mehring's quasi-official life, published in 1918, and perhaps even more in the omissions from the original Marx, Engels correspondence. In the second group of countries, Marxists and Marx biographers have publicly come to terms with the facts of the founders' lives, even when they do not show their subjects in an attractive light. Divergences of this kind have been increasingly characteristic of the history of Marxism, including the Marxian texts, since 1956. It remains to survey briefly the diffusion of the works of the classics. Here again it is important to note the major significance of the period of monolithic communist orthodoxy, which was also that of the systematic popularization of actual texts by the founders. This popularization took four forms: the publication of separate works by Marx and Engels, the publication of selected or collected works, the publication of anthologies on special topics, and finally, the compilation of compendia of Marxist theory based on, and containing quotations from, the classics. It need hardly be said that during this period the classics included Lenin and, later, Stalin as well as Marx and Engels. However, with the exception of Plekhanov, no other Marxist writer maintained himself internationally in the company of the classics, at least after the 1920s. Works published separately in the more modest series, under some such title as Les Elements du Communisme or Piccola Biblioteca Marxista, probably on the model of the Elementarbucher des Kommunismus pioneered in Germany before 1933, included the Manifesto, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, Value, Price and Profit, Wage Labor and Capital, Civil War in France, and suitable topical selections, e.g. in the 1930s Marx's and Engels' polemics with anarchists. The longer works were also usually published in a standard format, under some such title as the Marxist-Leninist Library or Classici del Marxismo. The catalogue of this library in Britain on the eve 192 of the Second World War may illustrate the content of such a series. It included, omitting works not by Marx or Engels, Anti-Düring, Feuerbach, Letters to Kugelmann, Class Struggles in France, Civil War in France, Germany, Revolution and Counter-Revolution, Engels' The Housing Question, Poverty of Philosophy, the selected correspondence of Marx and Engels, the Critique of the Gotha Programme, Engels' Essays on Capital and a shortened edition of the German Ideology. Capital I was now usually published in extenso, and not in such abbreviated or digested forms as had been popular in the Social Democratic era. Until the end of the 1930s no attempt seems to have been made to issue a selected works of Marx and Engels, but Moscow produced such a selection in 2, later 3, volumes which was distributed in various languages mainly after the war. No communist attempt to produce a collected works in languages other than Russian appears to have been made after the end of Mega, until the appearance of the Werke, 1956-68. The French edition did not get underway until the 1960s, the Italian edition until 1972, the English edition until 1975, doubtless because the task of translation was vast and difficult. The importance placed on the diffusion of Marxist texts is indicated by the fact that the leader of the Italian Communist Party, Palmiro Togliatti, himself figures as the translator of several of the Italian versions of these works. Anthologies of Marxist texts on various themes seem to have become popular, both in Russian-based and locally based selections. During the 1930s, Marx and Engels on Britain, Marx and Engels on Art and Literature, on India, China, Spain etc. Of the compendia the most authoritative by far was Section 2 of Chapter 4 of the History of the CPSU, B short course, associated with Stalin himself. This work became influential, especially in countries with few vernacular editions of the classics, not only because of the pressure on communists to study it, but also because its simple and lucid presentation made it a brilliantly effective teaching manual. Its impact on the generation of 193 Marxists between 1938 and 1956, and perhaps especially in Eastern Europe after 1945, cannot be exaggerated. In the 1960s, particularly with the rise of a large body of students and other intellectuals interested in Marxism, and of various Marxist or Marxism movements outside the communist parties, the diffusion of the classic texts ceased to be something like a monopoly of the USSR and the communist parties associated with it. Increasingly, commercial publishers entered this market, with or without urging from Marxists or sympathizers on their staffs. The number and variety of left and progressive publishers also multiplied. To some extent, of course, this was a reflection of the widespread acceptance of Marx as a classic in the general rather than the political sense, as someone about whom the normally educated and cultured reader should know something, irrespective of his or her ideological views. It was for this reason that he was published in the Pléiade collection of French classics, as Capital had long since been published in the British Everyman's Library. The new interest in Marxism was no longer confined to the traditional corpus of popular works. Thus in the 1960s such works as the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Law, Holy Family, Marx's doctoral dissertation, the 1844 manuscripts and German ideology were available in countries not hitherto in the forefront of Marxian studies, such as Spain. Certain of these works were no longer primarily translated under communist auspices, e.g. the French, Spanish and English translations of the Grundrisse, 1967-8, 1973 and 1973 respectively, The Italian translation appeared in 1968-70. Finally, a few words about the geographical distribution of the Marxian classics. Some elementary texts were widely translated even before the October Revolution. Thus between 1848 and 1918 the Communist Manifesto appeared in something like 30 languages, including even 3 Japanese editions and 1 Chinese, though in practice Koskai's economic doctrines of Karl Marx remain the main basis for Chinese Marxism. For a fuller analysis of the fortunes of the Communist Manifesto, see 194. Chapter 5. Meanwhile, capital I had been translated into most major literary languages of Europe, German, Russian, French, Danish, Italian, English, Dutch, and Polish, before the death of Engels, though only incompletely into Spanish. Before the October Revolution it was also translated into Bulgarian, 1910, Czech, 1913-15, Estonian, 1910-14, Finnish, 1913, and Yiddish, 1917. In Western Europe a few stragglers brought up the rear much later, Norwegian, presumably delayed because familiarity with Danish as a literary language made translation less essential, in 1930-1, and the first incomplete Portuguese edition in 1962. Between the wars capital penetrated southeastern Europe, though incompletely, with Hungarian, 1921, Greek, 1927, and Serbian, 1933-4, editions. No major attempt seems to have been made to translate it into the languages of the USSR, except for Ukrainian, 1925. A local version was published in independent Latvia, 1920, a late echo of the major development of Marxism in the Tsarist Empire. In this period too for the first time capital penetrated the non-European world, outside the USA, with editions in Argentina, 1918, in Japanese, 1920, Chinese, 1930-3, and Arabic, 1939. It is safe to say that this penetration was closely connected with the effects of the Russian Revolution. The post-war decades brought a large-scale translation of capital into the languages of countries under communist government. Romanian in 1947, Macedonian in 1953, Slovak in 1955, Korean in 1955-6, Slovene in 1961, Vietnamese in 1961-2, Spanish, Cuba, in 1962. Curiously enough, the systematic effort to translate this work into the languages of the USSR did not occur until 1952 and thereafter. Belarusian, Armenian, Georgian, Uzbek, Azerbaijani, Lithuanian, Ugrian, Turkmen and Kazakh. The only other major linguistic extension of capital occurred in independent India, with editions in Marathi, Hindi and Bengali in the 1950s and 1960s. The wide range of certain international languages, Spanish in Latin America, Arabic in the Islamic world, English and 195. French, conceals the actual geographic spread of Marxian texts. Nevertheless, it may be suggested that even in the late 1970s the writings of Marx and Engels were not available in the spoken languages of a very substantial part of the non-socialist world outside Europe, with the exception of Latin America. How accessible or widely diffused the available texts were cannot be investigated here, though it may be suggested that, where not prohibited by governments, they were probably more widely available in schools and universities and for the educated public than ever before, in all parts of the world. How far they were read or even bought outside these circles is unclear. To answer this question would require very considerable research, which has not at present been undertaken. 196. 2. Marxism. 9. Since the appearance of Marxism as an intellectual force hardly a year, in the Anglo-Saxon world since 1945, hardly a week has passed without some attempt to refute it. The resulting literature of refutation and defense has become increasingly uninteresting, because increasingly repetitive. Marx's works, though voluminous, are limited in size, it is technically impossible for more than a certain number of original criticisms to be made of them, and most of them have been made long ago. Conversely, the defender of Marx finds himself increasingly saying the same things over and over again, and though he may try hard to do so in novel terms, even this becomes impossible. An effect of novelty may be achieved in only two ways: by commenting not on Marx himself but on later Marxists, and by checking Marx's thought against such facts as have come to light since the last critic wrote. But even here the possibilities are limited. Why then does the debate continue among scholars? For it is natural that it does so among propagandists on both sides, who are not primarily concerned with originality. Ideas do not become forces until they seize hold of the masses, and this, as 199 advertising agents have recognized, requires much repetition or even incantation. This applies both to those of us who think Marx a great man and his teachings politically desirable, and to those who take the opposite view. However, another reason is sheer ignorance. It is a melancholy illusion of those who write books and articles that the printed word survives. Alas, it rarely does. The vast majority of printed works enter a state of suspended animation within a few weeks or years of publication, from which they are occasionally awakened, for equally short periods, by research students. Many of them appear in languages beyond the reach of most English commentators. But even when they do not, they are often as forgotten as the original bourgeois critics of Marx in Britain. And yet their work throws light not only on the intellectual history of our country in the late Victorian period, but on the general evolution of Marx criticism. They strike us chiefly by their tone, which differs very considerably from what has since become usual. Thus, Professor Trevor Roper, who wrote an essay on Marxism and the study of history some years ago, was far from untypical of the tone of anti-Marxism in that discouraging decade. He spent a good deal of space propounding the very implausible proposition that Marx made no original contribution to history except to sweep up the ideas already advanced by other thinkers and annex them to a crude philosophical dogma, that his historical interpretation was useless for the past and wholly discredited as the basis of prediction about the future, and that he had been without significant influence on serious historians, while those who claimed to be Marxists either wrote what Marx and Lenin would have called bourgeois social history or were an army of dim scholiasts busily commenting on each other's scholia. In brief, the argument was widely accepted that Marx's intellectual reputation had been grossly inflated, for, disproved by all intellectual tests, the Marxist interpretation of history is sustained and irrationally justified by Soviet power alone. The writings of the Victorian Marx critics are mostly and justly forgotten, a warning to those of us who engage in this discussion. But when we dip into them we find a wholly different tone. Admittedly, British writers found it abnormally easy to maintain their calm. No anti-capitalist movement challenged them, few doubts about the permanence of capitalism nagged them, and between 1850 and 1880 it would have been hard to find a British-born citizen who called himself a socialist in our sense, let alone a Marxist. The task of disproving Marx was therefore neither urgent nor of great practical importance. Happily, as the Reverend M. Kaufman, perhaps our earliest non-Marxist expert on Marxism, put it, Marx was a pure theorist who had not tried to put his doctrines into practice. Point 2 By revolutionary standards he seemed to be even less dangerous than the anarchists and was therefore sometimes contrasted with those fire-eaters, to his advantage by Broderick, 3 to his disadvantage by W. Graham of Queen's College, Belfast, who observed that the anarchists had a method and logic wanting in the rival revolutionists of the school of Karl Marx and Mr. Hyndman 4. Consequently, bourgeois readers approached him in a spirit of tranquility or, in the case of the Rev. Kaufman, Christian forbearance, which our generation has lost. Marx is a Hegelian in philosophy and a rather bitter opponent of ministers of religion. But in forming an opinion of his writings we must not allow ourselves to be prejudiced against the man. 5 Marx evidently returned the compliment, for he revised Kaufmann's account of himself in a later book at the instigation of an unidentified mutual acquaintance. Point 6. English literature on Marxism, as Bonner 7 observed, not without smugness, thus showed a calm and judicial spirit already lacking from German discussions of this subject. There were few attacks on Marx's motives, his originality, or scientific integrity. The treatment of his life and works was mainly expository, and where one disagrees with it, it is because the authors have not read or understood enough, rather than because they mix prosecution with exposition. Admittedly, their expositions were often defective. I doubt whether anything even approximating to a usable non-socialist summary of the main tenets of Marxism, as they would be understood today, exists before Kirkup's History of Socialism, 1900. But the reader could expect to find, as far as it went, a factual account of who Marx was and what the author thought he was at. He could expect to find, above all, an almost universal admission of his stature. Milner, in his 1882 Whitechapel Lectures 8, plainly admired him. Balfour in 1885 thought it absurd to compare Henry George's ideas with his either in respect of their intellectual force, their consistency, their command of reasoning in general, or of their economic reasoning in particular. 9 John Ray, the acutest of our early experts, treated him with equal seriousness. Richard Ely, an American professor of vaguely progressive leanings whose French and German Socialism was published here in 1883, observed that good judges placed capital on a par with Ricardo, and that about the ability of Marx there is unanimity of opinion. W.H. Dawson 11 summed up what was almost certainly the opinion of all except, as he notes, the miserable Düring, whom recent Marx critics have been vainly trying to rehabilitate. However its teaching may be viewed, no one will venture to dispute the masterly ingenuity, the rare acumen, the close argumentation and, let it be added, the incisive polemic which are displayed in the pages of Capital. Asterisk. This chorus of praise is less surprising when we recall that the early commentators were far from wishing to reject Marx in toto. Partly because some of them found him a useful ally in their fight against laissez-faire theory, partly because they did not appreciate the revolutionary implications of all his theory, partly. Asterisk. Readers may find a few of these opinions in Donatour's appendix to the 1938 reprint of Capital, Volume I, but she had obviously consulted only a small fraction of the available literature. Because, being tranquil, they were genuinely prepared to look at him on his merits, they were even prepared, in principle, to learn from him. With one exception, the labor theory of value, or, to be more precise, Marx's attacks on current justifications of profit and interest. Perhaps the critical fire was concentrated against these because the moral accusation implied in the phrase labor is the source of all value affected confident believers in capitalism more than the prediction of the decline and fall of capitalism. If so, they criticized Marx precisely for one of the less Marxist elements in his thought, and one which, though in a cruder form, the pre-Marxian socialists, not to mention Ricardo, had already propounded. At all events, the theory of value was regarded as the central pillar of German and all modern socialism. And once it fell, the main critical job was done. However, beyond this it seemed clear that Marx had a good deal to contribute, notably a theory of unemployment critical of the crude Malthusianism which was still in vogue. His views on population and the reserve army of labor were not only normally presented without criticism, as in Ray, but were sometimes quoted with approval, or even partly adopted, as by the pioneer economic historian Archdeacon Cunningham. 13, he had read Capital as early as 187,914, and William Smart of Glasgow, another economist whose fame rests on his work in economic history, factory industry and socialism, Glasgow, 1887. Similarly, Marx's views on the division of labor and machinery met with general approval, e.g. from the reviewer of Capital in the Athenaeum, 1887. J.A. Hobson, Evolution of Modern Capitalism, 1894, was clearly very struck with them. All his references to Marx deal with this topic. But even more orthodox and hostile writers, like J. Shield Nicholson of Edinburgh 15 observed that his treatment of this and allied topics is both learned and exhaustive, and is well worth reading. Furthermore, his views on wages and economic concentration could not be brushed aside. Indeed, so anxious were some commentators to avoid a 203 total rejection of Marx that William Smart wrote his 1887 Review of Capital specifically to encourage readers who might have been put off by the critique of the value theory from studying the book, which contained much of very great value both to the historian and the economist. 16. In an elementary textbook designed for Indian university students, M. Prothero sums up reasonably well what non-Marxists saw in Marx, all the better for being slightly ignorant and thus reflecting current views rather than individual study. Three things were singled out: the theory of value, the theory of unemployment, and Marx's achievement as a historian, the first to point out that the economic structure of the present capitalist society has grown out of the economic structure of the feudal society. 17 Indeed, Marx made his greatest impact as a historian, and among economists with a historical approach to their subject. As yet, he hardly influenced the professional non-economic historians in England, who were still sunk in the routine of purely constitutional, political, diplomatic, and military history. In spite of recent writers, there was really no dispute among those who read him about his influence. Foxwell, as bitter an academic anti-Marxist as was to be found in the 1880s, mentioned him as a matter of course among the economists who have most influenced serious students in this country, and among those who had produced the marked advance in historic feeling at this period. 18 Even those who rejected the peculiar, and in my opinion erroneous, theory of value given in Capital felt that the historical chapters must be judged differently. 19 Few doubted that, thanks to Marx's stimulus, we are now beginning to see that large sections of history will have to be rewritten in this new light. 20 Apparently ignoring Professor Trevor Roper's demonstration that the stimulus was not Marx's, but Adam Smith's, Hume's, de Tocqueville's or Fustel de Coulanges. Boson K21 has no doubt that the economic or materialist view of history is primarily connected with the name of Marx, though it may also be illustrated by many 204 contentions of Buckle and L.E. Play. Bonner, though specifically denying that Marx invented historical materialism, he very properly instances the 17th-century thinker Harrington as a pioneer. 22 has nevertheless not previously heard of the following Marxist historical contentions, which amaze him: that the very Reformation is ascribed to an economical cause, that the length of the 30 Years' War was due to economic causes, the Crusades to feudal land hunger, the evolution of the family to economic causes, and that Descartes' view of animals as machines could be brought into relation with the growth of the manufacturing system. 23. Naturally his influence was most marked among our economic historians, of whom only Thorold Rogers can be regarded as wholly insular in inspiration. Cunningham in Cambridge, as we have seen, had read him with sympathy since the late 1870s. The Oxford men, perhaps owing to the much stronger Germanic tradition among local Hegelians, knew him before there were English Marxist groups, though Toynbee's only incidental criticism of his history, The Industrial Revolution, happens to be mistaken. 24 George Unwin, perhaps the most impressive English economic historian of his generation, took to his subject through Marx, or at any rate to confute Marx. But he had no doubt that Marx was trying to get at the right kinds of history. The orthodox historians ignore all the most significant factors in human development. 25. Nor was there much disagreement about his achievement as a historian of capitalism. His views on earlier periods the reviewer in the Athenaeum found unsatisfactory and quite superficial, but they were normally neglected, and indeed, most of his and Engels' most brilliant aphorisms were not as yet available to a wide public. Even the most extended and hostile British critique of his thought, Flint's Socialism, 1895, written mainly in 1890-1, admits, where alone Marx did memorable work as a historical theorist, was in his analysis and interpretation of the capitalist era, and here he must be admitted to have rendered 205 Eminent service, even by those who think his analysis more subtle than accurate, and his interpretations more ingenious than true. 26. Flint was alone neither in his British distrust of a tendency to over-refinement in reasoning. 27 nor in his admission of Marx's merits as a historian of capitalism, more especially of 19th-century capitalism. It is the modern practice to throw doubts on his and Engels' scholarship, integrity, and use of sources. 28 But contemporaries hardly explored this avenue of criticism, since it seemed patent to them that the evils which Marx attacked were only too real. Kaufmann spoke for many when he observed that though he presents us exclusively with the dismal side of contemporary social life, he cannot be accused of willful misrepresentation. 29 Llewellyn Smith felt that though Marx has colored his picture too darkly, he has rendered great service in calling attention to the more gloomy features of modern industry, to which it is useless to shut our eyes. 30 Shield Nicholson 31 thought his treatment in some respects exaggerated, but also that some of the evils are so great that exaggeration seems impossible. 31 And even the most ferocious attack on his bona fides as a scholar did not dare maintain that Marx had colored a white, or even a gray picture black, but at best that, black as the facts were, they sometimes contained silvery streaks of evidence which Marx had paid no attention to. 32 Was the modern tone of hysterical anxiety completely absent from the early bourgeois criticism of Marx? No. From the moment that a Marxist-inspired socialist movement appeared in Britain, Marx criticism of the modern stamp, seeking to discredit and refute to the exclusion of understanding, also begins to appear. Some of it was in continental works translated into English, notably from the mid-80s. Hostile continental work was now translated, Lavely's Socialism of Today, 1885, Schaffel's Quintessence of Socialism, 1889. But homegrown anti-Marxism also began to sprout, notably in Cambridge, the leading center of academic economics. The first serious attack 206 on Marx's scholarship, as we have seen, came from two Cambridge dons in 1885, Tanner and Carey, though Llewellyn Smith of Oxford, a far less anti-Marxist place in those days, did not take the criticism too tragically, merely observing, a few years later, that Marx's quotations from blue books are very important and instructive, though not always trustworthy. 33 It is the tone of denigration rather than the content of the Cambridge critics which is interesting. Phrases like the mongrel algebraical expressions of capital or an almost criminal recklessness in the use of authorities which warrants us in regarding other parts of Marx's work with suspicion. 34 Indicate, at least in economic subjects, something more than scholarly disapproval. In fact, what made Tanner and Carey mad was not simply his treatment of the evidence, they shied away from the charge of deliberate falsification. Especially since falsification seems so unnecessary, i.e., since the facts were black enough anyway, but the unfairness of his whole attitude towards capital. 35 Capitalists are kinder than Marx gives them credit for, he is unfair to them, we must be unfair to him. Such, broadly, appears to be the basis of the critic's attitude. At about the same time Foxwell of Cambridge developed the now familiar line that Marx was a crank with a gift of the gab, who could only appeal to the immature, notably among intellectuals, a man, in spite of Balfour's warning, to be bracketed with Henry George. Capital was well calculated to appeal to the somewhat dilettante enthusiasm of those who were educated enough to realize, and to be revolted by the painful condition of the poor, but not patient or hard-headed enough to find out the real causes of this misery, nor sufficiently trained to perceive the utter hollowness of the quack remedies so rhetorically and effectively put forward. 36 Dilettanti, not patient or hard-headed, utter hollowness, quack, rhetorical, the emotional load on the critic's vocabulary piles up. To Foxwell we also owe, through the Austrian Menger, the popularization of the German parlor game of attacking Marx's originality. And 207. Regarding him as a pillager of Thompson, Hodgkin, Proudhon, Rodbertus, or any other early writers who took the critic's fancy. Marshall's Principles, 1890, took this over in a footnote, though the pointed reference to Menger's demonstration of Marx's lack of originality was dropped after the fourth edition, 1898. The view that Rodbertus and Marx, the two were often bracketed together, made mainly exaggerations of, or inferences from, doctrines of earlier economists 37, or that some other earlier thinker, Rodbertus 38 or Comte 39, had said what Marx wanted to say about history earlier and vastly better, already brings us into a familiar universe. Marshall himself, the greatest of the Cambridge economists, showed his usual combination of marked emotional hostility to Marx and equally marked circuitousness *. But on the whole the root and branch anti-Marxists remained in a minority in the 19th century, and for a generation thereafter tended to follow the Marshall-Lien line of tangential sneering rather than full-scale attack. For Marxism rapidly lost that influence which provokes discussion. Oddly enough, the calm type of Marx criticism proved much more effective than the hysterical type. Few critiques of Marx have been more effective than Philip Wicksteed's Das Kapital, a criticism which appeared in The Socialist Today in October 1884. It was written with sympathy and courtesy, and with full appreciation of that great work, that remarkable section in which Marx discusses value, that great logician, and even of the contributions of extreme importance which Wicksteed believed Marx to have made in the latter part of Volume I. But, whatever we may now think of the pure marginalist approach to value theory, Wicksteed's article did more to create the mistaken feeling among socialists that Marx value theory was somehow irrelevant to the economic justification of socialism than the emotional diatribes of a Foxwell or a Flint, the greatest failure in the history of economics. It was in a Hampstead. His views are discussed at greater length in a special note below. Discussion group in which Wicksteed, Edgeworth *, another marginalist who avoided emotionalism, Shaw, Webb, Wallace, Olivier, and some others discussed capital, that much of Fabian essays was matured. And if, a few years later, Sidgwick could talk of Marx's fundamental muddle, which the English reader, I think, need hardly spend time in examining, as the more able and influential among English socialists are now careful to give it a wide berth, 40, it was not because of Sidgwickian jeers that they did so, but because of Wicksteedian argument, and perhaps, we might add, because of the inability of British Marxists to defend Marxian political economy against its critics. Workers still insisted on Marxism, and revolted against the early we because they did not teach it, but not until events had demonstrated that the confidence of the Marx critics in their own theories was misplaced, or excessive, did Marxism revive as an academic force. It is unlikely that it will disappear from the academic scene again. 10. Histories of Marxism have generally defined their subject by exclusion. Their territory is delimited by those who are not Marxists, a category which doctrinaire Marxists and committed anti-Marxists have both tended to make as large as possible on ideological and political grounds. Even the most comprehensive and ecumenical historians have maintained a sharp separation between Marxists and non-Marxists, confining their attentions to the former, though ready to include as wide a range of them as possible. And indeed they must, because if there was not such separation a special history of Marxism would not need to, and perhaps could not, be written. Yet they have also been tempted to write the history of Marxism exclusively as that of the development of and the debates within the body of specifically Marxist theory, and therefore to neglect an important, though not easily definable, area of Marxist radiation. Yet this cannot be neglected by the historian of the modern world, as distinct from the Marxist movements. The history of Darwinism cannot be confined to that of Darwinians or even biologists in 211. General. It cannot but consider, even if only marginally, the use of Darwinian ideas, metaphors, or even phrases which became part of the intellectual universe of people who never gave a thought to the fauna of the Galapagos Islands or the precise modifications required in the theory of natural selection by modern genetics. Similarly, the influence of Freud extends far beyond the diverging and conflicting schools of psychoanalysis, and even beyond those who have ever read a line written by its founder. Marx, like Darwin and Freud, belongs to the small class of thinkers whose names and ideas have, in one form or another, entered the general culture of the modern world. This influence of Marxism on general culture began to make itself felt, speaking very broadly, in the period of the Second International. The present chapter is an attempt to survey it. The dramatic expansion of labor and socialist movements associated with the name of Karl Marx in the 1880s and 1890s inevitably spread the influence of his theories, or what were considered to be his theories, both inside these movements and outside them. Within them Marxism competed with, and in several countries superseded, other ideologies of the left, at least officially. Outside them, the impact of the social problem and the growing challenge of socialist movements attracted attention to the ideas of the thinker whose name was increasingly identified with them, and whose originality and impressive intellectual stature were obvious. In spite of polemical attempts to prove that Marx was easily discredited, and that he said little more than earlier socialists and critics of capitalism had done, or even that he had largely plagiarized them, serious non-Marxists were unlikely to make so elementary a mistake. 1 To some extent his analysis was used to supplement non-Marxist analyses, as when some British economists in the 1880s, aware of the insufficiencies of the orthodox Malthusian theory of unemployment, took a generally positive interest in Marx's views on the reserve army of labor. Such a dispassionate approach was, of course, less likely in countries in which Marxist-inspired labor movements were less negligible than they were at that time in Britain. There the need to mobilize the heavy artillery of the academic intellect to confute him, or at least to understand the nature of his appeal, was more urgently felt. Hence, especially in Germany and Austria, the appearance in the middle and late 1890s of works of great learning and substantial weight, devoted to this purpose, Bohm-Bauer's Das Ende der Marxistischen Systems, 1896, Rudolf Stammler's Wirtschaft und die Recht nach materialistischer Geschichtsauffassung and Heinrich Herner's Die Arbeiterfrage, 1896.3. Another form of Marxist influence outside the labor and socialist movements was exercised through the semi-Marxists and ex-Marxists who became increasingly numerous from the time of the crisis of Marxism in the late 1890s. This was the period when we see the birth of the familiar phenomenon of Marxism as a temporary stage in the political and intellectual development of men and women, and as we know it is rare that those who have passed through such a stage are not in some way marked by this experience. One has merely to mention such names as Croce in Italy, Struve, Berdiev and Tagan-Baranowski in Russia, Sombart and Michaels in Germany, or in a less academic field, Bernard Shaw in Britain, to appreciate the weight of this first generation of the ex-Marxists of the 1880s and 1890s in the general culture and intellectual life of the period. To the ex-Marxists one must add the growing number of those who, while reluctant to break their links with Marxism, increasingly moved away from what was now becoming a more sharply defined orthodoxy, such as many German revisionist intellectuals, and those who, while not Marxists, were, mainly because they took the side of a socialist left, attracted by some aspects of Marx's ideas. These forms of the radiation of Marxism were found, to a greater or lesser extent, wherever labor and socialist movements developed in this period, that is to say in most of Europe and some areas settled primarily or largely by European emigrants overseas. Beyond the range of such movements it 213 hardly existed at this period, with the possible, but in any case marginal exception of Japan. There is no evidence of Marxist influence in the pre-1914 revolutionary movements in India, although these were open not only, obviously, to British intellectual influences but also to Russian, and although the constituency from which, for example, the Bengal terrorists of the pre-1914 period were drawn was later to show itself highly receptive to Marxism. There is none in the Islamic world, in sub-Saharan Africa, or, with the exception of the heavily immigrant Southern Cone, in Latin America. We can neglect all these areas. On the other hand, the radiation of Marxism was particularly important and general in some countries of Europe in which virtually all social thought, irrespective of its political connections with socialist and labor movements, was marked by the influence of Marx, who in this context was not so much a challenger of accepted bourgeois orthodoxies, which hardly existed, but rather one of the main founding fathers of any kind of analysis of society and its transformations. This was the case in parts of Eastern Europe and especially in Tsarist Russia. In such countries there was even then no way of avoiding Marx, since he already formed part of the general fabric of intellectual life. This does not mean that all those who underwent his influence saw themselves, or can be seen, as Marxists in any specific sense. 2. Though the period with which this chapter is concerned is not much longer than 30 years, nevertheless it cannot be treated as a single unit. 3 main sub-periods must be distinguished. The first is that of the emergence of more or less Marxist-oriented socialist and labor parties at various times in the 1880s and early 1890s, and especially the enormous leap forward of such movements in the 5 or 6 first years of the International. What is important in this period is not so much the organizational, 214, electoral or trade unionist strength of these movements, though this was often revealed as very great, but their sudden eruption onto the political scene of their countries and, through such initiatives as May Day, internationally, as well as the remarkable and sometimes utopian wave of working-class hope on which they seemed to be carried upward. Capitalism was in crisis, its end, though not always conceived in any specific form, seemed to be in sight. Both the penetration of Marxism within labor movements, the German Social Democratic Party became officially committed to it in 1891, and its positive and negative radiation beyond the range of these movements therefore made striking progress in a number of countries. The second sub-period begins in the middle 1890s when the revival of global capitalist expansion became evident. In spite of fluctuations, the mass socialist labor movements, where they existed, continued to grow rapidly, and indeed in some countries mass movements or even more or less permanently organized movements came into existence during this phase, though it became increasingly clear in the areas where they were legal that revolution or total social transformation was not their immediate objective. The crisis in Marxism, for which outside observers noted from 1898, was not only a debate about the significance for Marxist theory of this demonstration that capitalism still flourished, the revisionist debate, but also due to the emergence of groups with very different interests within what had until recently appeared to be a single forward surge of socialism, e.g. national splits within such movements as the Austrian, Polish and Russian. This clearly transformed the nature both of the debates within Marxism and the socialist movements, and the impact of Marxism outside them. The Russian Revolution introduces the third sub-period, which may be taken to end in 1914. It was dominated on the one hand by the revival of major mass actions, both in the wake of the 1905 revolution and, a few years later, in the labor unrest which filled the last years before World War I, and on 215. The other hand by the corresponding revival of a revolutionary left both within the Marxist movements and outside them, revolutionary syndicalism. At the same time the scale of the organized mass labor movements continued to grow. Between 1905 and 1913 the membership of the social democratic unions in the countries covered by the Amsterdam Trade Union International had doubled, from just under 3 million to just under 6 million, 5, while the Social Democrats were the largest single party, with between 30% and 40% of the votes, in Germany, Finland, and Sweden. The preoccupation with Marxism outside the socialist movements naturally grew. Thus Max Weber's Archiv für Sozialwissenschaft und Sozialpolitik published only 4 articles on the subject between 1900 and 1904, but 15 between 1905 and 1908, while the number of German academic theses on socialism, the working class and similar themes grew from an average of between 2 and 3 a year in the 1890s to an annual average of 4 in 1900 to 5. 10.2 in 1905 to 9 and 19.7 in 1909 to 12.6. Since the revolutionary movement was at this time not identified simply with Marxism, revolutionary syndicalism and other even less defined forms of rebellion competed with it in the last pre-war years. The impact of Marxism both on potential sympathizers and on critics was complex and difficult to define. Yet it was probably by this time more widely distributed in one form or another than ever before, not least through the works of the now substantial number of ex-Marxists, or those who felt they had to establish their position in relation to Marxism. 3. If we are to trace the influence of Marxism more precisely, we have to consider two major variables in addition to the sheer size, and therefore political presence, of labor and socialist parties, the extent to which these were themselves Marxist 216. And the extent to which Marxism appealed to the stratum more likely than any other to be concerned with theories, the intellectuals. The labor movements were either officially identified with Marxism or became so, or were associated with other revolutionary or analogous ideologies of a socialist type, or were essentially non-socialist. Broadly speaking, most member parties of the Second International, led by the German SPD, were of the first type, though the hegemony of Marxism within them obscured the presence of numerous other ideological influences. Nevertheless, there were some, like the French, which were predominantly imbued with older and indigenous revolutionary traditions, some barely tinged with Marx's influence. While there were countries in which the socialist left was to be found overwhelmingly in such parties, in other countries rival ideologies and movements competed with it. However, among the rival ideologies of the left, apart from some that were predominantly nationalist, Marxist influence had some scope for penetration, partly because, unless there were special reasons to the contrary, association with the greatest theorist of socialism had a certain symbolic value, but mainly because their theoretical analysis of what was wrong with society was poorly developed in comparison with their ideas about the way to achieve revolution, and their ideas, vague though these were, about the post-revolutionary future. The main ideologies which concern us here, in addition to primarily nationalist ones, which in turn infiltrated Marxism, are anarchism and its partial derivative revolutionary syndicalism, Narodnik tendencies and, of course, the radical Jacobin tradition, particularly in its revolutionary form. From the middle 1890s on, some attention must also be paid to a deliberately non-Marxist socialist reformism whose main intellectual center was the British Fabian Society. Small though this was, it exercised some international influence not only through temporary foreign residents who were influenced by it, most notably Edward 217 Bernstein, but also through the cultural links between Britain and such regions as the Netherlands and Scandinavia. However, interesting though this radiation of Fabianism is, the phenomenon is too small to detain us. 7. The radical Jacobin tradition remained largely impervious to the penetration of Marxism even when, or perhaps just because, its more revolutionary members were only too willing to pay their respects to a great revolutionary name and to identify themselves with causes associated with him. Marxism remained unusually undeveloped in France. Until the 1930s, numerous distinguished intellectuals of the French Communist Party cannot be seriously described as theoretical Marxists, though at that time many of them, but not all, began to describe themselves as such. The party's intellectual review, La Pensée, founded in 1938, is still entitled A Review of Modern Rationalism. Conversely, anarchism, in spite of the notorious hostility between Marx and Bakunin, borrowed extensively from the Marxian analysis, except on the specific points in dispute between the two movements. This was not particularly surprising since, until anarchists were excluded from the International in 1896, and in some countries even later, often no sharp line could be drawn between them and the Marxists within the revolutionary movement, part of the same milieu of rebellion and hope. The theoretical divergences between orthodox Marxism and revolutionary syndicalism were greater, if only because what these revolutionaries rejected in Marxism was not merely its views on organization and the state, but the entire system of historical analysis identified with Koski, which they regarded as historical determinism, even fatalism, in theory, and reformism in practice. Indeed, revolutionary syndicalism had some attraction for left-wing intellectuals given to ideological debate, but let us not forget that even those who had not come from Marxism, especially those too young for the 1890s, breathed an air saturated by Marxist argument. Thus G.D.H. Cole, a rebellious but quite uncontinental young British socialist, naturally thought of Georges Sorel's writings as neo-Marxist. 8. Actually, the revolutionary syndicalist intellectuals protested not so much against the Marxist analysis per se, but rather against the automatic evolutionism of official social democracy and what the young Gramsci called suffocating revolutionary thought under positivist and scientist naturalistische incrustations. 9. That is to say, against the odd blend of Marx with Darwin, Spencer, and other positivist thinkers that so often passed for Marxism, especially in Italy. Indeed, in the West the first generation converted to Marxism, by and large those born round 1860, quite naturally combined Marx with the prevalent intellectual influences of the time. For many of them Marxism, however novel and original as a theory, belonged to the general sphere of progressive thought, albeit politically more radical, and specifically linked to the proletariat. By contrast, in socially explosive Eastern Europe no other explanations of the 19th century transformation to modernity could compete with Marxism, and its influence became correspondingly profound, even before those countries had developed a working class let alone labor movements, or bourgeois ideologies of any significance other than some local nationalisms. That is why Russia, home of a socially ill-fitting stratum, the critical intelligentsia, produced passionate readers of Capital before any other country, and why, even later, Eastern Europe was to be the essential home of passionate Marxist erudition and analysis. Politically, Marx's first Russian admirers were likely to sympathize with the Narodniks, until their conversion to Marxist groups in the 1880s, but they also included a number of clearly non-radical academic economists who accepted the Marxist method of analysis and even its terminology. 10. Specifically, Russia was conquered by an ideology that announced that the progress of capitalism was historically irreversible, and could not be overcome by the resistance of forces external to it, such as that of the peasantry, however hostile, but 219. Only by the forces it had itself generated and which were destined to take over from it. What this meant was that Russia had to pass through the stage of capitalism. Hence the paradox of Russian Marxism: it was both an alternative to the peasant-based revolutionary anti-capitalism of the Narodniks, who had in any case taken over parts of Marx's analysis of capitalism, and a justification of bourgeois capitalist development in a country deeply unsympathetic to it. It produced both revolutionaries and the curious phenomenon of the legal Marxists, who put their faith in the advance of economic growth through capitalism but saw the prospect of its overthrow as irrelevant. No such reconciliation between Marx and the bourgeoisie was needed in Central and Western Europe, where such thinkers would almost certainly have seen themselves as some kind of liberal. Whatever the disagreements among all these sectors of the educated Russian left, except for a marginal fringe, Tolstoy, the influence of Marx was pervasive. By the 1890s, labor movements not linked to socialism were as common in the Anglo-Saxon regions, Britain, Australia, the USA, as they were rare outside it. Nonetheless, in those countries too Marxism was of some significance, though less so than in continental Europe. Nor, especially in the USA, should we underestimate the importance of a mass of immigrants from Germany, Tsarist Russia, and elsewhere, who often brought Marxist-influenced ideologies with them to the New World as part of their intellectual baggage. 11. And nor should we underestimate the movement of resistance to big business during this period of acute social tension and ferment in the USA, which made a number of radical thinkers receptive to, or at least interested in, socialist critiques of capitalism. One thinks not only of Thorstein Veblen but of progressive, centrally placed economists like Richard Ely, 1854–1943, who probably exerted a greater influence upon American economics during its vital formative period than any other individual. 12. For these reasons the USA, though developing little independent Marxist 220 thinking itself, became, rather surprisingly, a significant center for the diffusion of Marxist writings and influence. This affected not only the Pacific countries, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, but also Britain, where the small but growing groups of Marxist labor activists in the 1900s received much of their literature, including not only Marx and Engels but also Dietzgen, from the Chicago publishing house of Charles H. Kerr. 13. However, since the non-socialist labor movements appeared to pose no serious challenge to the intellectual hegemony of the dominant groups, their intellectuals did not as yet feel a need to meet this challenge with any urgency. During the 1880s and 1890s they debated Marx and socialism very much more than during the 1900s. Thus, among the elite group of Cambridge intellectuals associated with the secret discussion club generally known as the Apostles, H. Sidgwick, Bertrand Russell, G. E. Moore, Lytton Strachey, E. M. Forster, J. M. Keynes, Rupert Brooke, et al., the early 20th century was a notably non-political period. Whereas Sidgwick had criticized Marx, and Bertrand Russell, close to the Fabians in the 1890s, had written a book on German social democracy, 1896, and even as the last pre-1914 student generations began to turn to socialism, though in a non-Marxist form, the most eminent and, as it turned out, politically active economist to emerge from this circle, J. M. Keynes, shows no sign of any interest in or even knowledge of either Marx or any of the economic debates about Marx. 14. 4. The second factor which could be expected to determine Marxist influence was the appeal of Marxism to middle-class intellectuals as a group, irrespective of the size of the local working-class movement. There were strong labor movements which at that time contained or attracted practically no intellectuals, as in Australia, where a labor government was actually in being as early as 1904. Perhaps this was because there were few intellectuals in that continent. Similarly, the strong, mainly anarchist, labor movement of Spain held little attraction for Spanish intellectuals. Conversely, we are all familiar with revolutionary Marxist organizations essentially confined to university students, though in the heyday of the Second International such a phenomenon would have been rather unusual. However, it is evident that some socialist movements such as the Russian were predominantly composed of intellectuals, if only because the obstacles to the legal emergence of mass labor movements were so great. Similarly, there were other countries where the appeal of socialism to intellectuals and academics was notably great, at least for a time, as in Italy. We need not, in this connection, delve too deeply into the sociology of intellectuals as a group, or into the question whether or not they formed a separate stratum, intelligentsia, though this much preoccupied Marxist discussion at times. All countries contained a body of men, and to a much smaller extent women, who had undergone some sort of higher academic education, and it is the appeal of socialism/Marxism to these which is at issue. 15 In the debates of the SPD, what we would today call intellectuals were typically and habitually referred to as academiker, people with diplomas. However, two observations must be made. In many countries a fairly clear distinction must be made between the practitioners of what German conveniently expresses as Kunst, all the arts, and practitioners of Wissenschaft, all the world of learning and science, in spite of the largely common recruitment of both from the middle classes. Thus in France, anarchism, which attracted artists, in this wider sense, in considerable numbers in the 1890s, had no significant appeal to universitaries. The difference can only be noted and not explained in this context. The relations between Marxism and the arts will be separately considered below. Secondly, a distinction must be made between 222 countries in which a minority of intellectuals were prominent in socialist parties and movements while the majority remained outside them, as in, say, Germany and Belgium, and those in which the terms intellectual and left-wing intellectual were, at least in youth, almost interchangeable, as in Russia. Most socialist movements, of course, gave a prominent place to intellectuals in their leadership. Victor Adler, Troelstra, Turati, Jors, Branting, van der Velde, Luxemburg, Plekhanov, Lenin, etc., as well as drawing their theorists almost exclusively from among them. There are no adequate comparative studies of the political attitude of European students and academics in the period, still less of the wider professional strata which would have included most adult intellectuals. Our assessment of the attraction of socialism/Marxism for them must therefore be impressionist. 16. On the whole, however, it is safe to say that this attraction was unusually great in only a few countries, mainly on the periphery of the developed zone of capitalism. In the Iberian Peninsula the bulk of intellectuals remained anti-clerical liberals and radicals. This is perhaps why the generation of '98 which called for a renewal of Spain after the defeats of war, Unamano, Breja, Maestu, Ganivet, Valle-Inclán, Machado, et al. Were hardly liberal, but neither were they socialist. In Britain intellectuals were overwhelmingly liberals of some kind or other, and very little attracted to socialism, though this attraction may have been more felt by the more marginal sector of young educated middle-class women, who formed a large proportion of the Fabian Society's membership and the model for the journalist stereotype of the new woman of the 1880s and 1890s. A significant socialist student movement hardly began to emerge until the last years before 1914. Most of the male intellectuals in the Fabian Society came from a new stratum of self-made professionals whose background was working class and lower middle class: Shaw, Webb, H. G. Wells, Arnold Bennett. 17 Indeed, the most interesting left-wing theorist in England, and a man so close to continental tendencies as to be both influenced by Marx, in his development of modern capitalism, and an influence on Marxists, through his imperialism, was, characteristically, not even a Fabian socialist but a progressive liberal, J.A. Hobson. The native middle-class Marxist intellectuals were numerically and intellectually negligible, with the exception of William Morris, see below. The French revolutionary tradition naturally exercised a major influence on the intellectuals of that country and, since it included a native socialist component, the influence of socialism also made itself felt, though often as no more than a temporary badge of left-wing opinions. Michaels observes, in contrast to the permanence of loyalties in other countries, that 5 out of the 6 deputies elected as socialists in France in 1893 had by 1907 become not merely non-socialists but anti-socialists. 18 Similarly, a youthful ultra-radicalism was part of bourgeois tradition. There is thus no difficulty in discovering socialism among French intellectuals, and certain prestigious institutions such as the École Normale Supérieure became veritable nurseries of socialist or socializing intellectuals from the 1890s, particularly during the Dreyfus period, yet since the influence of Marx, or even the attraction to the Socialist Party claiming allegiance to Marx, the Gestists, was small. 19 Little more need be said about its appeal to French intellectuals in this period. Indeed, before 1914 the works of Marx and Engels available in French were a distinctly more modest selection than those available, if we include the American editions, in English, let alone in German, Italian or Russian. 20. The German intellectual and academic community, whatever its liberalism in 1848, was by the 1890s profoundly committed to the Wilhelmine Empire and militantly opposed to socialism rather than attracted by it, with the possible exception of the Jews, among whom, according to Michael's undocumented estimate of 1907, 20 to 30% of intellectuals supported social democracy. 21 While between 1889 and 1909 the French universities produced 31 dissertations in the general field of socialism, social democracy, and Marx, the much larger German academic community produced only 11 dissertations on these subjects in the same period. 22 Marxism and social democracy preoccupied German intellectuals and academics, they did not attract many of them. Moreover, there is some evidence that those who were attracted to social democracy were, at least until the last years before 1914, much more likely to be on its moderate and revisionist wing than on its left. Certainly the Socialist Students' Organization in Germany was among the first champions of revisionism. The German party was, of course, overwhelmingly proletarian in its composition, perhaps more so even than other mass socialist parties. 23 However, Even within these limits, the relatively modest appeal of Marxism to German intellectuals is suggested by the fact that the party itself had to import several of its own prominent Marxist theorists from abroad: Rosa Luxemburg from Poland, Koskai and Hilferding from Austro-Hungary, Parvus from Russia. Of the smaller countries in northwestern Europe, Belgium and the Scandinavian nations developed relatively enormous and strongly working-class mass parties, officially identified with Marxism, though in Belgium the broad-based Parti Ouvrier also embodied earlier native traditions of the left. Among the Scandinavians, the Danes seem to have shown a somewhat stronger interest in Marx than the Swedes and Norwegians. Apart from an occasional doctor or pastor, the leading figures in Norway were mainly workers. The Swedish movement, like the rest of the Scandinavians, including also the strongly organized Finns, produced no theorists of note and took no significant part in the debates of the International. In the world of the arts, the attraction of socialism, or anarchism, may have been stronger, but on the whole it seems likely that what socialism there was among Scandinavian intellectuals was a sort of leftward extension of the democratic and progressive radicalism so characteristic of that part of Europe, perhaps with special 225 emphasis on cultural and sexual moral reform. If any figure represents the theoretical left of Swedish intellectuals at this period, it is probably the economist Knut Wicksell, radical Republican, atheist, feminist and neo-Malthusian. He remained apart from socialism. The role of the Low Countries in European culture was probably greater in this period than at any time since the 17th century. In the overwhelmingly proletarian Belgian Labour Party, intellectuals and academics, mainly drawn from the rationalist academic milieu of Brussels, played a notably prominent part: Van der Velde, Huysmans, Destry, Hector Dennis, Edmond Picard, and on the left de Brouckere. Nevertheless, it may be noted that both the party and its intellectual spokesmen tended to stand on the right wing of the international movement, and could, by international standards, be regarded as only approximate Marxists. 24 It is doubtful whether Van der Velde would have called himself a Marxist, but for time and place. As G.D.H. Cole says, he came into the socialist movement at a time when Marxism, in its German social democratic form, had made itself so much the pivotal factor in socialist development in Western Europe that it was not only almost necessary but also natural for any continental socialist who aspired to political leadership, especially at an international level, to accept the prevailing Marxist framework and to adapt his thinking to it. 25 Especially one in the mass workers' party of a small country. Certainly the influence of Marxism on Belgian intellectuals was not notable. The Netherlands, where no national labor movement of comparable political weight developed, was the only Western European country in which the influence of socialism among intellectuals seems to have been culturally crucial, and conversely, the role of intellectuals in the movement unusually marked. 26 The Social Democratic Party was indeed sometimes sarcastically described as the party of students, pastors, and lawyers. It eventually became, as elsewhere, largely a party of skilled manual workers, but the dominant and traditional division of the country into confessional groups, Calvinist, Catholic and secular, each forming a political bloc cutting across class lines, initially left less scope than elsewhere for the formation of a class party. This seems to have been associated with a marked enlargement of the secular sector of culture.